Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a true source of pride to witness that many of today's panelists hail from the Department of Botany at the University of Delhi, sharing our alma mater. We as students see ourselves reflected in their achievements, and they also see a reflection of their own journey in ours. Their remarkable achievements serve as inspiring benchmarks for us. We could not have chosen a better role models in their respective fields to inspire and guide young minds. With this spirit of recognition and appreciation, I'd like to request Ms. Bisma to please come up on the stage to introduce our honorable guests.
Thank you, Manisha. Good morning, esteemed panelists, respected professors, and members of the audience. Today, we have a distinguished panel of experts who have blazed trails in their respective domains and are here to share their invaluable insights with us. Firstly, allow me to introduce Mr. Kunal Satyarthi, an esteemed advisor at NDMA, Ministry of Home Affairs. With his wealth of experience and expertise in disaster management, Mr. Satyarthi is a beacon of knowledge in navigating the intricacies of public service and crisis response. His insights in the field of disaster management and beyond have left an indelible mark on our nation's resilience and preparedness. Mr. Satyarthi's dedication to public service and his invaluable contributions to the realm of disaster risk reduction and management serve as an inspiration to us all. Throughout his illustrious career, Mr. Satyarthi has demonstrated unwavering commitment and leadership, guiding our nation through some of its most challenging times. His wealth of knowledge and experience will undoubtedly provide invaluable insights and guidance to all of us gathered here today. Next, we have Dr. Shashank Maurya, a luminary in the field of agriculture and former Assistant Director General at ICAR for Intellectual Property, Technology Management, and International Relations. His focus has been on IP issues in agriculture and biodiversity. In ICAR, he brought in much-needed reforms about best IP practices for research and collaboration. Having a PhD in genetics from IARI, New Delhi, and a law degree from University of Delhi, he has exposure to both lawmaking and litigation cases. Presently, he is an independent consultant on IP and related issues. Dr. Maurya's journey from academia to independent consultancy epitomizes the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship that drives progress in agriculture and beyond. Moving forward, joining us today is Professor Vijay Rani Rajpal from the Department of Botany at Hansraj College, University of Delhi, and currently serving as the Vice Principal of the college. With a wealth of expertise and a passion for botany, Professor Rajpal has been an invaluable asset to the academic community. As an educator and mentor, Professor Rajpal's guidance has nurtured countless young minds, fostering a passion for botanical sciences and environmental stewardship. She has been honored with prestigious awards such as the 33rd Dr. Radhakrishnan Memorial National Best Teacher Award in 2017, recognizing her exemplary dedication to teaching. Furthermore, her significant contributions to research were acknowledged with the Grace India Best Researcher Award in 2018, among numerous other accolades. Professor Vijay Rani Rajpal's commitment to excellence in education and research serves as an inspiration to us all. We are also privileged to have Dr. Anuradha Agrawal, a Principal Scientist, Division of Germplasm Conservation and National Coordinator for National Agricultural Higher Education Project. Dr. Agrawal's dedication to preserving biodiversity and enhancing agricultural sustainability serves as a testament to the crucial role for research in shaping a more resilient future. Dr. Anuradha's pioneering contribution encompassed the establishment of India's inaugural base collection of Musa genetic resources within a cryobank framework. Additionally, Dr. Agrawal advanced plant regeneration techniques, particularly focusing on somatic embryos derived from cell suspensions of plantains. Furthermore, she pioneered the creation of synseeds to facilitate the short-term storage and exchange of ginger germplasm. Dr. Anuradha's career exemplifies the intersection of research, innovation, and real-world impact, serving as an inspiring role model for students pursuing careers in life sciences. Together, our esteemed panelists represent a wealth of knowledge, experience, and inspiration across diverse fields. Their presence today underscores the importance of informed decision-making and continuous learning in charting a successful career path. So, let us embark on this journey of exploration and enlightenment as we glean wisdom from our esteemed panelists and chart a course towards a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Bisma. I now request Professor Suman Lakhanpal, Head of Botany Department and Chairperson DUBS, to please come up on stage and formally welcome our distinguished guests with a planter. Ma'am, please. Sure, ma'am, sure.
Distinguished panelists, my esteemed colleagues from the department, and my dear students, good morning and a very cordial welcome to all of you. Students, purpose of this event is very obvious by the title. This is an event which was long due and had to be organized. Had it not materialized, I would have felt guilty probably all my life. So I wish to express my gratitude to all the distinguished panelists to have accepted my request, and the DUBS members, the faculty members, as well as the students for making it happen. Students, you might have noticed and now heard also from Bisma that the panelists in this discussion, in this event, in the morning session as well as in the afternoon session, are from very diverse fields. And what is common between them? The common between them is that they are highly accomplished personalities in the respective areas in which they chose to be in. But more importantly today, perhaps, the common denominator is that they were all students of this department. So dear students, take few years away from them and they would be sitting here, and add few years in you and you will be sitting here. And sitting here on the dais and addressing and advising your future juniors. I wish this happened someday. We may not be there. So this is an extraordinary moment where we are going to witness the past, the present, and the future meeting one another, interacting with each other, and exchanging valuable tips. So please do make the most of it. I once again thank all the panelists and welcome each one of them and express my gratitude wholeheartedly, and welcome you once again in your own department, actually, in your own alma mater. And now I would like to welcome each one of them in a very botanical way.
To Mr. Kunal Satyarthi. To Dr. Shashank Maurya. Professor Vijay Rani Rajpal. And Dr. Anuradha Agrawal.
Now I request Manisha to take the program.
Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much, Manisha.
Ladies and gentlemen, we enter the most anticipated part of the event. Each panelist will deliver a thought-provoking speech sharing personal anecdotes, insights, and lessons learned from their unique journeys. Following the panelists' speeches, the floor will be opened for the audience questions after all the speeches are done. So without any further ado, I invite our first panelist, Mr. Kunal Satyarthi, to impart his wisdom and insights. Sir, please.
So, very good morning to all of you present here in this beautiful hall that used to be a library when I was if I remember correctly, we used to have some great times here looking at those great books in this hall. But I thought I'll go to that lower hall and start talking about things. And it would be great to speak from the forum from which you have heard as great guys like Professor C.R. Babu and Mohan Ram and Dakshini. I thought we'll have that there, but anyway. So thanks to ma'am for this innovative step. I hope I could have been on the other side 20 years back and people could have come and spoken and I could have chosen my career, right? It would have been great to have such a system in place in those days. You all privileged that under the leadership of the head of department and the current faculty members at the Department of Botany, this was thought about, and this was thought about a month back. We in government and Ministry of Home think in days and minutes. No, the weather has changed today, so there is no heat wave kind of stuff. But ma'am was after calling me up almost 15 days, 1 month back, and calling my boss also at the same time. I got a call when both of us got a call sometime. So the Home Secretary is not here because he is extremely busy with a lot of stuff that is happening. But thanks to the organizers and the students of the Department of Botany, and thanks to all the esteemed panelists who know botany much more than I know botany. I have forgotten conveniently or inconveniently in my life, but I would not be. I was telling iska naam batana padega botany ka jo aapne diya hai paudha. I was getting a scare, but this is the first time I've entered the room of the head of department. Second time, once I came for something else. So this is the second time I have got into this room of the head of department. It was quite a scary room. I think ma'am says it is quite liberal now, but those were the days. Getting into a room of the professor was also quite a different challenge. If you get into a room of Professor Dakshini, you need to be prepared for a lot of questions that he will ask you. He will never answer the right answer, right? He will never say, ye pauda kaun sa? He will say, iska wo dekho, and all that. But those were the days. I think I have come to this university 2.5 years. I have been in the National Disaster Management Authority. I actually belong to the Indian Forest Service and got Himachal Pradesh cadre. And then I have moved on in life into various other things. I'll just share that as we go ahead in the next 10 minutes. But it's always great coming to this place. The first time I came after joining Delhi was in the annual day of the Kirodimal College function across this road. There's some new auditorium that has come up, and I came almost 1 year back, and that was the best event I've gone to, in spite of all the other events that we keep going to, but that is the one I cherish the most, and this might be the second one. It's always great to come to your alma mater and take the floor on the other side. It's quite ritual to do it other way around in all the auditoriums in the world, but this is the most prestigious place I'll value after the KM College, because there is where you do your botany BSc. So good initiative, ma'am, and thanks to this welcome that I have and a beautiful day in Delhi. But to start with, recollecting walking in these corridors and looking at these trees, 3 of them called monkey puzzle tree or something. You know, I came to know about this, and there was used to be a water drinking hole. I call it water hole from the forestry perspective. On the other side, I was looking for that, but those were the days walking in these corridors. On Saturday was quite normal. Professor C.R. Babu used to have 4 boards on Saturday, and would speak non-stop for 4 hours. I have not seen somebody speaking like that in my life after seeing so many people in India and across the world. I don't know, you have heard about this gentleman. He still is quite active and still calls me, क्या कर रहा है तू, बकवास करता है, क्या सरकार में क्या करने को रखा है. This is the kind of statement he has today also. You know, you just do nothing in the government and stuff. He is the man who can have the audacity to say that, but it's great to have that wisdom from him. So 89, 92, I went to Credimal College, came from a small town in Bokaro Steel City in Bihar, now Jharkhand. Things have changed across the world, so I came here and got admitted in the Credimal College and the hostel thereof. And I am a proud alumni of the, we had a meeting, we had a function just 1 month back of the Credimal College Alumni Association and also the Hostel Association. So all of them are very active. I also belong to the Jubilee Hall Alumni Association, which is one of the most powerful association in the world, I can say that. If you are anywhere in the world and you write something on that, there is somebody posted in some place of the world who can help you with whatever it is. So first thing is that it's good to have a very vibrant alumni association, and that I'll request, and we requested the principal of KM College, not that is taking shape very well. We all contributing to make the auditorium of KM College much better. We've got a lot of money sanctioned for the auditorium of the KM College, but it is good to weave the alumni. I met my home secretary and we discovered over some other discussion that he belonged to the same department, right? And he's the most powerful secretary in the country right now. But you have people across the government, in the academic world, and the other panelists are all academician. I'm the only non-academician here, but it's full of botanists across the country. We need to weave them together. In fact, I was recollecting the Department of Biotechnology, Joint Secretary is from Botany Department, Chaitanya Murthy. He's a great friend of mine, Forest Service, Tripura cadre, and he's from the Botany Department. The Department of Science, Technology, all these departments I think are full of people from Botany Department. We need to weave a network of them. But recollecting my days, coming from a small town to Delhi and getting lost in the corridors of Credimal College, Professor Menon, and I'm going to a marriage today, Renu Katparia, madam, and so on and so forth. So those were the Kusum, madam. So it was great to come to Botany Department. I did not come by choice. I came by, you applied in Delhi University, in different colleges. It was not such a systematic system then. You applied somewhere. I was studying in KM College, asking somebody, KM College kahan par hai? So I remember that I narrated this in the KM Alumni Day. But you fill up a form, one of the colleges picks you, some of them don't. But that doesn't mean, so you land in a particular college and then you struggle for the hostel and you set your feet inside this beautiful campus. So having done that, I did a MSc from this prestigious department of botany under those great legends. You would name some of them, Professor C.R. Babu. I remember them by name. I might not remember all the secretaries in the Ministry of Home Affairs, but I remember most of them by heart. Let me test my memory. Professor C.R. Babu, Professor H.Y. Mohan Ram, both Bhatnagars, A.K. Bhatnagar and S.P. Bhatnagar, Professor Babbar, Professor Rajendra Gupta, then V.P. Singh, P.D. Sharma, Professor Dakshini, who was in Dehradun and who passed away recently, amazing gentleman, Professor K.G. Mukherjee, Bhatla Saab, then Raghavan Saab, Sahani Saab, I'm missing some, Bhandari Saab, Rashid Sir, A.K. Raina Saab, S.S. Roy, sorry, I just remember the names. Very difficult to understand biotechnology and genes coming out of here and there. So it was a class, it was a terrible class. Slicing and all that, I don't remember the terms also. But anyway, so I owe whatever, so we went here, we did a MSc, I landed in MPhil. I did a MPhil also with Professor Raghavan, and thereafter I was almost registered for a PhD program with Professor Sahini. I still remember. And then I went to the law faculty and started doing law. But then I decided, let me take a call at this examination called UPSC, right? So वो देने का शौक चढ़ा. Then I went into a groove called CSL just behind this building. I think I remember the building. I like to visit that today. I spent many hours there. 1 year you have to give it to that, and then CSL told आप MPhil के नहीं हो, PhD नहीं है, आपको नहीं अंदर आने दिया जाएगा. Then you sneak into CRL, this is across the road, Central Reference Library, and then you are thrown out of the hostel, and then you search for a house in Model Town and Vijay Nagar and Hudson Line and Outram Line, if I know the names correctly till now. So that is 25. This is, I'm talking about 90, 89, 92, 92 onwards. So this is some prehistorical type of situation that I'm talking about. Things must have changed, but going to all the chai walas here and the Maggi walas and Bhelpuri walas and the Hindu Rao omelette wala and all that. So having done that, now coming to the point, what do you do in life? I don't know how many hostelers are here or how many people from outside Delhi are here, but both. I think it was a great mix. I know all my classmates. We have a great WhatsApp group. I know all my classmates by now also, and we can talk on a WhatsApp group. So then you start getting into UPSC and all that. So I studied for 1 year, and simultaneously was also after Professor Saini ki PhD le lo, JRF bhi ho gaya hai, UGC JRF. So hostel is required to survive in this beautiful campus and stuff. So you had to, and there were a lot of professors who were saying, isko nahi lena hai because ye to sab UPSC wale hain. ये वेस्ट करेंगे हमारा सीट एंड ऑल दैट, सो इसको नहीं लेना. सम ऑफ द प्रोफेसर्स आर लिबरल, सो आई डोंट नो हु इज लिबरल नाउ और नॉट लिबरल, but Raghavan Saab and Sani Saab used to be quite liberal, and they gave us opportunity to do an MPhil and register in a PhD program. So I qualified into the Indian Forest Service. I also got into the railway traffic and all that, but got Himachal Pradesh cadre and fell in love with the forest. It came naturally because if you're a botanist and you get Forest Service and you get Himachal Pradesh, I think God has been extremely generous to me. And I went into Himachal Pradesh. Almost 15 years I worked in the field as district forest officer, Kullu, Manali, Shimla, etc., etc. So I know the mountains by like my palm. I've climbed all the mountains. I used to do lovely trekking, hiking. So those were the great days. But if you choose this as an option, it is not a job. It is not a 9-to-5 job. It is a passion. Forest service is like playing cricket and or any other passion that you might have. So you need to actually start enjoying this. So these kind of, not being derogatory to my other batchmates, I come from a colony which is full of 400 bureaucrats, which has all the services, railway, revenue, or whatever. You name the service and they are there. You need to be joint secretary and above to be in the New Motibag colony. But some of the jobs are more passion oriented or not a job. So it is not like going to office and signing few files and coming back. It's also about enjoying what you're doing. So if you take this route, then please be sure to spend time in some small towns of the country. All the secretaries that you see in the government of India or in the bureaucracy have spent initial 15-20 years in towns that you don't even know where they are. If I tell you the names, you can't find it on Google location. So there were small towns, Chamba, Pangi. Have you heard about a place called Pangi? Larji, my first posting, Great Himalayan National Park. And I used to have a mobike and go hiking in the mountains. So if you want to do that, it is not a very luxurious, it looks very fine. You have all the perks and privileges. You can get anything done in the government or not in the government if you so desire. But that comes with a price of 15-20 years of great grounding in the field situation. And I have been posted as director of the Great Himalayan National Park, one of the 750 square kilometers of mountains without any human beings. Amazing place. Just go there and enjoy nature, and I'll also document and stuff. So then I moved on to, I got bored of fighting all the politicians and bureaucrats and the presswalas and Zilla Parishad and all that, and thought I'll take a respite. It's great to have a good fight with all your politicians. I used to fight with my chief minister, who is no more there, Veerbhadra Singh and all that. So it's good to have that, if you have the passion to save your trees. And they used to say, isko to peds ka, matlab, he just, I'm walking 2,000 kilometers from my original hometown, doesn't matter if you transfer me here. My salary is assured, my home is assured, my office, peon, car, driver are assured. Doesn't matter where you post me. But wherever I am posted, I am taking care of no tree should be cut and there should be great plantation effect. So it was a great time, 15-20 years, amazing times of being DFO Kullu, 5 years, DFO Kullu Manali, amazing place to meet. I met all the Bollywood stars there, and they used to kind of go over the board to please you and go and meet you. So I think having done that, I went to the Forest Academy, and I thought I'll produce more of my kind, more of the people who are honest and upright and enjoy their job. So I spent 4 years in the Forest Academy, and some of the guys were troubling the country now with stopping programs and fighting for elephants, and Wayanad elephant problem that you're seeing right now are my probationers, proudly. So they have taken and I'll go back to the academy soon when I get bored of Delhi busy life. So the rest was there, and then I was also, I thought academy mein padha liya, now let me do some research. So I went to the Forest Research Institute, and I was head of the silviculture division and editor of the Indian Forester, the oldest journal of forestry, for almost 2-3 years. So that was a great experience looking at the scientists and the scientific community, and coming to DST all the time. DPT used to have the secretary from Department of Botany. I am forgetting her name. Yeah, and she was quite kind to me and say, "Jo program lena le jao, jo project lena le jao. You're from the Botany department, okay? Take 4 programs from here." So having done that, I went to Australia. I thought I learned more of botany and forestry. I've forgotten people. So I did a master's in public policy from the Australian National University in Canberra. And also was registered for a PhD program again, and the professor developed a cold feet. And I told you, you're such a restless creature. I can't imagine you doing a PhD with me. Although I'm ready to give you all the scholarship. You have the academic bent, you have the access to all the information and the wisdom of field, but I can't imagine you sitting in a room thinking about a research question, pro or anti that research question, and writing a beautiful piece of PhD thesis of 250 pages or 500 pages. So then I came back and went to the state, and I was handling a lot of departments altogether, all the departments that were difficult for normal bureaucrats to handle, and I named them Department of Science Technology, Biotechnology, looking at the Wetland Authority of Himachal Pradesh as Secretary, Biodiversity Board as Secretary, and Patents Office, GI, Geographical Indicator and Patents Office, and all that. So that was 3 years, and now I am here in Delhi in a totally different role. So what I want to tell you that if you take this job, I think it takes you from the ground zero to towns that you don't even know. By this choice I have seen the whole of India, almost all the 36 states and union territories, and traveled extensively on road, because that makes you much more wiser. Not saying that the books don't make you wiser, but it should be tested in the ground also. So it's a great opportunity to work in the field, and I've also gone to all the COPs. So all the conferences, Glasgow, Sharm el Sheikh, Dubai, next COP is going to happen in Brazil. So I have also negotiate part-time, so that I call my boss that this is my rest time. And you get into more of academics and look at all the documents of all the countries, and then negotiate for the country and say this is doable and this is not doable. So much carbon reduction is possible, so much is not possible. I negotiate on loss and damage and adaptation and those kind of words which MOEF doesn't feel comfortable negotiating on. So that is what I have been doing, and having been to all the conference of parties, I've attended COP of wetland, COP of biodiversity, COP of climate change is the most biggest conference of parties, but going there and negotiating for the country is also an opportunity that comes to you. And you travel all the countries. So my current count is 51 countries in the world. I want to finish with at least more than 100 before I retire. But that will come by the work you do. If you become a normal bureaucrat and get into something else in life, which is a priority for a lot of, I should not say that from a public forum, but if you don't do that and you still want to be academically inclined and read and study and write and document and speak, it makes a lot of sense to the world. People require those kind of so I think I have taken my quota of time, but only thing I say, this is if you want to take this, I don't know how many, because I come to the hostels and the Jubilee halls, everybody say I want to become a bureaucrat. I don't know. I was overhearing the conversation in the HOD's room, and I came to know that a lot of you want to get into research and get into teaching job. That those are jobs I could not do. So don't feel anything about that. So those are amazing jobs. You know, teachers are. See, I remember all the names of my teachers. I don't remember names of all my bosses now. Right? I don't remember those names. I would have forgotten them by design, or just because they did not make an impact on my mind. So my thoughts go that I will hear other panelists also, and they would say that bureaucrats are not great and academics is amazing. So I'm being alone on this stage. I'm trying to fight for the cause of the UPSC and the bureaucracy. But if you've seen that movie 12th Fail, या क्या 12th Pass? So we have lived those lives in Mukherjee Nagar and Indira Vihar. So, but nothing, no regrets at all, and it was an amazing journey throughout life. A lot of my batchmates were great in academics, did not get into this and are doing something else. But those things are happening. Don't take it. I know this is a very struggle phase. You know, suddenly in MSc you realize if you come from some small town of the country, and then you suddenly realize अब तो मजा खत्म हो गया ना, BSc भी हो गया, MSc भी हो गया, अब तो नौकरी ढूंढना है. And then you get to, I know a lot of you must be in that stage that now the pressure will come that what job you want to do. So one of the options I have suggested you, there would be more options coming from all my esteemed panelists who have also done such great work. But good to meet all of them and look forward to strengthening this alumni association that you have started today. And I think there should be more of the people who are called to make them go through the rigors. But you are at the right place at the right time, is what I can say. I think I don't know much about how biotechnology is growing. I've heard this in my home because my wife is also a classmate from this department and from Delhi, and she teaches in the Acharya Naren Dev College. But she says biotechnology, jahan jao bolte hain biotechnology karna hai, microbiology karna hai. But botany is hardcore, and I am a very strong. I was destined to be joint secretary HRD. Had I landed there, or I would land there some point of time, then I think this is very important to have the rigors of the general science before migrating into any specialized science. It's my personal thought, and I know the lady who drafted the new national education policy. She is a neighbor. Her husband is the DG of the National Disaster Response Force. So Anita ma'am, I keep talking to her, and this is revolutionary. It is taking the system slightly differently, but we need to evolve as an education system, because that is what you can do abroad. I can study music with biotechnology abroad, and I am a strong support of the fact that after doing your grounding of general science, there should be possibility to migrate into the domain that you want to. You can't do general science. That is what Japan has done, which was also zero in 1947, and we were also zero in 1947, because they allow from 12th onwards to get into a particular field very quickly. So that bargain is there in the national education policy, but it is throwing amazing opportunity for the students and teachers to reinvent the wheel rather than being frozen in time. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think these were the thoughts I shared extempo, and look forward to more association with the department, and I am available for any contribution I can do to this alumni association or to this department whenever possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening lecture. Moving on, with sincere admiration, I would like to invite Dr. Shashank Maurya to inspire students with his words. Thank you.
Well, my wife also happens to be a botany honors graduate from MH, and then we married. She was already a law graduate, so it was becoming very difficult to handle her, manage her. So I also did law, and since then the things are okay, better. Yesterday night I started jotting down some talking points, particularly thinking the constraint of the time put on us, and as I finished jotting down the program, that jotting down was necessary for me, because old people like me go astray, retelling their stories, brooding over the past, and the Generation Z is hardly interested in that. But thank you, you said you will be sharing our personal anecdotes also. So yes, it will have some personal anecdotes also. By the way, yesterday after finishing writing my talking point, Mr. Kunal Satyarthi, I was watching the documentary series Poacher. And I think in the third episode I was there, and a junior forest officer said, he was asked to go for some spying and tracking the ivory trade people, and he said, "Sir, I am a botanist." But then, when you are in a job, you are in a job. So that is how you keep on diversifying your subjects, and today, frankly speaking, a diversified expertise is the need of the time. You need to think end to end. Well, the topic is pathways for career guidance. The question is, can I guide in the limited time you have given to me? I will say the answer is a big no. You may say maybe yes. I may say maybe yes. But well, friends, you are the judges. I leave it to you to whatever I am saying. I was remembering in my 40 plus years careers in Indian Council of Agriculture Research, what was my most dear subject, the first and the last love of subject. And Suman, I remembered the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, where I had the good fortune of giving the first draft also way back in October 1993. You know, guiding the younger generation, I'm remembering, you know, a few of my interactions, two who continued their career in India, two who settled in the business of intellectual property rights in Germany, Max Planck Institute. And what happens is the difference in education, sorry to talk a bit about that, but it's a system's problems, not of it, nobody, no individual is responsible. So girl from University of Bombay telephones me, I'm parking my car, and she says, sir, can you tell me something about the Plant Variety and Farmers' Rights Act? I have been given assignment, and if I don't complete that assignment, I won't get my master's degree. So can you tell me something about in 15 minutes? I said, beta, I did not understand this law in 30 years. What I am going to tell you in 15 minutes? Similarly, one of my colleague scientists, having the law coming, they were told by a private seed company that your parental lines have been taken by another private seed company and they are registering hybrids in the... And so that influenced the director and they filed a case in the quasi-judicial authority of PPR authority. And suddenly they found the law has seeped in so much in trade and law firms that there is hardly any good lawyers available for the public sector. And I was driving my car in, sir, please talk to my lawyer. The director saying, please talk to my lawyer for 15 minutes. I am saying, my dear friend, the lawyer from the private company is a person who left his All India services, the revenue service, started in income tax, and you name a field of law and he is running almost a multinational law firm in Delhi. And you want me to guide you in 15 minutes, having myself not understood the law. And you want to win the case? But anyway, I guided them. Sometimes failure is also a big success. For those people, failure became a big success. For research reforms in the public system. Suman, I was forwarded a girl from Germany by Sudhir Kochad when the question of botanical characterization of plant varieties, DUS, etc., distinctness, uniformity, stability was there. Because Kochad said to her, now I can't, he can perhaps tell. And I have not seen that girl, believe me. And when she writes her thesis from PhD in law from Max Planck Institute of Intellectual Property, Competition and Taxation Laws, I mean, what can be a great satisfaction than she writing that? But for 3 people, luckily I was one in them, this chapter on farmers' right would not have been just possible. It's not about appreciating myself. The other girl came to me, an Indian girl, now a professor in the same institute, doing PhD law. She came with her father, a grey man, retired as the head of the department in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and talked to me for almost 2 hours. And then the professor, the retired professor from AIIMS, must have been an excellent researcher. He said, beta, telling her daughter, his daughter, though it's already a well-researched area, think of something else. I said, sir, what are you talking? You call it a well-researched area, just talking 2 hours to me. And then he said, I came with her, that to the students, these bureaucrats and technocrats are not really responsive to their interests. And I thought if I go with her, maybe somebody will consider my grey hairs and give her some time. She is a professor of intellectual property right, ethics, digital science and whatnot. So, well, that's my address to the students, and so you are the best judge what I am going to tell. Well, Delhi University provides an excellent environment. I'm really proud of it. I have guided people, was somebody wanting to come to a course which is not of his or her interest, getting in DU and then getting a second or third choice in a prestigious institution. And I have always guided, go for the DU course, forget about, this is only a learning phase. The environment it gives you to personality, for personality development is something different, I sometimes say I've been to an IPR expert in IIT Delhi also, I've been to another IITs also. I don't find the environment that I saw in the Delhi University. Coming to the botany department, today is the time for expertise in more than one subject. And I remember my guides, Professor Mohan Ram and Professor Dakshani, diversifying in that time in their own way. And I had my specialization in a small project covering ecology, taxonomy, economic botany and chemotaxonomy. Professor Mohan Ram, then of course Professor Mohan Ram, ecology, economic botany, physiology, embryology and blah blah whatever. Professor Babu, he mentioned, I remember somebody asking them that you are shifting to molecular biology, you were recruited for taxonomy. And then this man, the great man, is now talking about conservation and restoring the biodiversity, considering the land capabilities classification and so many things. So the appreciation of the diversity of subjects that rooted in me here itself. Anuradha, you are talking about internet age and what I are going to tell them. I remember two things, two quotations. A great venture capitalist Vinod Khosla once said, if there is a problem, there is an opportunity. If there is a big problem, there is a big opportunity. Another journalist and satirist H.L. Mencken said, to every problem there is a solution. To every problem there is a solution which is simple, direct and wrong. Sorry friends, there is no easy solution for a good career. As I said, change times require much more diversified expertise, and that expertise in its length, breadth and depth. A few things from, I forgot to tell about the panel of variety of experts. I should acknowledge that also. I remember when I was doing my law degree in the evening. The first 1.5 year was very easy. The professor was very careful, not serious about our attendance. The young students were also helping us and doing proxy for us, and we were hardly attending the law classes. Let me admit that. But in the second 1.5 year of the law in evening college, ARST, Dholakua, the professor was very strict. And my colleagues, joint secretaries, even secretaries attending law course, secretary to the Government of India doing law course. Even a 65-year-old villager from Gurgaon was doing law with us. And the best time in those, because this attendance became so necessary with the strict professor, so we were all there for a good part of those 1.5 years. There was a ramshackle canteen, and I tell you, where there you used to, or before and after the classes, we used to interact with the creme de la creme of the bureaucracy, different All India services. It was the best treat of the law course, in addition to the knowledge of law, which teaches you to talk logic. I remember another program on multidisciplinary science and multidisciplinary perspectives in science and technology at National Institute of Advanced Studies in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And all the middle and higher level technocrats from different departments, SMACE, atomic energy, industrial research, non-conventional energy, ICR, ICSR, so many, we were there. And we had a panel discussion in the Kabini Resort, excellent we're talking about sharing experiences before the session, and the environment of the sharing experiences was adjoining was a bar, and in the room we were discussing sharing the experiences. Anuradha, we were talking about no vertical growth possible, and though were the technocrats, knowing fully well this vertical growth is no more there. So, some of us got selected for a visit to Israel from such of those programs, and again, we have all technocrats, middle and high level, senior level technocrats had our frustration and disillusion, but we survived and thrived in that environment. And then we were there in Israel. Oh, if we have survived and thrived in government of India, let us at least float on the Dead Sea near Israel. So we floated on the Dead Sea. The salt water is more than 30% in the Dead Sea. And if you know a bit of swimming, floating on it with a magazine or a newspaper is not difficult. So we floated on the Dead Sea. So that is the kind of expertise, the creme de la creme here and in middle and higher level. The question is, can they really guide you? Well, that is your take. I have nothing to say. A few things from my career journey. I started from Western Rajasthan, working on semi-arid and arid areas, talking about rangeland conservation and improvements in that area, learning engineering, contour burns and contour trenching, and putting species depending upon the land capability classification in a rocky area, Dichanthium annulatum at the lower watershed portion, maybe jowar or bajra and things like that. So whole watershed management we learnt, and as I came to NBPGRs, the issue of biodiversity and germ plant variability, moved on to plant breeding, seed science and technology, intellectual property rights, farmers' rights, community rights, access and benefit sharing, traditional knowledge, converting rural innovations into intellectual property and intellectual property. I was not audible. Oh, you should have said it. You should have said it. So intellectual property rights, then biotechnology, genetic modification, the startups, entrepreneurs, unicorns. When all these issues, it's not just the policies. And policy research has become very, very important today. What you need to understand is both policies and the politics. Well, at the end of the day, research and education reforms is something should be very near and dear to us. I was really fortunate to be associated with the task of making research and education glamorous in ICAR. In 2014, I was finalizing the rules and guidelines for professional service functions for ICR, consultancy, contract research, contract service, etc., etc. And the financial advisor and IAS, he was a bureaucrat junior to me in Delhi University and from Delhi School of Economics. And when I took to him the drafted guidelines, he acknowledged my seniority from Delhi University. Maurya, you want me to read these 50 pages of guidelines, fully knowing them, and a financial advisor of 7 ministries. Manka, who said to you that you read these 50 pages, but I won't spare you unless you read the first 25 pages at least. And then I had added some incentive, monetary incentive to the working scientist in the R&D system, and what I had put was, if you are a head of the department or a director of an institute, you can have an incentive of 1 lakh over and above your salary in a 1 year. But if it goes beyond 1 lakh, it must go to ICR headquarters. But if you are a scientist or head of the department under the director in ICR system, the director can sanction you an incentive of 10 lakh, up to 10 lakh rupees. And beyond 10 lakh, if it goes, it has to come to ICRS headquarters. There is a 3-tier system also built in that. So this financial advisor says to me, Maurya, as an additional secretary of IAS, I have not been able to sanction more than my DA bill to me, and you are telling me to director to sanction for himself a 1 lakh rupee additional benefit over and above the salary and 10 lakh for others. One of my colleague scientists in the second meeting said, Sir, इसको क्लियर कर दीजिए गाइडलाइंस को, बहुत टाइम हो गया, ये तो PhD से ज़्यादा हो गई. I was not there in that second meeting of briefing about the guidelines to him, and he threw the guidelines. कहते ऐसी PhD तो हम रोज़ करते हैं, 50 करते हैं. I blasted that junior scientist of mine and said, what are you talking, we have to go. And then I took it to the governing body, and again the scientist said, Aman, we have to get the approval from Ministry of Finance also. But by that time, the additional secretary, financial advisor, and I had gone to Brazil also together, so I had taken him to the carnival famous dance of Brazil. Very honest person, पूजा पाठ करने वाला आदमी. मैंने कहा यार सब कुछ यहीं रह जाएगा, डांस देखने चलते हैं. You are a bureaucrat. गाड़ी सामने ऑडी पड़ी है, एक बिगनिक प्राइवेट सीट कंपनी पर्सन, एक करोड़पति इज द ड्राइवर फॉर अस, एंड आई कांट मिस दिस थिंग. He came with me, we spent some $112, I made him also spend $120 for the ticket, and then he cleared my guidelines. And when the scientist said getting approval from the Ministry of Finance, he said, I am the finance ministry. What will finance ministry say? See, so that is the kind of reforms, you have थोड़ा हटके सोचना पड़ेगा. Of course, there are issues in implementation of those things. But the key point is making research and education financially attractive. Well, about the nature and content of panel discussion, I'm just concluding now. I'm remembering an Australian seminar, Mr. Satyarthi again, at the University of Canberra. Just listen to the topic, the titles of the topic, 6 days conference. And the title of this conference was Environmental Humanities Conference. 6 days conference, my role was on the last day, Saturday. The first part of the symposium was, the title was Affective Habitus. Affective Habitus, New Environmental Histories of Botany, Zoology and Emotions. News, environmental histories. See, this is the end-to-end thinking. The second part of the seminar, artists and writers in critical dialogue with nature ecosystem. The third part of the seminar, in which also I was on the last thing. The title was Colloquium on Seed Banks and Cultural Interest in Seeds. And I was in the last part, Seeds, the Source of Life. And what was this discussion? They had chosen 6 IPR law professors and 6 conservation biologists from the top botanic gardens of the world. I was taken on board as an IPR law professor, and they had given us 4 questions. I can't be telling those 4 questions here. Everybody had to speak on answering those 4 questions in the 10 minutes time slot given. And afterwards, lunch. What they said? These are the 16 questions, and we have to develop a scoping paper for conservation and utilization of biodiversity still held with the aboriginals of Australia. And who had sponsored it financially? A multinational company dealing from biodiversity to bioeconomy. I mean, that is the kind of length, breadth and depth we need to have. Well, in 2010, I was visiting Cambridge Botanic Garden, and the in charge of the Botanic Garden was showing us the garden, and I was seeing a building coming up, multi-storied building coming up. And I, out of my curiosity, I asked, what is this building coming up in a botanic garden? He said, well, the Sainsbury, the superstore chain, Sainsbury, they are funding it, and we are going to have 800 plus taxonomists in this building. That was my 2010. What is the situation? I don't know. Finally, I'll conclude with this statement of Professor Mohan Ram. Well, friends, there is always a place at the top. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. It is with a profound sense of regard that I now invite Professor Vijay Rani Rajpal to please grace us with her invaluable words. Please.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to all of you. And in the beginning itself, I'm thankful to Suman ma'am for inviting us to our own department and giving us this opportunity to interact with you all. It's really nostalgic today, how many years down the lane. I was here between 89 to 96. Came from a very small town, a very shy and timid girl. 1989, joined this department for MPhil. I'm not as fortunate as you all to have studied from Delhi University colleges for my undergrad and masters from this department. I have studied from Haryana, Government College Hisar for my BSc, and it was not even an honors program. It was 10 plus 2 program BSc, where I studied botany, zoology, and chemistry. And then went on to do MSc in botany from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. My majors, we had a different system there. We had the option to choose majors, and I chose majors in genetics in my both years of MSc. So became passionate about genetics, but was tired of staying in the hostels. Like after doing my 10th class, I was studying out away from my parents. So, a point came that I thought, no, enough. And my parents were here in Delhi, so I decided that whatever the subject, whatever the discipline, I'm going to stay in not in a hostel anymore, and I'm going to stay at home. So came here to the department looking for somebody who could guide me in genetics. Heard a lot about, I had my mentor, Professor MLH Kaul at Kurukshetra University. He was really fond of Maheshwaris. And I had a senior, Suvina Sharma, who was working in Maheshwari's lab. So he gave me, that sequence of guides here. Go to Maheshwari, if he agrees, fine. Otherwise, go to H.Y. Mohan Ram. If he agrees, fine. If not, then, okay, you can follow your passion. Then you have Rana there. So, obediently, I followed that sequence, went to Maheshwari's. Maheshwari's was about to shift, to South Campus and all. So it did not materialize. Mohan Ram sir was about to retire. So he told me that, look, I can't kind of assure you PhD, I might retire before that. So not taking any fresh PhDs now. So I happened to go to Professor Raina, my subject, my passion. It's been a wonderful, wonderful journey, how the department has helped me transform. Can't ever imagine being on the dais, being on wherever I have been. So owe everything to this department, to the teachers. Sir vividly said that he remembers names of every teacher. It is difficult to kind of forget the contribution of your team. Whatever we are, it is because of our teachers. I strongly believe in this thing, that whatever we learn for the first time. Many of the things we do not know. Now it is an age of internet. Ours was a very different age. We had questions, no answers. And most of the answers would come from the teachers. Most of the concepts would come from the teachers. So we are indebted, like we don't have words to express what these teachers have molded us into. Good, bad, or average, we don't know. But whatever we are, it is all because of this department. And let me tell you, because I have MSc and PhD students here, those were different days. Much different from what is today. We used to work, like department used to be a celebration point. We used to work so hard. I submitted my thesis in 3.5 years, which is an exception in Professor Raina's lab. But my working hours used to be 5:30 in the morning. And I used to reach every day 9:45, 9:30. No Sunday, no Saturday, no 26th, no 15th August. Most of the work was done in, half of the work used to be done here in Department of Botany, half in JNU, half in ICGP, half in NII, begging, borrowing. That was the style of working there. We didn't have much infrastructure. We didn't have facilities. We didn't have grants, but then a strong passion to do something. We didn't have distractions, actually. We didn't have internet. So that's how maybe we were grounded. Whatever we had this, the department, the lab, the colleagues. And I remember vividly, like 8:30, it would be people working in the department, like you had Pandita coming from Babu's lab. You have Murli coming from Satya's lab. Then Parida and we all at Rana Saab's lab. And such wonderful, meaningful discussions. Everybody helping another person. Like I have a paper where I helped doing cytophotometry for one of Bhojwani Saab's students. They were not divisions, because we had limited. Whatever the facilities were there in the department, they were shared. And there used to be fights. Because resources were limited, we used to fight a lot. Like in the lab, there used to be always like, why she's taking longer time on that machine? Why she's given that facility? Why she's given that permission? So these kinds, that used to be the feeling. So achievements were big. All those people, they have become big shots. Of course, you people all are very hardworking, but getting nostalgic and remembering all those times. Then after doing PhD, teaching was never my forte. I was looking for all the postdoctoral positions outside, and teachers here, they also wanted me to go. They were fond of me, in a way. I was an MSc topper when I came here. Another, story that lights up my mind all the times. Shubdarshini Tripathi, who is now ambassador to Russia. She was my classmate here. She was an MSc topper of the department. We both joined MPhil, the same supervisor, Professor Rana. But having a top position for 4 semesters in the MSc, I was tired. Staying in the hostels were, again, very, very tiring experience. So I thought, let Shubdarshini, top in the MPhil, and I'll enjoy. But it so happened, and my elder sister's wedding, it got fixed. So I was all in a very jolly mood, shopping and enjoying. And we were great friends. We both stayed in Shalimar Bagh. Used to come together, live together. And I used to say, Shubha, tu top karna, bas mujhe maza karna hai is baar. But it so happened, Shubha was also inclined towards UPSC. So it so happened that I topped again. And it was a news that somebody outside Delhi University can top Delhi University department. The feeling was always that it is still there. Now I am a Delhi University person even. I have this feeling that Delhi University people are superior. Superior not because they belong to Delhi University, because the curriculum is so strong. I feel the difference. The kind of things that we study now in Delhi University curriculum, I did not study. My core botany was so weak. I was so dreadful of teaching, of being a teacher. That's how, when this position of Hansraj College came, and, generally it is a position in a lecturer position, a teaching position in botany. But this position was advertised with a specialization in genetics. I was the most eligible candidate that time. Professor Rana was in Japan doing some fellowship. He was not available. I was not keen to apply. And Professor Ganpati, Professor Babu, I remember Babu sir's, dialogues. Who else than you, Vijay? What is the problem? You joined here. It is a very prestigious college. After that also you can go for your PDFs, you have to join. And I kind of applied. I was taken in. And then the transformation occurred, you know. Suman ma'am called me to share my experiences of being a college teacher. It started from someone who did not like teaching at all. I found it really hard, but then put in a lot of effort, tried to understand the subject, and today it is my passion. A few years after joining Hansraj, I did not apply anywhere else. People asked me that you are eligible to apply. Once I applied for a departmental position. Very soon after joining Hansraj, I was not taken in. There were senior members. Renu ma'am was taken in for that position. So Puri sir came. Of course, she deserved it better. She was senior, much, much senior than me. After that, I have not applied anywhere, and Hansraj is my place, and I love being at Hansraj. I love being a college teacher now. Why it is so? Why college teaching is so exciting for me? Because, you know, it is not about teaching actually. It is about continuous learning. To be able to teach, you have to learn yourself every day. It's hard. It's not easy. It's not about giving your lecture and it ends there. You have to come back for the next lecture next day. You have to remain updated. You have to face the audience every day. You have to face the questions. And it's not a fair idea saying that I'll read and come back with the answer next day. It's not a fair idea. Once in a while, you can always buy this argument, but then you have to defend yourself as a teacher, so you have to work really hard. But then, whenever you perform, look, I'm speaking, I'm listening myself. That happens in the class also. There are bad days, there are good days also. At times you do not perform, you do not give a good lecture due to, you know, many reasons. But at times, when you are able to deliver and you see the spark in the students' eyes, that is all. That is so satisfying. That motivates you to work to any limits, to do anything for the students. And any teacher would feel that. I have felt it after every lecture of mine, and have tried to work harder to be able to satisfy my students. I don't know to what degree we are successful, but we always attempt. The teachers always attempt. So it's a continuous learning process. And being in a college, it's all the more satisfying and gratifying because our audience is 18 years old children. Mostly, I'm at Hansraj, a very prestigious college, attracts the best in the country. We have the cream of students coming to our college. Most of them, they wanted to become doctors. They were NEET aspirants. And they have a feeling, they are depressed at the times that we are losers, we couldn't make it. But then telling them that you did not lose anything, you have so much to gain. And you can mentor them, you can guide them. They are at an impressionable age. They listen to you, you are their idols. You mentor them, you guide them, you direct them towards science and academics. It's really, really satisfying. And I'm really proud to say, many of you, I don't see my students here. I was just, oh, yeah. I can see her here now. Yeah. Hi. So many of them go to prestigious institutes of the country. I can count ICES, PMB, JNU, you name an institute, students from Hansraj. Once, somebody from PMB met me. And we were in a conference and they patted me. Hello, Hansraj College. I said, yes. क्या भाई क्या करते हो? आधा seats तो Hansraj College ले जाता है PMB में. Right? If there are 8 seats, 4 students will be from Hansraj. And this also we discussed. I discussed so much with Bhatt sir and others. Like where to guide our students, where to send them for masters. What are the best institutes which can train them? And, after that discussion, we identified a few institutes and we always direct the students to those institutes and they are doing wonders. They are brilliant, So college teaching offers you a very beautiful platform to keep yourself upgraded, to continuously learn, and then also to guide and mentor the young generation towards science. So it's a very, very gratifying and satisfying experience. But if you have a research bent of mind, then too, you are not left out. I had a feeling that I'm a researcher. I don't want to do teaching. What will happen to my research? Now colleges under NEP and even before, earlier it was a very comfortable situation in the college. When I joined college, I was a junior most. My immediate senior was 15 years senior to me and 9 people above her. So, they considered me just a baby. Take your classes and you are free to do whatever you want. I used to come to the department every day. For 8-9 long years when Professor Rana was here, I used to be here every day after the college. Used to leave the place at 8 again. And I was continuously involved in research. But now, because those times we didn't have research facilities and research labs in the college. Now, colleges, they offer you all the infrastructure, all the facilities to carry out your research. In my college, every science department, besides the classroom labs, we have research. Every department has one research lab. We have a fellow in chemistry department. He has established a huge setup of a startup, a drug development company, HESIT. The college has provided a whole, one floor to him as the infrastructure. Of course, you have to fetch your external funds. You have to support your research. And, if you are keen, if you are publishing continuously, I don't think it's hard to even get the research projects. You can manage your research grants very well. You have to see how much time, because teaching takes a lot of time in colleges. So you have to manage your time. So doing research is also, practically possible in colleges. So you do not leave on anything, as I had this feeling that my research will be left out. Then now we have NEP program. The 4th year is totally research based. Of course, we are yet to see how it rolls down. We are yet to see. But colleges are gearing up, assembling all the necessary infrastructure and facilities to host the students for 4th year also. So you have ample opportunities to carry research also. Then the other facet, doesn't matter, I think I'll be loud enough, used to speaking in the class. Yeah. So you can perform as a teacher, you can carry out your research programs being a college teacher. And the other opportunity that the colleges offer is administration. The moment you enter a college, you will become convener of some society. You will organize programs, you will organize workshops, seminars, conferences, society festivals, so you gain those organizational skills. Then you have other administrative posts also, like, I don't know how, by default, I became the vice principal, never keen on this. But then gradually you pick up all those skills and you have then administrative roles. So here also, you have an opportunity that you can influence decisions, you can influence policies, you can, promote academics and science or other subjects. So what I want to convey to the young students here is, teaching in a college has been really satisfying for me. Though initially I didn't want to be a teacher. It's been really gratifying and satisfying for me. So if some of you are keen to, take up teaching as a career, I think there are few things, these are the opportunities that I spoke about. I would also like to advise you for some requirements, like how and whatever the lacunae I felt in my initial years. So if you can work upon that, you can really shine as a bright teacher at your entry point itself. It's very, very important to keep your core strong. Like core botany should be a strength for you people. When we are doing research, we become little selective. We are specialized and super specialized for those 6-7 years. And core botany takes a back seat. Maybe that is a major reason that we find teaching difficult. So, if you have decided as teaching to be a career for you, then you can be little vigilant, you can be little, mindful. There's no harm knowing names of all the plants, whatever you come across, gradually over a period of 6 years. There's no harm knowing all the spices that we use at home. There's no harm remembering few things, whatever are taught in the class, while leaving them, that now I am in PhD, what am I supposed to do with the anatomy? What am I supposed to do with the embryological concepts? Actually, cell is integrated. The systems are integrated. For our convenience, we divide them into papers, then into units. Like imagine, I teach Mendelism. How can I teach Mendelism just that I'm a geneticist? What am I supposed to do with sexual reproduction and embryology, and for that matter, cell biology? Can I teach Mendelism without teaching sexual reproduction, without teaching meiosis? No. I take my first 5 classes teaching sexual reproduction of plants and meiosis. Then I touch upon Mendelism. So it's all integrated system. So let's take botany as one core subject and never leave any never undermine any subject. It's all integration. It's a coordinated system. And it's better to make your choices now. Like after PhD, if we decide, then again, there's going to be some lacuna somewhere. It will be a very fair idea that we decide now that, okay, I want to get into teaching. So gear up and prepare for that. It's a wonderful, wonderful journey. There are so many, instances. Maybe I can take 2-3 more minutes. Like, it's a wonderful platform where you keep yourself updated. I always, even now, 27 years of teaching in Hansraj College, and every time I have a feeling, like, what if some student asks me a question which I do not have any idea? मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है. And ऐसे बड़े सारे subjects थे. During COVID times, I remember, I had heard a lot about nanotechnology, even before that. But then I had time and I thought, I don't know much about nanotechnology. If somebody asks me, how do I kind of face it? Then I read, because there was so much time during COVID times, I read a lot on nanotechnology. And I formulated a paper. Whatever I read, I went on writing. Then one day, during COVID times only, I came to Renu ma'am with my draft of that paper. I said, Renu ma'am, I have written this. I am not an expert, but whatever I have intercepted, whatever I understood about nanotechnology, I have just framed something. Just go through it. And I want to discuss with you. And she was so happy. She says, कमाल है, तूने पहली बार पढ़ा है, ये तो बड़ा अच्छा पेपर बन सकता है. Just a perspective is to be added, and we published that paper, above 5 impact factor. So it is, curiosity. Then, COVID stuck. I was down with COVID in October 20. So 20 days of isolation. Like after 14 days also, it won't come negative. So I was indoors with my laptop. So for my own self, I read a lot. COVID, kya dawai khani hai? Like, what are the symptoms? What happens if this happens? So during that time, lot of papers, science, nature, I kept on writing. And then I formulated a paper on COVID. We published that paper. Again, it was not that high impact factor journal, 3 impact factor. So all the structure of SARS-CoV-2 virus, how it infects, everything. Then I developed interest that, okay, you read, you interpret, and you update yourself, then it can be rewarding. We then published another paper, because there were differential responses, state-wise. Some states were very highly, badly affected, others were not. So we kind of tried to look at the mutations in SARS-CoV-2. We tried to map them state-wise. This paper also was accepted very well. Then Omicron hit. I'm just trying to impress upon the students, what you can achieve. Like even being a teacher, if you raise questions, you have answers, they are then, they can be productive. You can publish papers, you can spread knowledge, and it can enhance your CV also. So Omicron, struck, and then there were apprehensions whether it is a mild virus or not. Then we started reading about it, and the caption of the paper that we wrote on Omicron was, is Omicron mild, ? And then we read and we gave all, there are 20 monoclonal antibodies which were known against SARS-CoV-2 that could neutralize. Omicron strain of SARS-CoV-2 was ineffective against 19. Only 1 was effective. So, this paper also was taken, it got accepted, and it has good citations now. Though we published this paper in a journal that had, not very high impact factor, but last year the impact factor of the Journal of Medical Virology touched 20. So incidentally, like you read something, you interpreted, you published, and then you have a paper in a journal of 20 impact factor. So nothing goes waste. Updation is important, not for your own sake, for your students. So you are able to give correct information to them. So it's not easy. That's what I'm saying. Teaching is everyday performance. You have to keep your performance index high. Every day you are assessed, you are judged. But then, at the end of the day, it is really satisfying. So, in case, if you are looking at teaching as a professional career, go ahead. I would advise. It's really, really satisfying. It gives you a lot of gratification at the end of the day to be able to contribute to so many lives. Like I always say, we do not have to go. We do not have to look for charity going outside. Our workplace becomes our charity. If we are kind of honest, if we are delivering our lectures well, if we are giving enough time to our students, guiding them well, it is more than doing any other kind of charity. So with these words, I'll stop here. We have another panelist who is waiting. So wish you all the best, and thank you for inviting me here.
And above all, you remain young when you are with the young.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us a peek into your journey and passion. In fact, I'd like to mention, if I may, that I've been fortunate enough to be ma'am's student at Hansraj College. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, I'm honored to now invite Dr. Anuradha Agrawal to share her experience and journey and enlighten young minds. Over to you, ma'am.
Professor Suman, who is not here, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to interact with you. Being the last speaker of the session, my job has been made easy because a lot of things have already been said. But before I go on to my speech, I would like to know my audience. How many students from MSc first year? Raise your hands. Second year? Okay. PhD? Okay. So we have a lot of students completing MSc this year and getting worried about their jobs or careers. By raise of hands, how many of you are worried about your careers and future? That is very sad to know. You have 4 examples sitting over here, at least 3, who should give you motivation that having come to the Department of Botany, University of Delhi, there is very little you need to worry about your future. I was trying to recall my batchmates from BSc and MSc. Since I did BSc from the Miranda House, and it was an all-girls college, and we were a very small batch of 14 students. I will not take them into my statistics, but all my MSc classmates, as well as PhD classmates, are 100% employed, doing very well in life, and there is no worry in anybody's life. So yes, by clap of hands, clap for yourself, because you have already achieved, you are in the top few ranking percentage of students who have come to one of the best schools in the country, and your future is, be rest assured about it, okay? So don't worry at all. Now the question is, where do we stand and where do we move forward? Because this is not a professional course. Okay, yeah, one more question. By raising of hands, how many of you took BSc Botany as a first choice? Can anybody stand up and tell me the reason for it? So you're not medical rejects. That's great. I'm so happy. Now, anybody would like to get up and tell me why they chose Botany? I will tell you why I chose it, but first I want to hear from the Zen G. Zen Z, whatever. Yes, anybody, please. And I would prefer from the students, to hear from the students. Please stand up, stand up, stand up. And speak loudly. Good money from? Okay, best of luck to you. Anybody else? We are getting good money, don't worry, huh? We are getting the best in the country. Equivalent to our bureaucrat friend over here, we are no less than them in getting money. Anybody else? Shatiku and many, many more. They were highly motivated and passionate teachers, just like our friend over here, Professor Vijay. And it was their passion which got into us students that kept us in our journey to continue pursuing botany as a subject. And to tell you very frankly, when I got into BSc, my only ambition was to maybe become a teacher. And that too, I was not clear where I'm going to become a teacher. So after doing BSc and MSc, I took the B.Ed exam. I got into it. I got into CIE, attended classes for a week, and then I realized that actually I'm not inclined towards school teaching. So in the meantime, I had also taken the NET exam, and I cleared it. And then I decided, okay, I want to do research. I knew Professor Mohan Ram very well, so I approached him, and he happily took me. So again, unlike Professor Vijay, I did PhD for 6 years. That was the usual time. I think Professor Suman took a little longer than that. And let me tell you, yeah, I know the reason for that. I know that. So anyway, 6 to 8 years was the average time for doing PhD when we were there, back then. But now I think our professors and faculty over here are constrained by UGC to finish it between 5 years, within 5 years. 6 to 7 still allowed? Okay. Best of luck to the students. In the IRI system, they don't go beyond 3 years. Maximum 3.5, 4. That's it. Okay, so, but these are the best years of your life. I was telling my friends over here before coming, the best years of education, personal interaction, learning everything in life happened during the period I have spent in the University of Delhi. And that learning that we acquired in that period has helped me all through my long career of 30 years. So please enjoy this period that you have. Do not worry too much about your careers. Something is going to happen. And the road ahead is vast. Anyway, moving forward, once I finished my PhD, while I was doing my PhD, 2 of my friends, my classmates came to me and they told me कि एक ARS exam होता है. Why don't you write that? I said, what is that? I had no clue. So all of you have heard about the Indian Council of Agricultural Research? Yes? And also the Agricultural Scientist Recruitment Board, etc., in which you can write the exam. As luck would have it, I cleared the exam and my other 2 friends failed. But then, as it turns out, they failed the exam, but they are not failure in life. One of them is doing cancer research in the top university in the US, and the other is a dean in a private university as of today. So, that's why I'm saying, be rest assured your future is secure. Don't worry about it. Things are going to happen. What you do require are the different realms and idea as to where all you can place yourself. Okay? Now, so I entered the ARS service, and after 6 months of training, we get our posting. It's an all India based service, and there are 113 ICR institutes located in all parts of the country, and you can get your posting anywhere. But since I had written the exam in economic botany, the number of institutes get a little limited. Yeah, our friend Dr. Bhatt has also done the same pathway, and he chose to come out of it, as did Professor Suman. So I got inducted into the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources. Any of you visited that from college or from the department? Okay. Can anyone tell me what we do over there? Anybody who took a visit? In one line, what is the National Bureau of Plant Genetics Resources doing?
Oh, I told you that.
Students. Students who went over there. Please tell me, what is the impression you're carrying? Yeah, correct. Did you see the seed gene bank? Did you see the cryo gene bank? Did you see the tissue culture gene bank? Okay. That's the core activity, but there are many, many other activities that we do. So that institute is basically involved in genetic resource management of plants. Okay, similarly, we have other bureaus of animal, fish who do similar things. So my 29 years of career was spent in doing research in the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources in what was earlier known as a DBT project of National Facility for Plant Tissue Culture Repository. So in 1986, the NFPTCR was conceived as a project funded by the DBT, and it was meant to establish the tissue culture gene bank and the cryo gene bank and the supportive research for it. So your head of division, Professor Suman Lakhanpal, is one of the founder members of that NFPTCR. How many of you know that? Everybody. So you have told the story. Okay. And along with Professor Suman, many of our seniors from this department, late Professor Rekha Chaudhary, Dr. Ruchira Pandey, Dr. Neelam Sharma, Dr. Veena Gupta, Dr. Pratibha Brahmi, Dr. Vandana Joshi, Dr. Anjula Pandey. So there were, and senior most being Professor Roshni Nair. So there were about 10 people already joined the NBPGR, or after me there was one more. So almost a dozen of us were there, and people used to often call the NBPGR as a mini botany department. It became very famous, and it performed very well. And the research that we did of conservation of difficult to conserve plant species was a new area altogether, and a lot of pioneering research was done by all of us, and it gathered a lot of publicity. So after it became, and this is a story somebody told me, that the ASRB decided to curtail the intake of basic science students, and it became more strict. Earlier it was only MSc Botany that was eligible, and then they made it PhD Botany because of the impact that we had. Because agriculture students used to get left behind in the selection. So anyway, that is to say that while we had not been core agriculture students, we very well adapted to the agricultural ecosystem, and we not only performed, we outshone a lot of people. So therefore, be always proud of having taken botany and studied botany. Never feel inferior, okay? Because you deal with plants, and plants is what makes us live on a day-to-day basis, okay? I can go on and on. Anyway, so 29 years I was in NBPGR, and then in 2022, I moved to ICR headquarters, just like Dr. Shashank Maurya. He was also in NBPGR, but he moved much earlier. I took 29 years. So ICR headquarters, I am now working under the Agriculture Education Division, which is involved in agricultural education throughout the country. It coordinates and oversees all the agricultural universities in the country. Any idea how many agricultural universities in the country? Anybody? General knowledge, entrance exam? No. There are 76 agriculture universities in the country. I think more than 800 colleges spread in all the states of the country. And agriculture, being a state subject, is controlled by the colleges themselves get controlled by the state departments. But ICR oversees all the quality and management and course aspects of it. So under that, since 2018, we have been running a national agriculture higher education project funded by the World Bank, which is about 11,000 crore rupees, where we have given the projects to about 62 universities to enhance the infrastructure, to enhance the faculty strength and students' strength, to overall increase the quality of agriculture education in the country. So imagine, for the first time in the history of students of agriculture, BSc students were given opportunity to undergo training in foreign laboratories and universities for a period of 1 to 6 months, fully funded by the project. So more than 2,000 students and 800 faculty got this opportunity during these last 5 years. And now if you talk to them, you can see the great transformation that has occurred in the students. I sincerely hope even our MSc students get that kind of opportunity, and we should work towards developing some kind of programs so that you get an international exposure. It changes your thinking completely. Now if you talk to those students, they are highly, highly motivated. Those who were thinking of entrance exams have changed their pathway and they want to move to higher research. Higher research, teaching, education. I mean, the field is very vast. Dr. Suman, I have an 8-minute film, so you have to tell me when to stop. So my simple message to all of you is this: be confident in what you're doing. Do not worry about the future, but keep your eyes open. And as we were having a discussion in the morning, my heart is towards botany, but my mind is towards agriculture. So I'm going to show you a film on agriculture education. So those of you who are in MSc, you can consider doing PhD in agriculture. And the reason why you should consider doing agriculture as a profession will be apparent in the film. We do have a question or answer session. Yeah. So we can interact more in that. And my best wishes to all of you, and thank you to the organizers for calling me. I would request the film to be played.
Close your eyes and imagine a future where you are the driving force behind India's $5 trillion economy. Our visionary Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi believes in the power of youth. The youth to lead this agricultural growth and realize the dream of Viksit Bharat 2047. Inspired by this vision, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research is working tirelessly towards strengthening and development of higher agricultural education in India, human resources development for leadership roles in agricultural sciences, improving quality of agricultural education through innovative approaches in teaching, research, and outreach activities. This isn't just a field, it's a canvas for your aspirations. And we understand the challenges you face as you embark on this exciting journey. That's why, from the moment you set foot on this path, financial support is ensured right from graduation to PhD. Government stipends are ensuring that students access valuable industry exposure without financial constraints. Over the years, there has been a notable increase in the enrollment of female students, achieving parity with their male counterparts. International students too are experiencing the transformative power of education in India. And that's not all. What is taking this drive to the rural India is the Student Ready program, officially known as Rural Entrepreneurship Awareness Development Yojana. It's not just a program, it's a game changer. From experiential learning in business mode to hands-on training for skill development, from rural awareness work experience to in-plant training and internship, the opportunities to explore are endless. Approximately 900 experiential learning units spanning diverse aspects of agriculture and allied fields, and nearly 750 new academic and research infrastructure facilities are here for empowering the youth to make the most out of this field. With cutting-edge labs equipped with robotics, AR, VR, and artificial intelligence are providing hands-on training in precision agriculture tools and enhancing learning outcomes. The Agri Diksha platform and e-learning portal, boasting over 18,000 learning modules, disseminates more than 200 UG and PG courses to students across the nation. Very recently, a blended learning platform has been integrated into agri universities for hybrid mode of learning. Besides this, workshops and seminars are organized for students on regular intervals to keep them at par with developments in the sectors. MOUs are signed with industries for knowledge exchange and experience sharing. Holistic development of students is ensured through 600 plus pilot courses on skills like communication, entrepreneurship, industry orientation. More than 900 faculties and more than 2,000 students sent abroad under exchange programs. To sensitize and create awareness and help school students explore careers and opportunities in the agri sector, ICAR organizes events across the country. In just a span of a decade, the number of colleges offering agricultural courses has surged from approximately 600 to more than 1,000. Students today have a multitude of academic pathways to explore, with a diverse array of options, including 11 undergraduate, 95 postgraduate, and 80 doctoral subjects. The possibilities for learning and growth are truly extensive. The agricultural education system in India stands proud as a colossal entity, comprising 76 world-class universities within the ICAR, the Agriculture University System. Rejuvenating the agri-education landscape is not just a drive, it's a journey towards brighter, sustainable, and climate-ready agriculture. A journey of creating agripreneurs who are job creators and not just job seekers. Today, more than 3,000 agri-startups in the country are being incubated by more than 100 incubators, creating vast opportunities in the sector. The stage is set and the script is written. Whether you want to work in the field or factory, marketing or sales, engineering or IT, research or development, logistics or supply chain management, or simply want to become a new age entrepreneur. For those who dare to dream, learn and create, every sector offers all this and more. Are you ready to seize the opportunity? Let's work towards cultivating futures in agriculture, a promising path ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking us back to your life and awakening young minds, especially regarding agricultural prospects. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I recognize the eagerness of our audience to engage with our panelists and address their inquiries. The time has come, and we are now welcoming questions from the audience. We encourage the audience to please clear their doubts. Also, for those who are going to ask any questions, please do mention if they have a specific question for a specific panelist or our panelists as a whole.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, ma'am. I have a question for Kunal, sir. I just wanted to ask how students like us from science and research background can look forward for opportunities and in bureaucracy and other such fields. If you could elaborate on that.
Okay. So first question, first to be sacrificed. Opening batsman gets the first question, right? Thank you so much for the question. I think I have already elaborated that. In fact, I'll add to what I talked about, that the bureaucracy currently is also changing completely. So you can't survive being a normal bureaucrat without just signing and moving files is not going to be the forte of the bureaucracy now. There's a lot of pressure on the government and the governance mechanisms to deliver. So you need to completely keep evolving all the time. You can't just survive writing some exam and going to UPSC and finding your name on the list is not going to be very important henceforth. But yes, to become a bureaucrat of whatever dimensions you want to become, I think the options are at the central level. We have the Union Public Service Commission, which take the exams, which has 3 All India services. One is called the Indian Administrative Service, the Indian Police Service, and Indian Forest Service. And there's a whole lot of almost 17 central services. So railways, revenue, customs, postal, defense, and on that. So it's a matter of you don't have a choice. So if you write exam well, you land into the celebrated 3. And foreign service, I'm forgetting foreign service. Now with the new external affairs minister, that has become extremely glamorous. It was always glamorous. So, then you don't have a choice in that. So while forest service always is a service dedicated to science background students, you need to be mandatorily, a lot of debate is happening currently, and I am on the other side of the fence saying it should be open to all the sectors, because we don't need anthropologists to be foresters, we need geographers to be foresters. But it is currently confined to only a science graduate appearing in exam. Arts graduate in the other side of the university can't appear in a forest service exam. So that's about the central level. At the state level, there's a replica model of this. So all the states also have a Madhya Pradesh Public Service Commission and so on, Kerala Public Service Commission and so on. So they land into similar services. They're called the State Forest Service or the State Administrative Service or the State Police Service, the SDMs and the DSPs and the ASPs, ACPs. But that's the getting into this. But beyond that, the journey is very interesting. Whether you want to be a classical bureaucrat running the show, or you want to move all ahead in life, and there's a lot of opportunity to go abroad, do studies. I've been to Oxford, Harvard all the time. So You have done courses there. So it gives you a lot of opportunity to sharpen your academic skills also, if you so desire. If you don't, you can survive happily thereafter. Thank you so much.
Sure, ma'am.
With due permission from Dr. Satyarthi. So, if you have inclination towards policy, deciding how things should be in the future, the correct one pathway is what Dr. Satyarthi has already mentioned. But today, the government works with a lot of independent consultants. So, after doing your graduation and post-graduation, if you can consider doing a kind of an MBA and getting into consulting firms, you will land up doing a lot of consultancy for the ministries, for the departments, where you will be instrumental in guiding policies, in developing SOPs, in developing the way forward. Increasingly, the government is depending on independent consultants for short-term assignments. So they want a focused input from the experts, and you can do a lateral entry into the government through the consulting firms. So that's another new trend that I'm observing to work for the government. So you needn't have a classical sarkari naukri with pension attached to it, but you can be independent consultants. And the way forward in this century is, in fact, like the film said, think of being job providers, not job seekers. That is the motto that we speak of these days.
Next question.
Ma'am, my question is for Anuradha ma'am. Ma'am, when you initially just started working with ICAR and researches, so because we are from a botanical background only, we lack experience for field work in agriculture. How difficult would that transition would be if we start research in crop genetics?
Not at all. Like I said, botany is the mother of science. You learn everything. You have a paper on economic botany, or you have a paper on plant genetic resources, you have a paper on biotechnology, you have a paper on physiology, right? So all the fundamentals have been drilled into you. And for me especially, I was of course lucky because I had my seniors in the same department. And because what I did in PhD had a direct bearing in what mandate I was given in the institute, they matched quite well. I had done plant tissue culture here, I had to do plant tissue culture over there. So for me, the transition was not difficult. But the same applied to all the dozen of other botany department students who were working in the division and all the other institutes also. So it was not difficult at all. Never be apprehensive, and if you kind of get into PhD over there after cracking the entrance exam, they do give you a 1-year remedial course to know the terms of agriculture. So it's not difficult for the transition at all. And I would say I never faced difficulty in all 3 decades of working in the system.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Shashank.
Well, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, who recently passed away,
Yeah, he was a botanist.
Bharat Ratna, he was a botanist.
Can we have the next question?
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Ma'am, I would like to ask, have you come across any of the startups related to botany, or a person from the botany coming up with a startup that can actually help people, or something great related to it? Like we have come across, like in Eligi, in India, I haven't seen that much, but in other countries like South Korea and other, they usually use that in their food and everything. So I wanted to know more about it, if you have come across any such thing. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, that's a very good question. In fact, that's a startup you can think of, popularizing algae in the country. You have Professor Deenbandhu Sahu, who's an expert on that subject. You should take ideas from him. But I can tell you a small story about, although the student was strictly not botany, but having done a vocational course in her curriculum of BSc, and I guess vocational and school courses are being introduced even in our system, BSc, MSc. So for the next generation of students, it's going to be easier. So during COVID, one girl in Shimla, she saw that her uncle lost his job, and he was unemployed, and of course the family was facing difficulty. There was no way to earn his livelihood. So she just told him that, okay uncle, you have this room, spare room in the house, why don't you start mushroom cultivation? So obviously the family was a bit apprehensive, but with her skill and confidence, she told him the SOP कि कैसे बैग्स बनाने हैं, कहाँ से स्पोर्स लाने हैं और कैसे मेंटेन करना है. And within 3 months, the uncle was earning 25,000 rupees per month. So that's the kind of spirit we want to instill in students. Be confident in the skill that is being imparted to you. Experiment. And even if you fail, let me tell you, in life that failure will lead to the next success. Okay? So that's the kind of way forward the national education policy is looking at. That's why it's encouraging students to complete their class 12 and move towards a skill course or a vocational course, and come back to more education later on as they stabilize in life, or they find that they need more skilling, or they need more basics to understand and move forward. So implementation of the NEP is going to take care of this in the very near future, not too distant future. So botany related many startups can happen: tissue culture, horticulture, urban gardening. If you look at YouTube, there are a lot of urban gardeners who will advise, set up urban gardens for people in their long gated colonies, flats rising high. That's a very upcoming field. Vertical gardening, hydroponics. These are all fields open to all of you. All you need to do is tie up with friends with a little IT knowledge, or gain the knowledge yourself. Because IoT is the way forward. If you grow a vertical farm, you don't want to go check everything manually. You want it to do it through your IT softwares. Watering of plant, management of the day length, everything. And that's happening in the real world. So it's all about skilling now, and probably what I was told, that there are now additional courses that you people are offered. Yeah, so I would suggest machine learning, AI, IoT to be integrated with your subjects. Machine learning and AI is the way forward. And robotics more actually in agriculture, where we want to do away with the labor. Nobody wants to work in the field anymore. So robots are going to take over planting, harvesting, categorizing. All the manual work will be taken over by the labor. But startups need to think of innovative ways of providing food and nutrition to the future generations. Of course, that doesn't reduce the role of basic science ever. So the entire field of developing new varieties today looks forward to genome editing, gene editing, omics science to guide the basics that are required, and that's happening in schools of botany like here. So you have to, we need in society a balance between the two, applied science and basic science.
Adding to the adding to the entrepreneurial opportunities related to botany, there are startups coming up on spirulina culture, which is a plant-based protein. It has a huge market. Likewise, you can think of another startup with azolla cultivation, which is a very important biofertilizer. So all these things, all these are taught in the SEC papers now in the NAP curriculum. And there can be more ideas, of course.
Well, friends, even after at this age, 5 years after retirement, I continue to screen and monitor the startups, both from the private sector and public sector. From the private sector under their corporate social responsibility funds. Government departments are also supporting so much of business incubation. I would only say, some of you might have seen the serial TV series Mission Startup, the Shark Tank US. I would only say, Bhagwan Dantan Manisha can probably tell better, ये इश्क नहीं आसान, इतना ही समझ लीजिए.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
So for each unicorn to be successful, 10,000 startups have to fail.
Yes.
Remember that.
Due to time constraints, we are going to only take 1 or 2 questions now, and the audience can discuss their queries over the refreshments.
My request to Dr. Maurya is that can you tell little briefly more to the students about fields like going to law, taking MBA, going to NGOs, because right now what we have constrained, or the questions have constrained our discussion, is towards agriculture, plant biology only. How we can move away from it and still be connected to it. How this field of botany will help these guys if they move to MBA or do something like join an NGO, get into IPR systems through law or something more. Obviously you are more knowledgeable and probably you can give light on that. Thank you.
Law was another trigger to doing law. See, in government the problem is, and Mr. Satyarthi will agree with me, there is more of firefighting. And they wanted us to draft the law in 4 days. Can you believe it? We took 6 days, Saturday and Sunday. 2 people from ICR, 2 bureaucrats, IS people. Can you imagine? Well, we were drafting, luckily, there were people like me who were ahead of the times. So we really fool in the system, I mean, to succeed in life, you have to think of the present as well as the future. See, at least some decent earning in the present times to make your living. And today the startup people say, or whatever, I want to retire at the age of 40 or at the age of 50. I mean, that is the trend that is going on. About the law, well, in the Delhi University, I was doing a 3-year course. I don't know whether it has changed to 5-year course or not now, and whether it is BA LLB, BA Honours LLB, BSc Honours LLB, or BTech LLB, whatever it is. So a 5-year course has a background in science as well, law also, something like this. But I did the 3-year course, and there were 30 papers in it, total 30 subjects. 6 semesters, 5 papers in each. And obviously to me, papers like labor law or family law never interested me. The jurisprudence, the farsightedness of the law interested me the most. The interpretation of statutes, how do you interpret the statutes? That interested me the most. The intellectual property laws interested me the most. The environmental law I was interested in. The trade law, international trade law I was interested in. So, I mean, the opportunities are really, really good. When I was doing my evening classes, and I said that was my best period of those 15 days break and to having bread pakoda and tea with the creme de la cream of the Indian bureaucracy. I mean, there were people who were leaving all India services after 15, 18 years and going forgoing their pension. And one of my neighbors, He said, when I joined this law firm, till then I thought myself so big about writing the good English. I used to write as a deputy secretary, and it used to go without even change of a comma right up to the UPSC chairman. And the day I joined this law firm, this bloody boss of the law firm puts 50 red marks on my each and every page. So he was so nervous of moving to law. And then 65 years later, he has his own company. He's specialized in international trade law, and today is a big international lawyer of anti-dumping issues. Which these are subjects which give you the maximum money. But then his life and journey in the law, I go to him at 9 p.m. in the night. Oh, Maurya, it is our evening time for snacks. So we'll have dinner at 1 o'clock in the night. That's one thing. About business management, MBA. So there are a whole lot of, I told you so many subjects that I have gone through. The patents, the basmati patent, the haldi patent, the neem patent, the wheat, farmer's variety patent, the biological diversity law, the international treaty, everything teaches you so much, a lot of scope. Just Anuradha said, time for independent consultant has also come in. Well, to MBA, again, is a general entrance exam. There are 85% of the MBAs do the business of credit cards. So that MBA is not MBA really. So you know which are the institutions where MBA is better. Forget about the MBA. I was visiting this graduate school of business in Stanford. They say MBA costs in Stanford is 2 crores. How many people can afford it? So they keep on innovating in the education sector also. And they started with this program, LEAD program. I'm sure other universities must have also done it. My exposure is limited to Stanford Graduate School of Business. And what was this program? It's a program, learn, engage, accelerate and disrupt. Dunya phod dalo. And what is the costs? At that time it was some $16,000 only, which anybody can afford. And what was the structure of the program? It was, an online program with minimum actual classes to the software technology. They were creating avatars of all of the students, interested students. How do you like to be seen in the video? And the range of students in those, many people. Dhirubhai Ambani never did any MBA. Many people, they have all got into business. And but they want to understand the business administration as a student. So the range of students in the first batch, the minimum age was 27 years. In fact, 26 years and 10 months. And the maximum age was 55 years in those LEAD program. And your alumni network becomes so good, If you are good at relationship building, you have already the people in your group trying to understand from a teacher's point of view the length, breadth and depth of business administration. And if your alumni networking and relationship is so good, you have people giving you opportunity to write in that course. We have MBA people. You might be knowing about Professor Anil Gupta. Vijay Sardana, who is giving every day. He is also a, veterinary background person. Anil Gupta is a genetics background person. And they are today very big people, both in the social circle and commercial. All the sciences, it's not just sciences, today social sciences have also become important. So MBA, law, social sciences, The issue of genetic modification, how many are good communicators to be good proponent of genetically modified crops, the GM mustard? The social science people are much more better communicators. Why can't you promote CRISPR-Cas technology when SDN1 and SDN2 was already approved? Well, when tissue culture you were doing, you were not bothered about the unintended effects of somoclonal variations, but today you are making hue and cry of SDN1 and SDN2. So where are the communicators? So you need to understand end to end. Today everything, science, social sciences, everything has become important. And let me tell you, when I've talked about biological diversity law and plant variety law, if I've enjoyed the interaction most, it is from the law students. I have not enjoyed it from ICR scientists talking about the law. I have not enjoyed from botany or zoology students.
So the afternoon sessions we are going to have science communicators.
I know that. Yeah. So you kept this session for Kuwa ka Mahinda only.
We can have more questions from the audience.
In another coordinated trial, Dr. Suman, we were evaluating the hybrid sunflower, and the MNCs represent hybrid sunflower entry, it was giving more oil yield, but not the seed yield. Way down in the seed yield. A lot of pressure came to us, but we said, well, we did not approve it. And a lot of pressure came to us. The problem we took the stand was, the day our farmer is given income benefits on the basis of oil yield, we will release it first. Today he's given benefit only on the basis of seed yield. The GM mustard. Again, there are issues about its yield. Compared to the conventionally bred varieties, that is also an issue. So what will happen? When will it come? What all happened when Jairam Ramesh was doing public consultation on BT Brinjal? What happened to the Vice Chancellor of US Dharwad, who was rehabilitated as a PPVFR chairman later? So it's a lot of policies and politics, and our problem is, while departments like biotechnology, Professor Natesh is here, we are way ahead, much ahead of time in thinking and implementation, but the overall environment still takes you back, the farmer's bill, all those things. Lot of scope is there in policy research. And unless you start understanding, appreciating the subject in entirety, both sciences and social sciences, I would say, including the perspective of the farmer, there will be difficulties, and we only need good communicators from science as well. The social science communicators are way, way ahead.
Thank you, sir. We can have one more question, I guess.
Good afternoon all, and my question is for Vijay ma'am. Hello ma'am, first of all. Ma'am, I do consider teaching is a very passionate and respectful job. And I clearly remember you taking our genetics class during the COVID period when you yourself had COVID. And I developed a passion for teaching since then until now I am having it. Ma'am, but nowadays I am a student of botany, and the moment I told somebody that I want to be a teacher, especially at school, the feedback I got is that you are a master's student, you should go for NET, you should do research. And this does put a doubt in our mind. It does develop a fear that, oh, okay, am I doing something wrong or not? So how to handle such situations? Thank you.
Look, it's all about your perception and your conviction. What actually you want to be, what actually you want to do in life. Teaching at whatever level, whether it is school or it is college or in the university departments. If you have a passion for it, and then the time, duration you want to give, Supposing you have already done your MSc, you do B.Ed, you go to school teaching, you become a PGT teacher. It's equally gratifying, it's satisfying. And you should not think twice about it, because you will then get settled in 3-4 years. If you want to come to college for teaching, then, PhD is, qualification. You need to spend some years doing your PhD. So decision making would depend on many things. But to me, it won't make a difference whether you are teaching to school students. Rather, I have great reverence for school teachers. For us, it is still easier. For university professors, it would be even easier. But handling students at school to develop their concepts, to develop their backgrounds, without, from the scratch, it's a great job. It's a great job. It would be even much more satisfying. So go ahead, don't think twice. If you want to become a school teacher, go ahead. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear audience, due to time constraints, I kindly request the audience to please continue their discussion and questions over the refreshment. Moving on to the next segment. It is with immense pleasure and a profound sense of gratitude that I stand before you today to express my heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished guests. I request Professor Suman Lakhanpal to felicitate our honorable guests with a memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude. To Mr. Kunal Satyarthi. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? To Dr. Shashank Maurya. Professor Vijay Rani. Can we have a huge round of applause? To Dr. Anuradha Agrawal. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Ms. Karuna Sharma, President DUBS, to please present the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to everyone. It's with deep appreciation and reverence that I stand before you to extend my gratitude as we close the first session of Pathways Forward, the Career Guidance event. This gathering epitomizes a convergence of academia, expertise, and wealth of experience, and I'm truly honored to be sharing the same stage as those individuals who bring together all these virtues on one platform. I begin by expressing our profound thanks to our very esteemed panelists, Mr. Kunal Satyarthi, Advisor, NDMA, Ministry of Home Affairs, Dr. Shashank Maurya, former Assistant Director General, ICAR, Dr. Vijay Rani Rajpal, Vice Principal, Hansraj College, and Dr. Anuradha Agrawal, Principal Scientist, Division of Germplasm Conservation and National Coordinator of NAHEP. Your invaluable insights and knowledge shared with us today represent an investment of time equivalent to a significant fortune, for which we all are immensely grateful to all of you. A big thanks to you all for making adjustments in your busy schedule and giving us the pleasure of your company. Special recognition is due to the organizing team of faculty members and students and office bearers of TUBS, led by Professor Suman Lakhanpal, head of the Department of Botany and chairperson TUBS, whose visionary leadership has been instrumental in conceptualizing and executing this event. As mentioned earlier, it was her idea to convene professionals from diverse fields and bring them on a common platform for a discourse that promises optimal benefits for the students from our department. To the faculty members of Department of Botany, we extend our heartfelt appreciation for gracing this occasion with your presence. Our gratitude also extends to Delhi University Computer Center and non-teaching staff of Department of Botany for their invaluable support and technical expertise. DUCC has ensured that this event is made accessible to all and broadcasted to a wider audience. Lastly, I extend sincere thanks to all the attendees, MSc students and PhD scholars of Department of Botany who have joined us today. I wish you continued success and fulfillment in your respective journeys. Let us carry forward the insights gained today as we navigate our respective career paths. Thank you all. On behalf of the organizing committee, I invite you all to join us for the networking session over refreshments. I request the distinguished panelists and faculty members to join us for refreshments in committee room, and the PhD scholars and MSc students are requested to collect their refreshments from lab number 26. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Botany, the University of Delhi, would like to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you present here to our continued session of Pathways Forward Career Guidance event. Following an enlightening morning session led by our distinguished guests, I am thrilled and honored as I welcome our esteemed panelists, Dr. S. Natesh, Ms. Poonam Diwan, Mr. Bhagwan Das, who has been with us in the event since morning. Our esteemed panelists are for the evening session and they bring unique spark to today's event. Two of our distinguished guests, Mr. Pallav Bagla and Ms. Bhavya Khanna, could not join us today due to some work commitment. We hope to have the pleasure of hosting them some other time in near future. Ladies and gentlemen, it fills us with immense pride to note that several of today's panelists are alumni of the Department of Botany at the University of Delhi, just like many of us gathered here today. As students, we find a reflection of our own aspirations in their remarkable achievement, while they in turn see echoes of their own journey in us. Their outstanding accomplishments stand as the beacons of inspiration for us, setting high standards for excellence. We could not have asked for better role models in their respective fields as they inspire and guide young minds along their career paths. With this spirit of recognition and appreciation, we embark on today's proceedings. I request everyone to join me in welcoming our exceptional guests with a huge round of applause, please. I would now like to request Dr. S. Natesh, Ms. Poonam Diwan, Mr. Bhagwan Das, and Dr. Burman to please come up on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Success is not just about the destination, but the journey taken to reach it. Our esteemed guest of honors exemplify this truth through their unwavering dedication, perseverance, and commitment to excellence. With the same thought, I request Ms. Sanjana to introduce our distinguished guests.
Thank you so much, Manisha, and good afternoon to everyone present here. Today, I, Sanjana Amla, on the behalf of Department of Botany, Delhi University, would like to kickstart this event with the topic Pathways Forward Career Guidance. Now, without taking any much of your time, I'd like to begin the session by introducing our first panelist, Dr. S. Natesh. Sir is a distinguished figure whose gentle demeanor and commitment have shaped the landscape of biotechnology and academia. After serving in the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India for nearly 3 decades, Dr. S. Natesh retired as Senior Advisor in August 2012. A botanist by training, he taught at the University of Delhi for over 9 years before moving to the government in 1984. At DBT, he headed several divisions including bioresources, medicine and aromatic plant, food biotechnology, etc. He was also the first member secretary of National Bioresource Development Board. He headed the International Collaboration Division for nearly 8 years. With his exemplary background, we are pleased to welcome you, sir. Moving forward, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Bhagwan Das, a visionary entrepreneur and a beacon of excellence in the world of publishing. Dr. Das's journey is one of determination, innovation, and unwavering dedication. From his humble beginnings at Akriti Graphics to the establishment of Angor Publishing Private Limited, Dr. Das has exemplified the spirit of entrepreneurship and pursuit of quality. His contributions to the publishing industries have been nothing short of remarkable, with notable works such as Science in India, Excellence, and Accountability. Through initiatives like plantation drives and educational programs, he has demonstrated a profound sense of responsibility towards the community. Thank you, sir, for gracing the event. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Poonam Devan, whose career has been marked by unwavering commitment to green infrastructure and environmental stewardship. Retired in July 2021 as Additional Commissioner from the Delhi Development Authority, DDA, Dr. Devan brings with her an impressive 36 years of experience in landscape architecture, design and planning, with a foundation in botany from Miranda House, Delhi University, and a master's in landscape architecture from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Dr. Devan's expertise is unmatched. Next, and the last guest for today's panel is Dr. Paramananda Burman. With a diverse and illustrious career spanning over a decade, Dr. Burman made a significant contribution to the field of plant molecular biology, bioinformatics, and science communication. Starting his academic journey as a research scholar at the University of Delhi, Dr. Burman immersed himself in intricate world of plant molecular biology and bioinformatics, laying the foundation for his future endeavors. His dedication and passion for scientific research led him to various roles, including serving as postdoctoral research associate at ICAR NBPGR and as a science writer at Research Media Services. As the resident editor at Research Matter, Gubi Labs, Dr. Burman continues to play a pivotal role in disseminating cutting-edge research and fostering scientific discourse. With this, I would like you all to give a huge round of applause to our guests. Moving forward, I'd like Manisha to take over the dais.
Thank you, Sanjana. Moving forward, I request Professor Suman Lakhanpal, Head of Botany Department and Chairperson DUBS, to come up on stage and formally welcome our distinguished guests with a planter. To Dr. S. Natesh. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? To Miss Poonam Devan. To Mr. Bhagwan Das. To Dr. Paramanand Burman.
So we are already behind schedule, so I won't say much. But just one line I would like to say. I'm so happy that the 4 panelists who are on the dais, they cover 4 decades. So I think Dr. Natesh was here during 70s. 72 onwards, and Dr. Paramanand Burman did his PhD, I think only 2016. So you can just imagine the gamut of the time period we are getting. We are fortunate to cover in this particular afternoon session.
And we do our
So you fall in between the 4 decades average. Thank you so much for sparing your time, sir. Manisha, you can carry forward the program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the most anticipated part of the event. Each panelist will deliver a thought-provoking speech, sharing personal anecdotes, insights, and lessons learned from their unique journeys. Following the panelists' speeches, the floor will be open for audience questions after all the speeches are done. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to invite, without any further ado, our first panelist, Dr. Natesh, to impart his wisdom and insights. So.
Professor Suman Lakhanpal, fellow panelists, distinguished guests in the audience, faculty, and my dear students. After that heavy lunch, I'm sure all of you are suffering from postprandial inconvenience, and I hope I won't fall off after that to sleep. So it's kind of, nice to speak, be back here. It's kind of homecoming for me after so many years, and I feel completely overjoyed to be with you. And first of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Suman and her colleagues and the DUBS and all of you who have contributed to this wonderful program, which is very timely and something that is very desirable to have at this point of your career in learning. I, as people have mentioned, started off, I came to do my PhD here. I came from Pune. This was a much larger department. I, in between, started teaching in Delhi. And then after about 9 years of teaching undergraduates, I felt that, that my canvas was not expanding. I needed something more to do. And it so happened that there was an advertisement in the newspapers about some openings in, it was then Department of Science and Technology. There was no Department of Biotechnology at that time. And they said, we are hiring people, and there was opening for some 20 posts or something. And it was through the UPSC, the Union Public Service Commission. So I just shot off an application. I never expected to be heard of from them again. But to my surprise, after quite a long distance of time, by which time I had forgotten that I had applied, I received a letter saying that you are invited for an interview at the UPSC on such and such a date. By that time, I thought that probably they have rejected me anyway. And it so happened that I got selected. I didn't know a single person in the panel, not a single soul. I got in and I joined. We are used to being punctual in the university here and taking classes and so on. I arrived on the dot at 9 o'clock in DST and said, here I am to do service to the nation, and I want to join. So somebody said, fine, what's the hurry? We'll take you. I said, where are you putting me? They said, we haven't yet decided. So I said, what do I do in the meantime? They said, no, just go around and, sit in the library, meet people. I said, how long will this process take? They said, 3-4 दिन लगेगा, हफ्ता भी लग सकता है. I कहा, ठीक है. I mean, I never felt more at odds. You can't just go to a place and do nothing. I was not used to that. But that was the situation. And they said, why don't you go around and meet people? And I'm sorry. So, meet people and decide where do you want to go, what do you want to do, and so on. So I ended up in DST in search of a division where I could fit in. Now DST those days and these days does a whole gamut of research from, physics, chemistry, geology, engineering, computers. And I was somebody who had done a PhD in botany, taught botany for about 9 years or something by that time. And it terrified me. Suppose they put me in geology, what do I do? Or what do I do if they put me in some other place? And then the only division which used to fund something, I didn't have a clue what they were doing, because nobody tells you anything, in the government system initially, and you don't know where you're going. So I went around meeting people. There was one gentleman who said, we are doing entrepreneurship in science. I never heard of entrepreneurship at that time, teaching botany in Delhi University. So he said, what do I do? He said, well, you're a botanist, aren't you? The nearest I can come to you is I can put you in fisheries. And here I was, a vegetarian, never eaten any fish in my life. And then I said, fisheries? What do I do? So I said, then let me think about it, sir. I'll come back again to you. And the next few days I went in dodging this gentleman who was very keen to have me for some reason. He was very impressed with me. So I said, somehow I must avoid getting into this fisheries thing. So then somebody told me, there is this new thing that is coming up. Those days biotechnology was not a buzzword. Nobody had heard of biotechnology. At least it was never taught to us, or we never taught biotechnology to students. So they said, there is this new National Biotechnology Development Board. There was no DBT, which was served by a small cell in this place. But this person who is in charge of this is very tough. He will take another interview. You may have come through UPSC, but you won't get through unless he's satisfied. He will take another interview for an hour or two, and only if he's satisfied, you can get in. I said, who is this gentleman? And they said, this is Dr. Ramchandran. So I said, okay. I went to his place and he was not available, gone on some tour. So the next 2 days went again dodging this other gentleman who wanted me in the fisheries. And I would hide in the library or somewhere, and he would send messengers to say, when are you joining? I said, yes, sir, I'll join. I'm just thinking about it. So finally, Dr. Ramchandran came and we had a discussion, and true to what they were telling me, he again interviewed me for another hour or so, and then I had to talk to him about PS1, PS2, mitochondrial DNA, and God knows what else, I've forgotten now. And then at the end of the day, he said, yeah, go and tell this guy we will have you in the NBTB. So that is how I ended up being in the National Biotechnology Board. And the rest, took care of itself. When I joined this place, I had no clue what these departments do. What does DST do, or how do they do it? And I don't know. Many people may not know even now, those who don't ask for grants, or students who do MSc, MTech. So basically they do funding of research, and that's what they used to do earlier. And today you have a choice. If you are in life sciences, you can go to Department of Biotechnology. You can go to what is called BIRAC, that is Biotechnology Industry Research Council. You can go to Wellcome Trust DBT India Alliance, which does funding. And there are many more avenues. DST does a fair bit of funding in life sciences. CSIR is more of an intramural organization. They have their own 38 institutions, and they, except for giving funds for HR, I don't think they fund a lot of research, but they do somewhat. So today you have a lot of choices, but those days DST was the major funding agency. There were some few atomic energy fellowships, and other than that there was none. So they also fund human resource development. They do international collaboration. So basically the way the funding happens is as follows. So the funding may be bottom up or top down. If you are an individual who has an idea and you want the funding for that, you can make a grant application and you will go to the department, and either you get funded or you get rejected.
Or there are top-down methods where the department decides what they want to fund. It's a major, some national interest program. For example, COVID vaccine is a great example where, the country decides that we need a vaccine. Or we used to have a vaccine action program. We had a whole cocktail of vaccines where we used to collaborate with the US to produce them those days and so on. So these major big ticket programs are generally you brainstorm with a few scientists in the country and decide, okay, here are the list of things we must do, and we call for proposals. And then you can apply and compete and get the grants. So this is the top-down approach. It can also happen that 4 or 5 scientists like you sitting together may come up with a big ticket idea and say, go to DBT and say, well, we have this big idea. We want to do this. Will you be able to fund us? You give a concept paper. You don't submit a grant application. And then they say, okay, let's think about it. And they consult a few people in this area and they say, okay, this looks good. It may require maybe 22 crores or 50 crores or 100 crores. It's worth doing. So it happens that way also. So top-down may come through this route as well as by the department putting out advertisements and so on. Then there will be an internal scrutiny, and in olden days they used to call people even for small grants to come and make a presentation. These days they have done away with that process. It's all electronic now. You apply, it goes to the relevant division which handles that area, and if it is below a lakh of rupees or something, probably they won't even call you today to make a presentation, and they decide through an expert committee that we will fund this, we won't fund this, or we will reduce this, or we will increase that. You get the grant or you don't get the grant. And you who are sitting in this department as the science person there will pilot this proposal through those committees, and once the committee decides to fund it, you have to then go and approach the internal finance division. The finance people then scrutinize that proposal from a financial angle and see whether the money asked is appropriate, is it being wasted, is it being used, is this a reasonable amount of money that they're asking, and they have to concur after the recommendation of the committee. The committees, can only recommend. It's not an approval. So the finance people then concur, and then it goes to the secretary or whoever is the chief, and then once it is signed, at that point, the proposal is getting converted into a project. So the project is then funded to you. You get an official communication and then say, it starts, you have got these 3 years grant, a 5-year grant, and then this is the amount for first year, second year, third year, whatever, and so on. It happens that if it's a big grant, they will definitely call you for a presentation. You have a chance to defend yourself, and they may accept it still, even if it is an invited project, or they may reject it if they are not satisfied. So this is the general process that a person who joins a funding agency generally does. And he has to pilot, he or she has to pilot this, defend it when needed if that person is convinced your proposal is good, or generally send it to referees, get it approved, take it through finance, and then make sure that the grant goes to you. Or if you didn't get it, this person has to send you a letter. I hate this. Earlier they used to call this rejection letters. They will say, government is pleased to tell you that your project is rejected. This is the British thing which government never changed, And one of those days, when I was about to retire, 2, 3 years, 4 years before that, my boss said, can you design a letter of non-acceptance which people should not feel ashamed of? They can still show it to their friends and say, I applied, but I didn't get this grant, but look how nicely they said they can't give me this grant. And I did that. And believe me, I got several letters from people to say, thank you very much for your letter. We are sad that we didn't get this. but you said it so nicely that we are not offended. And, a little bit of sensitivity helps. I mean, the scientist there is also a human being, and he has or she has feelings, and you must keep that in mind. So having given you this little background, now let me say what is the upside of being in a funding agency. I'll also give you the downside, and I'll let you decide whether you want to pursue this as a career or not. Now the upside is, of course, you cannot do any research of your own. Once you're in a funding agency, you cannot conduct research and ask for grants from that agency or any other agency, because it's a conflict of interest, right? And therefore, it takes a larger heart, a degree of selflessness, which requires you to be very generous to others. You're not doing research, but you must help and facilitate other people to do research, and you're not giving yourself a grant. So this is something that you must keep in mind. You cannot do your own research once you're there. And that generosity means that you are like an enzyme. You facilitate, you hasten, you bring people together. You are neither the substrate nor the product. Once the product is made, you are back to your original state and go to the next project and do the same. Therefore, it takes a little bit of detachment from that actual research and attain a little degree of, selflessness, subsuming your own ego, even if you knew something better than the PI who applied. So that is something you must keep in mind. But the advantage is that you get a ringside view of what is happening in this country. I mean, across India, you get to meet the best minds and the best people that there are in life sciences, if you are in something like DST, DBT, whatever. And you would get to know soon if you're a good learner, and you should be, otherwise you have no life anyway, is you will know what are the gaps in knowledge, what are the gaps that you need to address, and you gather information. You should be like a sponge, of course, and understand what our country's needs. While you work in a small lab, it's a reductionist kind of research that you do. You can be in danger of concentrating too much on something small and lose that larger perspective of what the country needs and what outside my lab I should be doing. So this is something that is you will gain by being in a funding agency such as some of these. And when I say you meet the best minds, not only if you are lucky, if you are handling some areas, you will meet the best minds in the world, because you put them as experts in your. I used to run something called Center of Excellence program, and we used to make referees from people from anywhere in the world, because this used to be a huge, big ticket program. The minimum grant we used to give was something like 25, 30, 40 crores. And collaborative research. So we wanted to get these refereed and peer reviewed by the best minds in the world. And I have hobnobbed and interacted with at least 3 Nobel laureates or a couple of Bharat Ratnas and so on in these areas. And you get to sit with them, talk to them, discuss things with them. So if you are ready to learn, this is a great opportunity to do that. And if you are lucky, you can also at an early stage get involved in policy making. I mean, it's not a funding agency does not only dole out money. If it does only that, then you should be going to banks. A funding agency in science should be much more than a bank. It should be something which makes funds available, which helps people to come together, brings the glue between different groups of people, facilitate making of products, processes technologies to everybody in the country, identify gap areas, and help you in general, mentor young people, and give them help. When they come back from India and they're, coming in and talking to people and say, I've just come back to India, what can I do? I mean, what areas are priority to you? So you should be in a position to say, look, this is something the country needs. Can you do this? And I will help you get some grants. And your job is not merely to say, no, don't do this. I won't give you this grant, or this is too much money. That's not your job. Your job is to actually mentor people and say, look, if you did this area, there are funds available. This is an area of dire need, and this is a priority area for this department. Can you do this or that or something like that? And also, you will be involved in, I myself have benefited so much. I was very lucky, and I always say, I count my blessings. I joined NBTB, I told you, when it was not yet. We were just about 7 people or 6 people at that time when I joined. And therefore, I have had a great experience of actually nurturing a department from its early stages of seedling stage and see it become a big tree. It's not that I did everything or anything. I contributed my 15 paise worth of contribution to it, but it's a great feeling. It is something that I was very lucky that I joined at that juncture. You must always be at the right place at the right time. And if you're lucky, you are. Sometimes, more often than not, many of us are not. But I count my blessings there, and we used to, go reach the department in the morning. And by some good fortune, I always worked mostly with secretaries directly, without other people in between. And, Dr. Ramchandran was the one who became the first secretary after that. And the joke, of course, we used to have is my wife won't recognize me if I went back home in daylight. I always used to go by 9 o'clock, 9:30 in the evening. So we did work hard, and it pays somewhere. Nothing that you do in life is a waste. In fact, I wrote a piece somewhere some couple of years ago about, I took some 3 months of earned leave from my college because they refused to give me academic leave to work on an exhibition, on this international exhibition on genetics, International Genetics Congress, right? So there was an exhibition, and Professor Mohan Ram desperately wanted somebody, and he was not getting somebody. I said, I will do it. Then I applied for a leave, and they said, exhibition? That's not an academic activity. You can't give you academic leave. So I took earned leave of some 2 months or 3 months perhaps, and everybody laughed at me, but the amount of knowledge that I gained from that activity, it's amazing. I would never have read about so many things about Indian germplasm, biodiversity, Parsis and their genes and so on. The kind of things that I learned, petrocrops, God knows what else. It all comes back to you at some point to pay you in life. And so, it is, if you really want to learn something, and you must never stop doing that, it's always great. And lastly, one more reason to be in such agencies is that the career path is good, because every 3 years, every 5 years, on an average, you have a chance to go up until, if you joined as scientist today, I think they don't take any more scientist Bs, but you start as scientist C or something, or I don't know, you have to go to the website. I'm not in touch with them. But you can go right up to scientist G. If you're good and if your appraisals are good, you have every chance of getting there. And after that, if you want to become scientist H, it's an open competition, and that's not bad. That's a good career path for every one of you. But there are many downsides to being in a funding agency. I told you already, you can't do your own research. If you are inclined to be an independent researcher, that's not the place for you to go to. And I would also say that immediately after MSc, I won't recommend you to go and join a funding agency because of two reasons. One is you must have an experience of doing research yourself because you are doing research funding. If you don't have that, that experience of having done research yourself, you can't really appreciate how tough it is to do research, how tough it is to get grants from somebody, what are the trials and tribulations of hiring somebody and not getting a salary until November or December, and how to keep your technical officer or science, JRF, SRF. If you have experienced a bit of that, then when you sit there, you can empathize with the scientists and say, look, yes, there is a problem here I must solve. So I don't think going immediately after MSc for that reason is a good idea. Secondly, if you are not yourself a PhD when you get there, then I don't think you have people will also appreciate it. They will say, what is this person doing here, judging whether we are good to do research when this fellow has never done research in his life any time. And thirdly, also you must say, for your own career path, a PhD is necessary these days to go up the ladder. If you don't have a PhD, not because it's mandatory or essential, but because if you advertise for one job today, there will be 400 applications. And why should they select you when there are 300 PhDs among those 400 applications? So, from all these point of view, I would suggest and recommend that don't go immediately after your MSc. One of the reasons why it's going to be tough to adjust is that government system, no matter what you say, and believe me, and I've been there, it's completely a system of hierarchy. And no matter what, it's a culture shock. I mean, somebody like me who went after nearly 10 years of being in the university, where there used to be a professor those days in chemistry department. He used to tell me, here we have the freedom, to do things, but more, we have the freedom not to do anything. So, in the university, you have freedom of whatever kind that you want. If you want to do something, you do it. If you don't want to do something, you also have a freedom. But in a hierarchy, that is not a pleasant thing to be part of. And God forbid you get a bad boss. You had it. So, I must tell you that when I joined that system, I just wanted to run away. For the first 6 months, I just wanted to be no part of it, because no matter how good a department is, and DBT is among the better departments within the government systems, I will tell you this. I'm old enough now with grey hairs, I can get away with these statements. So, in spite of that, there is still a hierarchy, and you have to negotiate that and learn how to be there and how to be happy there, or if you're not happy, at least how not to be unhappy there. So until you make peace, it's going to be very tough. It's really a culture shock. And most of these funding agencies, I will also say, and I mean it, is there is a lack of mentorship. I mean, the person who is above you is either not equipped to mentor you properly, or doesn't want to mentor you, or because it's a system where these things don't happen. And you are thrown into the deep end of the pond, heads first into the water. And you don't know what's a note sheet, you don't know what's a file, you don't know what's a receipt, you don't know what's something else. You have never done that being in a university. This is something that you need to learn on the job, like these scooter repair wallas sit on the roadside and they learn on your scooter how to repair it. So you need to learn this job while you're still doing this job, because there are no workshops to teach you how to do. What is this note sheet? When do you write on the note sheet? When do you write on something else? Nobody taught me these things, and I used to wonder, what is this? Where have I come here from? And what am I doing in this place? So, until you are comfortable with it, or when you rise enough to get enough assistants to do those jobs, you need to be, negotiate that system and understand it. Also, you have to do many things that might appear extremely useless to you or unproductive to you. For example, there is a requirement in central government that you must answer something. If somebody wrote to you in Hindi, you must respond in Hindi. To some states, if they wrote in Hindi, you can, in southern states, if a letter comes, you don't have to respond to them in Hindi, but you can write in English. So that is not the problem. Many of you are comfortable with Hindi, your mother tongue is Hindi, you may be able to write. How many people will write in biotechnology to ask you a question in Hindi? Now, every 4 months, every 3 months, every quarter, you have to submit a report to the government. How many letters did you write in Hindi? And you say 0, they'll say, hey sir, ये कैसे हो सकता है? हम तो लिखना पड़ेगा हमको तो वहाँ. Because there is a parliamentary committee which sits, and they will visit you in the department and say, in your library, how many Hindi books have you got? Now, how many Hindi books are available on, say, CRISPR-Cas? How many books are available in biotechnology, tissue culture, whatever? And they say, no, 20% of your library should be Hindi. So what do you buy? You buy Dharm Yog, you buy, what is that, Gulshan Nanda's novels. And you have to show that you have got some, बहुत अच्छा है जी, but 20% Hindi है. And then they will come and say, at least you learn. If you sign in Hindi, if your letter text is in English, it's fine. Even if you learn to sign in Hindi, they consider it as a Hindi. So you will say, am I here to do biotechnology or am I here to promote Hindi? So you need to do that. You can't say no, because it's a Rajya Bhasha or whatever, official language. And then you have to do parliament questions in between. Many parliament questions are interesting, but there is a timeline, and there are several which are useless. Somebody will ask you, give us the funds released during the last 20 years in this area. Now, last 20 years, your department was not born, and you perhaps were not born. And then how will you provide them this kind of stupid questions sometimes you ask? And then your time is wasted in some such things. There are very good parliament questions, by the way. There are good parliamentarians, there are not so good parliamentarians, so let's not get into that. So, then there is this RTI. RTI, somebody can ask you. Mostly in our kind of department, it's only very rarely you get a relevant question. Mostly it is to fix somebody. Suppose I am working in your project and you didn't like me, you dismissed me. And therefore I will say this PI is corrupt. He has misappropriated the funds. Please investigate. And then, you will say, who is this PI? When did this happen? Then you find out that this happened 8 years ago. Now you are not handling that division at that time, you are handling it now. So you have to, there are some people who clog the whole system of RTI and make it a bad thing. There was some case, I was the appellate authority in DBT last several years. My officer has to first respond, and if his or her answer doesn't satisfy the guy who asked the question, he can appeal to me. And I will then call the officer, there's a deadline, timeline. If he or she doesn't respond, there are consequences, or at least they will give you, they threaten with all kinds of things. And then if they are not satisfied with my answer, they can go to the central, what commission, RTI, something, Nehru Place or somewhere it is, information, CIC, right? So then they will summon me. And they say, why this guy is not done? Then there was one case I remember where the whole file of this size was built up with the same guy sending so many RTI questions on the same project. In that time, about 6-7 officers have handled that proposal or project, and all the 6 are retired. And now when this comes to me, this new person who's handling it says, sir, I have no idea who this person was, what she did or he did, whether there was anything. So I say to the commissioner, please ask this person to take this file from me. Go through the whole thing, and I'm happy to part with it and settle whatever you want. So they say, oh, this fellow has come all the time. We have to now give him this airfare. I said, please give him airfare. So we have the authority to tell you, you have to provide the airfare. Okay, provide the airfare. He is happy. He went back and then stopped asking questions. So then there are other things, like this which you need to do, which are unproductive that you feel. So summing up, I think I did take a little more time than I should have. I'm sorry about it. At the end of the day, we are here to serve, if you are in a funding agency, the science community and scientists. And a scientist, we must remember, is not a mere statistic. He or she is a person of flesh and blood. He may suffer from a vitamin deficiency. He has tempers. He has genuine difficulties. It's your job to sort them out if they come to you with a problem. And remember, it's very easy to actually, once you join an agency like DBT, DST, it's very easy to forget what you have learned so far and stop reading. And then you can become an old fossil and not really bother about learning about in an area like biotechnology. If you did that, you're already dead anyway, and somebody only has to declare it. So even you need not know everything. I mean, I don't know the intricacies of, let's say, how to do Agrobacterium tumefaciens, but I must be intelligent enough to understand when you come to me and discuss that with me, to decide that that's an important thing for this country, then, or this is a trivial thing that you are bringing to me, and I must be informed enough to decide whether you are talking to me sense or you are not making sense. At least, I should be at least good in one domain, and I should have a good nodding acquaintance. At one time I was in charge of some 8 divisions, including aquaculture, and I said, look, I am a vegetarian, don't give me this. They said, no, you have to handle it. So I was in charge of aquaculture, Siri biotechnology, all kinds of things which I have never learned. I know when I was told to do Siri biotechnology, all that I knew was about Bombyx mori was the only thing I knew. I didn't know that India had 4 types of silk at that time. And I did do a lot of hard work to understand what are the needs of this area. And I built that up slowly, medicinal plants, gene banks, this, that. And so you must stay relevant. You need not know all the questions and all the answers. But if somebody poses a good question to you, you should be smart enough to know whether it is you're talking sense or you're taking me for a ride, or is it fundable, it's not fundable. So that's something you must do. And most of all, you should never lose sight of the fact of the human side of doing research. Remember what Gandhiji said, science without humanity is one of those 7 social sins that he listed. So never ever forget that. And to me, it doesn't matter which career you choose in science. All of you will choose something. But always remember, please choose something which you will enjoy doing. Just because there is a little more money or less money, or that should not be your criterion to choose what field you want to choose as a science career. You can do anything that you like, which you enjoy doing. Then you are happy doing it. You will contribute to the building of science ecosystem in this country. And when you reach a little higher levels, you can do so many big ticket things that the country needs, and the country needs you. Generally speaking, people don't really regard those who go to funding agencies as very bright people. When I first joined, one of my friends asked me, "अरे इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हो क्या? वहाँ जाके बाबू बनना है क्या?" Then I said, the only Babu I knew at that time was Professor C.R. Babu. And I said, if I can pick up one fraction of his work ethics, and if his dedication and devotion to science, I should be a very proud man. Why is this guy asking me stupid questions like this? And the person who joins a funding agency today is like, I don't know whether there's no blackboard here, otherwise I would have. It's like a triangle. One end of this one angle is there are administrators, like these IAS guys doing administration in your department. They will look down upon you thinking that if he were a bright fellow, he would have become an IAS guy. That's why he's now here as a scientist. Then there is this other angle here, where the scientific community itself, who look down upon you, they would say, "Arey, if he was a really bright fellow, he would have joined some lab and done research himself. Why is he going there to fund others?" Then there is the third angle, which are the finance community. And they will say, "You are squandering money on all these useless research. You must save this for the country. And what are you doing?" So, you are like cornered on these three angles, and nobody is there to help you, because you have to learn your job on your own. You have to navigate through all these mazes. It is a maze, trust me, and until you come to terms with that. But if you do, it's a great thing, because you can do very good things. Government doesn't prevent you from doing anything. And initially, in those initial days, we wanted to do something, and I had called this guy from finance and administration, and he told me, "Sir, ये सरकार में नहीं हो सकता है." I said, "Who is the sarkar here?" "I am the sarkar." "You are the sarkar." "I am saying it will be done. It can be done. Now tell me whether you can do it or not." Then he had no answer. I said, "Let's do it." So you can do. You have to stretch your neck out a bit. And if you want, you're convinced about something, do it. Don't be afraid. And it can be done. You can do something good everywhere. And it's not where you end up doing research, choose a career, to me, as I said earlier. It's not the job alone that is important. That's important. But how you do that job is much more important than which job you're doing. A very famous comedian once said, "A comedian is not a person who opens a funny door. A comedian is a person who opens the door in a funny way." Be that person who opens the door in a funny way. And it's not just, you don't have a magic wand. You have to do it the hard way. And whatever career you choose, I wish you all the best of luck. All of you are very bright people. I am sure you will choose something which will give you joy, and you will all make a great contribution to this country. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir, for transporting us back to your era and enlightening us. I'd like to mention that we are also joined by former head of the department, Professor S.V. Babbar. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Moving on, with sincere admiration, I would now like to invite Ms. Poonam Devan to inspire students with her words. Over to you, ma'am.
standing would be okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I thank Dr. Suman Lakpal to invite me to share my experience. I'm very happy here to share my experience. Okay. I'm very happy to share my experience with the students with respect to my journey studying at this botany department. This was a very important part of my journey while pursuing MSc here. My aim and objective, like most of you have, was getting into a research. And at that time, in third semester, fourth semester, I chose Dr. Shivanna's elective. And as I was very keen in doing tissue culture and all, so we were just two students in his class. And I thoroughly enjoyed getting a special attention. And the second elective, again I would say, everybody is talking about Professor C.R. Babu. Most of the class used to have second elective with him, population ecology. So that was the one. But after passing out, I went and talked to him, discussed the topic, and finally filled up the form also for a PhD. And at the same time, my brother was looking for, again, a career after passing out 12th. So I was helping him out as a elder sister. And what sir also said, I also read one advertisement. That time there was nothing like a career courses or whatever options were told to us. And I just said, wow, somebody is saying, MSc ka kuch to ho sakta hai. I said, chalo, let me try. I also filled up the form with my brother. But I actually was not very keen joining at that time. The course was Landscape Architecture in School of Planning and Architecture. So that was 3 years course. One was a pre-landscape, 1 year, and 2 years was Masters in Landscape Architecture. So anyway, I applied. Due to some reason, in fact, my brother only forced me to give me, okay, nahi, you have to go and appear in that paper because you have spent so much money, that is a hard-earned money, because he was in a very bad mood those days because he was not getting through. Anyway, I appeared for the paper. And in that paper, most of the things were related to Delhi and ecology and environment. So that helped me clearing it. And I cleared the interview also. And then the time came, it was a very testing time. Then my father also inquired from some people about the profession and all. At that time, it was very new one. When I joined, the number was double digit. So you can understand that time it was such a new profession. The roll number, like continued. So, and in the pre-landscape, we were taught how to draw even a line, how to sharpen a pencil, what is perspective, what is plan, what is elevation. They told us something about the relationship with the building and the tree. Anyway, but what was tough then, especially Wednesday, used to be the class with the first year B.Arch students. They were all so young, and the class used to be for the drawing and painting and theory of design. And there, in pre-landscape, we were just 4 of us. And we used to feel so bad. They were passionate to become an architect and all. They were very good at drawings and all. And we in MSc, we just used to do flowers and trees, not more than that. But it was tough. And then one day we told one of our professor, please tell that professor, that especially that the one who used to teach us the drawing and all, he should not compare us with those B.Art students and make a Saki come in, because that was very tough for us. Wednesday was the toughest thing. But yes, anyway, we sailed through that also. Then we joined landscape. There, again, there was a competition. That was with architects. And they were very passionate of the work and all. But yes, we botanists, the other one was a horticulturist, we had edge, especially on ecology and the taxonomy part of it. So we felt, yeah, somewhere we can. But those were the days we never had these computers and all. We had to work with a T-square and a scale and all. So time was very different. So one has to really work hard. Today I do have a backache, and I was just remembering that used to happen then also. Why I have a backache today, I really don't. Maybe I'm remembering that time. So here, I really want to know, do you know what is landscape architecture? Any one of you? Or a landscape design? What is an architect? What is landscape architect? Anyone, please? No? So when Central Park was being designed by Olmsted, landscape architect, he described that the whole professional task of designing a composition of plants, landforms, water, paving with the structures. So what a landscape architect does? A landscape architect is a person who design outdoor environment, especially parks and gardens. Landscape architect designs plans outdoor spaces that are functional and aesthetically pleasing. So what is the difference between a landscape architect and an architect? If a work you give it to an architect and to a landscape architect. So landscape architect would start his work with the site planning, not with anything else. Then emphasis would be design with nature, accentuate the topography, land, views, interrelated views, vegetation, and yes, the natural features of the site. So, after pursuing my landscape architecture from SPA, I joined a private firm. It's called Satish Khanna. There, we really learned how to do landscaping as a professional. After that, I joined Delhi Development Authority, and there, yes, we did a lot of big projects. Few of them are like, you must have seen it if you're from Delhi. The first project I did, I still remember, was a Harinagar Sports Complex, then followed by Rohini, Pitampura. So that was a sports complex. That was the time, because whatever DTA does, it is as per the master plan. So we did that. Then after that, I did a lot of neighborhood park, district park, Ridge, the Kamla Nehru Ridge, which is very next to you, is also with DTA. Later on, now it is a biodiversity park. Like, as I said, I really had a very good time. We worked with Professor Babu. I was a deputy director in DDA and interacted with him. And I'm very pleased to complete those 6 or maybe now 7th one coming up, biodiversity parks with him. So, while doing designing and all, what we do policy also. Master plan talks about policy. We design, plan and design major greens. We also develop degraded landscapes. We work even on heritage projects, large water bodies. You must have heard, like Delhi was once upon a time city of lakes and all, but yes, now it's again being done. So when we start doing any kind of a design, the site actually itself speaks. If I just go to this ground, if it is a degraded one, what will happen? We see a parcel of a land, can be 1 hectare, 1 acre. So, if we see some kind of a plants which are amphibious, so it means once upon a time there was some water there. And maybe if we have a rock over there, then that only teaches us what kind of a plants we have, can do it, what kind of a topography we have to maintain. Basically, aim of a landscape architect is to do less harm to that parcel of a land. That is what we were taught, and landscape architecture is also called as a mother of architecture. So if we do something wrong once, so it's very difficult to get it back. So what we do accordingly the soil, then vegetation, then we normally prepare a plan. And that also is a concept plan, depending on if it's a play area or even a biodiversity park. If you must have seen or no, anyone of you have seen a biodiversity park, Yamuna? So if you see a meandering wetland, so the concept of that meandering wetland was, because as it was a Yamuna biodiversity park, so we wanted something with a river that should have. So that is around 1.6 kilometer of that meandering water body. And we do have a little shallow, deeper wetland, one more, because we felt, or maybe the scientists with whom we were working, that is one more wetland is required. So whenever we start, and the depth of the wetland also, we had to see the water table of that area. What is the water table of that? So that water body was dug till that point, so that whenever you see, it's a seasonal water body, but yes, it's a perennial, we can say, because every time, whenever you go, the water is there. And what else you have seen in Biodiversity Park, if you've been there? I would like you to say something, please. Any one of you? और क्या देखा? Have you been there or no? I think 2-3 of you said yes. What you saw? What is Biodiversity Park and any other forest? Please tell me. Okay, tell me that only as a difference. So in a biodiversity park, we created a habitat. After creating habitat or maybe different ecosystems, so lot of birds and all, they came themselves. So we created a habitat for them. And the challenge was, we all talk about indigenous plants, trees and all, but we really can't get it. It was so tough for all of us to get them while doing biodiversity parks as well as doing regeneration for the ridge or a Yamuna. So that is the toughest, was the toughest task. But yes, Professor Babu team went all along the Yamuna basin and got the plants and then started getting them regenerated, or then as a seedling, and then we started putting it. So as we all know, we all talk about the climate change and everything. Wherever we go, in any forum, I'm not talking about a government, even in a private, everybody talks about indigenous thing. But how to get it? Where to get it? You people can become an entrepreneur, start doing it. There's large amount of demand for those things. And one more thing I would like to know, but who can become a landscape architect? That also I think you would be keen to know. After 12th, you can do a BArch, which is a 5 years course. And then one can do different kind of a master's courses. But in our time, in SP Delhi, there was a course called landscape architecture. Now it's not there, but now still in one of the SPs, that is SP Bhopal, you have a course called landscape design. So what do they teach there? I mean, if one has to go and is keen on doing it, they teach you ecology and ecosystem, theory of landscape architecture, plants and design, site planning, landscape engineering. Landscape engineering means how to take care of a topography of the area, how to do cut and fill, which is the most important thing of any project when we start. So normally we all talk about water harvesting. You must have heard all these terms. So all the swale areas we try that all the water of that particular site should go till a water harvesting area instead of a building area. When we do landscape engineering and study, we do slope analysis. So in the slope analysis, what we analyze is what is a buildable area, non-buildable area. First you do that so that less of a cut and fill is there. And we are in landscape design, remote sensing, GIS also is being taught now. And here we have a lab. There in architecture college, we call it a studio. The difference is, you have a large thing. There also a studio is really large. Earlier there used to be big drawing boards, big tables. But now we have not the small tables, but just little bigger ones with everybody working on their laptops. But that is a studio. And what happens in a studio? You are given some kind of a project, can be a riverfront, can be a small park, depending on the class. And then you have to study, analyze that area, even in history also. What was it? Then analysis, site analysis, physical one, photography, visual analysis. Now a lot of things we do get it from Google Baba, but yes, one has to go. Whatever we get from Google, but it is always better one should visit a site. The feel of that site is the most important thing. Sometimes Google won't show that high tension line ka that pillar, and you do all the design sitting here, and then one find it, oh, we were saying a focal point, then what is a focal point? That is that pillar. So, and what teacher tells you, they give you a credit on your design. They would scrutinize it accordingly. They will teach you every time. It won't be one faculty. It can be a person who is a landscape architect, can be a planner, is a part of a team, transport planner, so that you learn everything. So anyone who is really want to do a design kind of a thing, in any park, what do you go and see? जो दिमाग में आता है aesthetics. But with now, term is ecology with the climate change. So ecology also has a 20% arts. It's not only aesthetics. Accessibility. All the green areas has to be should have a universal access because it's all public area. So the design has to be public centric. So one has to be very, very sensitive while doing any design. It's not sensitively designed, even putting up a money also. You just can't wait money. Large, maybe it's a private one, but still a lot of fund is required. So if one design scientifically, so things will use less of a money. Sir was talking lots and lots of fun, but here, lot of people say, kya hai? Because as I was in a government job, या ग्रीन तो तुम्हारे को कोई पैसा देता नहीं है, इवन हाई लेवल पीपल, क्या है, यू हैव टू ओनली पुट इन सो मच करोर्स इनटू इट, बट विद टाइम now they say, I mean, when now we don't get water, with time people are really thinking about कि कहीं ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर तो नहीं लेके हमें घूमना होगा. So people are quite sensitive enough now कि what landscape architecture is and how we can deal with it. So I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing a glimpse of your journey and enlightening us on landscape architecture. It is with deep admiration and regard that I now invite Mr. Bhagwan Das to grace us with his invaluable words. Over to you, sir.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Suman and the panelists. It has been a very enlightening talk right from the morning, and we've been enjoying it. Although I'm a co-director of Mr. Bhagwan Das, and we've been throughout in the journey. He has some medical problem because of which he doesn't want to speak. That is why I'm there. And since '87, we are together on the journey and established our own. And in Professor Babu's words, I think I met Professor Babu in 1992. First time Bhagwan Das brought me to the department. And Professor Babu always used to say, when I met him about, I think, 3-4 years back, doing that biodiversity book, Poonam ma'am must be knowing, the biodiversity parks of Delhi, and that coffee table book we have brought out. So when we were doing that, even then Professor Babu said, your partnership is very sustainable. It has been continuing. And since we have shared almost everything, so on his behalf I'm speaking, although very much out of place because you all are all very highly educated people and from the academic background, from bureaucracy, and we feel out of place being entrepreneurs because entrepreneurs hardly they speak. They don't get the time to speak rather. So, yeah, they don't want to. So, we really feel out of place. But still, it's a good opportunity to share with you all. So, in '87, actually, that was our first time we met in one place. Actually, I'm from the zoology background, and I was employed after my zoology, I jumped onto computers, which was very new at that time. I did computer programming, and I got my first job with Apple computers. Through that, I entered into the field of publishing because we had to impart training to people who were buying those computers. And incidentally, my second or third batch of training which I had to conduct, although I was also very new, my own teacher, under whom I had done my dissertation for the postgraduate diploma, he came as a trainee. He was from DRDO, Mr. A.K. Srivastav. And I was totally new in the field, so I just asked him, sir, I've landed in this field after programming, so I don't know what is the future, where should I continue? Then he said, Manisha, you are in a very good field, and from our institute, you are the only one who has gone into this field, so you should continue. So that is how I stuck to that field. And after that, in one place we worked together, Bhagwan Das and myself. He was the management person there in that company. And I just happened to join for working there. So we worked together for 2.5 months. After that, we were working in different places, but our friendship continued. So then, always whenever we used to meet, he was very much I was a very timid sort of person, and he was the one who was always very vocal and very dynamic, that he had the feeling that he could do anything. So he used to motivate me also. He was after me, in fact, to take up UPSC and all, which I never did, because I could never sit down for studies for long hours. I never knew that I would come in a profession where constantly I'll have to keep studying. So, but anyway, so he was talking once, he put forward that I want to manufacture ceramic pots. So I didn't have any idea about business or doing something of our own. But one thing was very clear in my mind, that I'm not going to do a 9-to-5 job, and it should be something thrilling. But what? That was not sure. So when he talked about those ceramic pots, manufacturing and all those, I felt there's something could be thought of on different lines. But the problem was finances. Both of us, we didn't have any financial background. So we thought how to go about with it. Then he was the one, he said, we'll apply for loans. I said, who will give us loans? We don't have any financial background. But I don't know, although he never ran for the loans, it was I who kept running, but he was the one who was the motivating force behind me. So the thing used to come from him only. And then in 1989, we thought, we left the jobs after 2 years, and then we thought of starting our own. So to manage the finance, we went to Delhi Financial Corporation, various other banks, but as such, at that time, funding was not very easy as it is now. Now it's fairly good. You have lots of opportunities, government has given lots of incentives to start your own, but at that time it was a very, very tough journey. But anyway, I applied for the finances, approached several banks. Everyone wanted some seed money, that I should keep something in FDs and all, which I didn't have. Finally, we approached the Delhi Financial Corporation. They took a good 6 months to approve our project report. First of all, they tried to dissuade us, saying that you people can't do business because you don't have any such knowledge of business. I said, nobody is born with knowledge. We can always, we have the confidence when we are leaving such good jobs means working with Apple computers and leaving the job and coming for doing our own, that means we have some confidence. They took good 6 months to clear the project. I was very happy. After 6 months, when I got the letter, okay, all loan has been sanctioned, I thought, now in a week's time, I'll get the money, I'll start my company, and my journey will start. But then when I visited again, then I came to know the actual journey has now started. And they took another about 5 months to disperse the money. And every day they used to ask us to bring new documents, some new document. So one day I got frustrated and I told that manager, I said, why don't you tell me in one go what all you require? Why do you keep making me run every day? Then I want to unquote his words, just so that you people also, you young minds should get inspired by it. His words were, मैडम आपको बदतमीज़ बना रहे हैं, नहीं तो आप बिजनेस नहीं कर सकते हो, क्योंकि आप बहुत अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशन से पढ़ लिख के आए हो, दिमाग बहुत ऊंचा है, बिजनेस में वो नहीं चलेगा. And today I feel really he had given me a very good lesson to hear no. वो no सुनना जब से आ गया, जर्नी आसान हो गई. So then we started our own company. As a partnership company we started by the name of Akriti Graphics. For 3 years we went that way. Then we established it and converted it into a private limited with 4 directors. His wife is also one of the directors in that. And from there on, our journey of publishing and printing started. So initially we just had about 3 computers and a small place to work in Narayana industrial area and rented premises. But then from there we started doing, and the first breakthrough came when we got in 1993, 1992 in fact. We got from Indian Science Congress Association, we got their books for the Jaipur session, that was Science in India, Excellence and Accountability, in which we got to interact with lots of scientists, because all scientists had written the papers, including Mashelkar, Professor P.N. Srivastav, S.K. Sinha, all big shots. So I got an opportunity to interact with them directly, because at that time we didn't have these emails and all that. So all physical letter writing was there. And the same year we got from INSA one good project, that was INSA awards medal lectures to scientists in different fields. So INSA's Golden Jubilee was also there, not golden, Diamond Jubilee. Diamond Jubilee celebration was in 1993. So they wanted to get the medal lectures published. It was a 6-volume document, and till that time we had done very few works for INSA. Then the Executive Secretary, Mr. S.K. Sani, I'm really indebted to him, because he has taught us a lot. Although we were always on fighting terms, but till today we have very good terms. He's retired long back, but we have very good terms. So he called us, he said, can you take this up? Because I think they were approaching Springer for that. No, Thomson, not Springer, Thomson. And Thomson said we can't complete it in 6 months' time. So he said, can you take it up? We were very new. We said, okay, we accept the challenge. He said, checking and all would be yours. If it is correct, you get full payment. If there are any mistakes, no payment. At first, we thought how we can accept it. But then we took the challenge. We said, okay, let's go ahead. But to be on the safer footing, I just said, we'll take it up, but on the pretext that the corrections are limited to the manuscript, because we are not competent enough to correct what the scientists have written factually. So anyway, with the first draft, when it was submitted, and Dr. Alok Moitra, he is also from this department, he was conducting. He was the coordinator for that job. So Alok Moitra, one day he called me up. He said, Manisha, बहुत बेइज्जती करा दी हम लोगों की. I said, sir, क्या हो गया? I thought I've done something very wrong and it must be very erroneous. Then he said, हम लोगों को बहुत डांट पड़ रही है साइंटिस्ट से. I said, ऐसा क्या हो गया सर, गलतियाँ रह गई क्या? तो he said कि 3-4 सीनियर साइंटिस्ट का, प्रोफेसर गोविंद स्वरूप, अन्ना मनी, he said उन लोगों ने लेटर्स लिख दिए हैं कि ये जॉब आपकी कर कौन रहा है. तो I gave your reference, and incidentally till that time I didn't know that my uncle was also a fellow, कि इंसा में fellows होते हैं, and my uncle was also a fellow of INSA. I never knew all those things. So he said कि I told him कि प्रोफेसर P.N. श्रीवास्तव की भतीजी कर रही है ये. तो वो लोग कहते हैं तभी तो इंसा की जॉब में कोई गलती नहीं है. It was such a big compliment for me. I said कि अभी तक तो डांट पड़ रही थी. I felt very happy, and that is how our journey went ahead. Later we got opportunities for working with almost all the scientists we have been working with. और डॉक्टर अनुराधा को तो बहुत हम लोगों के साथ एक्सपीरियंस है करने का. तो we do enjoy, we try to justify the maximum. कभी कहीं रह भी जाता है तो आपस में इंटरैक्ट करके कर लेते हैं. So what I want to say, whatever one should do, they should do it with full enjoyment, and you should be totally immersed in it. You should not leave a stone unturned. To the best possibility, you should try to justify your job. And that is what gives you full satisfaction. Usme, once you start enjoying, you don't even feel tired. Like even at today's age, I don't sleep more than 4 or 5 hours. and I enjoy. I never feel tired of my work, whole time. Same is with him. He also continues with the job. He's more on the means press side. He takes care of the entire thing, and I take the pre-press activities I take care of. And we've been doing lots of our first book for PUSA, which we did, was for Dr. Swami. It was with Dr. Swaminathan and S.K. Sinha, Pulses in India. And I still remember at that time, we didn't have very good softwares way back in 1991. We didn't have very good softwares for designing. So I thought the cover should be unique. So yesterday we were just remembering what we had done. So I literally, with Pulses, I made the cover. I stuck it with glues. I wrote that Pulses of India with Pulses and photographed it, and then we made the cover. So Professor Swaminathan liked that idea a lot. So that is how we have been going on. And we applied for several times. We took loans because during the job. Many a times it also happens that maybe in the evening we don't even have 100 rupees in our pocket. And we think what to do tomorrow. Because the moment we open the business premises, the expenses start. But this entrepreneurship has taught one thing, that you can always dream big. Even if you don't have anything, you never feel you are broke. Because that possibility is always there. You can always visualize, okay, tomorrow I'm going to do these things. And always your mind keeps working. That how to manage. That's every day is a survival for us. And no rest in this journey, but it's an enjoyable journey. And for today, if people want to enter into entrepreneurship, there are lots of opportunities, because government, even DST is funding a lot, MSME funding is there, and the funding is not very difficult now. Your idea should be strong. You should be able to put forward your idea with clarity to the organizations, and you get the funding quite easily. So with the funding, but you should always be clear that if you have taken the funding, you should always justify it and return it back. Because many times people think, okay, government se mila hai, nahi bhi karenge to declare kar denge. But that shouldn't be the case. Because that way you are hampering the growth of lots of other people. So you should be very honest in whatever you undertake. And the journey is always very thrilling, very exciting, and one can go about with it. And INSA, of course, I am very much indebted that INSA has given us a lot of opportunities. In fact, last year, I did one book for INSA, which we have named it Jiddi. Jiddi was the actual name that the author, Dr. Sulabha Deshpande, Dr. Sulabha Kulkarni, sorry. She is from Pune only, Dr. Sulabha Kulkarni, from CMET. So she has written that, and it's on 28 women scientists. Some of them, of course, are very well known in the field, like Madame Curie, but most of them are there who have done remarkable work, which are still the principles of of science, and they never got any recognition for this. Like even the theory of atomic bomb, that Otto Hahn gets the credit, but it was actually done by a woman, Meissner. So there were such thrilling stories, although at that time I was not in a good mood to take up INSA jobs, and when the president of INSA, Dr. Chandrima Shah, she called me up one day that I have such and such a book, but I want it to be embellished, and the language is not very good. I want all those things to be done. Do you have somebody? I said, ma'am, I have people. I can get the things done, but I'm not in a mood to do it. So something had happened. So because of that, I said, but I said, since you've called me up, you just send me 1 or 2 chapters, let me have a look. And when she sent me, the very first chapter that I read, it was of one scientist, Hypatia, from Alexandria of the 6th century. And that lady, she had done such remarkable work. She was an astronomer, she was a mathematician, she was whatnot. She had done a lot of things. And just because of the gender bias, she was pulled down on the streets and killed at the age of 36, stoned to death. That really hurt me very badly. And I said, ma'am, you please send the entire script and I'm going to do that job. And that job has really given me a lot of satisfaction, because to do jobs for those scientists, many a times I feel, I also was very, since I'm also from zoology, I was very interested in science, wanted to become a scientist myself, पर पढ़ने में कभी उतना मन नहीं लगता था बैठ के, इसलिए पढ़ते नहीं थे उतना. हाँ, अब लगता है अब पढ़ते हैं, सारी ज़िंदगी पढ़ते रहे उसके बाद तो उस वक़्त जो है ऐसा लगता था. But now today I think, okay, I couldn't become a scientist, but at least I've become a mirror to reflect what they have done. At least I can reflect to the society, I can give back, because whatever is unknown about them. And it's my habit to find out if things are, I feel there are some missing links in the manuscript and all, although that's not my job to do it, but I always feel, no, that they should be bridged. And Dr. Alok Moitra always used to say, you give me sleepless nights. रात भर भेजती रहती हो पता नहीं कहाँ से ढूंढ के, और सुबह मेरे को बोलती हो कि अप्रूव करो. But that gives a lot of satisfaction कि at least whatever is not known. And after lunch, I think we were also discussing on the same aspects. I was telling you, Professor Suman, that whatever memories and all you people were discussing about Dr. B.M. Johari and various other people. So I always feel they should be preserved, because the next generation can get a lot of inspiration from them. And one of the things which I feel that is lacking in Indian scientific documents is that our people have done a lot of remarkable work, but they are not very well documented. Like, यहाँ के scientists को we compare कि people who are fellows of INSA, we compare them with the people of Royal Society, the fellows of Royal Society. But Royal Society, may each and everything that the scientists, even the things that they have worked with, they are preserved like a museum. और यहाँ पे तो जो C.V. Raman ने relativity के लिए जो prism use किया था वो तक चोरी हो गया. So I always feel that things should be documented well, only then our people will get recognition. That is a major lacuna because of which our people are not recognized the way they should be, although they have done very remarkable work. So I, being in this field, I am always, even in INSA, I keep saying the same thing. Here again, I'll repeat the same thing. Wherever my services are required, free of cost, I'm not going to charge anything. I'm there to preserve the documents in whichever form. Today there are various other things. If we can't go for a printed document because that costs a lot of money and then warehousing is also required, we can always go for e-publications. But that legacy should be preserved for the future generations. And the same I want the young minds sitting here to do. That you owe the things that you got from your earlier people. And you people should also, you should carry that legacy forward and at the same time preserve the earlier ones, so that the things are not lost. And moreover, because I am from an archaeological family, so I have that trait also. So I'm always bent on that I feel like preserving. And Mr. Bhagwan Das, so of course, he has always been a big support. Support kya? He has been the leader, in fact. I have only been following his footsteps. But he has been a great motivating force. And always, last year, kuch ho gaya tha, last year, some medical problem. But he'll very soon come out of it. And he has almost come out of it. So he'll be again back, sharing with you all. So that has been our journey. Yeah, 75. We've done a book for DST, 2 books in fact. One is the 75 promising startups. In 2022, it has been published. That is the story of the 75 promising startups under DST program. So DST has funded, and people from various, some are of course IITians and all, but lots of them are from very humble backgrounds. And they had some good ideas, they put forward to DST and they've come up with it. And now DST is also helping them market their projects. So it's a very good encouragement from DST that they are getting. And there is another one also, that is seed. Nidhi Seeded, na? Nidhi, that is another program of DST, I think Nidhi Seeded. Nidhi. So that is another program of DST. And then lots of other MSME fundings are also there. Private organizations are also funding, because now it's a very good thing that if you apply for MSME funding, then if you have a sound project, it is given to an incubator. Lots of universities and various other scientific organizations, they are working as incubators, like Amity University is one of them, which I know. There are various others. So they also immediately the fund is released in their bank account. So it becomes their responsibility to see that the project goes through. The incubators, they have to supplement. So it's a very good thing that right from the beginning, and then you get mentorship also from them. You can use their labs and all the things, all the facilities, and you can go about with it. Anything else, Bhagwandas, you want me to tell? Yeah, that I've already spoken, that we've worked with almost all the scientists. And yeah, one thing which was very exciting, I think in 2005, we got an opportunity to design the citation for Dr. Norman Borlaug. I think you were there, Dr. Maurya, at that time with Dr. Anupam Verma and all. So it was my idea that we are not going to design it on paper, it should be on silk, which should give an ethnic appearance. So we chose khadi silk for it. On that we printed. Then sitting in I think sitting in TAS or DMR somewhere, there I literally sewed the tassels onto it and showed them how it would look. The golden tassels, and then in a silver cascade it was put. So that was that. Dr. Borlaug got the first MS Swaminathan award. For that we designed. So that was a very thrilling thing for us. Yeah, with FAO we have been associated since 1996. Dr. Padwoda gave us the first opportunity when we worked for his Asia Pacific Association of Agricultural Research Institutions, APARI. Then after that he introduced us to FAO. So with FAO we have been working since 1996, continuously, done lots of their jobs. And so that has also been very satisfying. Yeah, FAO, even Rome office, even India, Rome and Bangkok, all the three. And almost in all the Indian languages and lots of foreign languages we've worked. Even in Urdu. We developed fonts. Yeah, fonts also. We've developed our own fonts. Yeah, initially because there were no regional language fonts. Windows platform came later. But Apple was there, and Apple had only a few Hindi fonts, but they didn't have any regional language fonts. So we were the first ones to develop the regional language fonts in various languages. Even in Delhi University hostels I sat when I was developing that Udiya font. Because Udiya, I found it's a very strange type of language. The half letter is like Bengali and half is like Telugu. So I had to sit with students. I didn't know anybody. Then he introduced me to lots of students in the hostel. So I used to sit with them and understand the letters and design the fonts. Okay, thank you all so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring us with your words on behalf of Dr. Das. Your acumen and passion is truly inspiring. I'd also like to thank Dr. Das. We highly appreciate your presence, sir, despite your delicate health. Moving on, I'm honored to invite Dr. Burman to share his inspiring journey and enlighten young minds. Over to you, sir.
Yes.
Namaskar. This is like homecoming for me. So, and then I'm not that old student. Just few years back, I left. Most of the professors sitting here, I worked with them like under their guidance. I've learned lots of things, professional as well as personal. So, like how to proceed, because I belong to a very remote village of Assam, and then I have like this journey was like learning something every day, kind of where I have reached today. Till yesterday, I didn't have any PPT. I asked Suman ma'am also, and then you don't need a PPT. Then just today on the way, I was thinking I should have something. So on mobile and all those, I had some templates. So I typed. Sorry for typos if it's there. So before starting my presentation, so this will be mostly student-centric. What you should select as a career. So happiness should be the answer. So what makes you happy? You select that, because we didn't know that. So after achieving everything in life, or most of the things what you wanted, then you will realize, okay, I just want to stay happy. So anything can, there is a broad spectrum of career. You can have your even own startup. But if that is making you happy, so think, like take some time and then just don't follow anybody. Just think what you want in life, how you will stay happy, explore your skills, and then that's my experience. By the way, I have two brothers, we are three. They think differently, so everybody think differently. So it's not like कि मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ, आप लोगों का thought process वही होगा, थोड़ा अलग हो सकता है, but happiness तो सबको चाहिए. आप लोग जिस स्टेट में इन दिस स्टूडेंट, सो आप लोग का गोल होना चाहिए स्किल्ड होना. डिग्री सबको मिल जाएगा, सबके पेपर्स आएंगे. मैं आजकल बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को सिलेक्ट करता हूँ, मतलब सिलेक्शन इंटरव्यूज़ लाइक एटलीस्ट 50 प्रोजेक्ट स्टाफ्स एवरी ईयर. यही प्रॉब्लम होते हैं, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं, सबके पास MSc है, PhD है, कुछ पेपर्स है, बट पेपर्स के अलावा उनके पास ना कोई राइटिंग स्किल है या बोलने का भी ठीक से नहीं है, और न्यूमरस स्किल्स यू नीड, और थिंकिंग स्किल्स, डिज़ाइनिंग ए प्रोजेक्ट, और हाउ यू विल एड्रेस दिस इशू. लाइक हम साइंस कम्युनिकेशन से है, तो कोई emergency कुछ हुआ तो how you will handle that. So that kind of situation, because maybe they were not exposed or they didn't try enough. So ये जो career path है, अभी आप लोगों का time है, इसमें खाली not only research but you need to get all the relevant skills. Now today I am covering science communication. There might be two paths. So you may be wanting to be a science communicator. अगर आप लोग science communicator बनना चाहते हैं तो आप science communication ले सकते हैं. आप लोग कॉलेज टीचर भी बनना मे बी यू वांट टू बी ए कॉलेज टीचर, बिकॉज बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट का मोस्टली जब हम लोग थे वही था कि एवरीबडी दे गो फॉर एडॉक टीचिंग एंड देन टीचिंग. सो दैट वाज द पाथ. लाइक आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट 80-90% स्टूडेंट वाज डूइंग दैट ओनली. इवन यू आर बिकमिंग ए टीचर, देन ऑल्सो यू विल हैव टू बी ए साइंस कम्युनिकेटर. अगर आप एक ऐसे टीचर बने कि आपका क्लास इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं हो, तो देखिए आप पूरे लाइफ टाइम में कितने स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, मतलब they will suffer because of you. So lifetime you need to like build those skills. So you have to be a very good science communicator. I am working with people across India. जो scientists like they are getting awards and all, they are very good science communicator. वो लोग research publish करते हैं, फिर उस research के बारे में वो लोग social media या newspaper में बताते हैं. इसकी वजह से सबको पता चलता है कि they are doing that work. अगर आप कुछ research करते हैं, you are hiding it and nobody knows. क्योंकि अगर आप अपना research paper का रीच देखिए कितने 100 होगा, 200, 500, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं, बहुत अच्छा है 1000. सो वेरी लिमिटेड रीच, किसी को पता नहीं आप क्या कर रहे हैं. जब आप रिसर्चर्स के साइंस कम्युनिकेशन में जाते हैं, आपके जो एक पॉपुलर आर्टिकल है, द रीडरशिप ऑफ दैट विल बी 30,000 40,000 मोर, एंड देन एवरीबडी कैन रीड दैट, पॉलिसी मेकर्स और जो भी है. तो साइंस कम्युनिकेशन इसलिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है अगर आपको साइंस कम्युनिकेशन में करियर नहीं भी बनाना है तो. Presently, I am working as a scientist at CSI NISPER, and I am the head of the Studies in Science Communication division of NISPER. I am editing some journals and magazines also. Some other works which I will introduce. Like actually science communication में बहुत कुछ होता है, तो मैं सब में ही कुछ थोड़ा मेरा काम है, तो I'll आप लोगों में से किसी को साइंस कम्युनिकेशन का कोई एक्सपोजर है? डू यू नो व्हाट इज ए पॉपुलर स्टोरी, साइंस स्टोरी? एनीबडी? ओके. तो मैंने सोचा, आई वोंट टेक दैट मच टाइम, बट साइंस कम्युनिकेशन में बहुत कुछ बोलने से पहले थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को पता चले कि साइंस कम्युनिकेशन है क्या. तो वी पब्लिश रिसर्च और रिव्यू पेपर्स, टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज में होता है. कल को अगर आपको मैं एक मैथमेटिक्स का रिसर्च पेपर दूँ, ऑल्दो यू पीपल आर MSc और PhD स्टूडेंट्स, आप लोगों को समझ में नहीं आएगा. मतलब हमें बस हो सकता है बॉटनी, मॉलिकुलर, माइक्रो उतना हम पढ़ सकते हैं, इवन दूसरे फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री का भी हर चीज़ वी वोंट बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड. तो रिसर्च पेपर हाईली टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज में होता है. तो एक ही पर्टिकुलर जो टेक्निकल बैकग्राउंड के लोग हैं उन्हीं के लिए है. साइंस कम्युनिकेशन इज़ फॉर एवरीबडी, फॉर कॉमन पीपल. आपको रिसर्च को या आपके साइंस को ऐसे फॉर्मेट में लेके आना है कि सो दैट एवरीबडी कैन अंडरस्टैंड योर साइंस. सो मेकिंग इट सिंपलर. देयर इज ए चैलेंज व्हेन यू मेक समथिंग सिंपल, उसमें गलत होने का भी चांस होता है. तो बीइंग ए साइंस कम्युनिकेटर आप सिंप्लीफाई तो कर रहे हैं, बट यू कैन नॉट इंट्रोड्यूस एनी एरर इन दैट प्रोसेस. तो यू हैव टू बी करेक्ट लाइक ए साइंटिस्ट, बट यू हैव टू बी, यू नीड टू एक्सप्रेस योर सेल्फ इन ए वेरी ईजी लैंग्वेज. वो चैलेंज है. तो एक स्टोरी कैसे लिखते हैं मैं आपको बताता हूँ, जो हमारा प्रोसेस है. अगेन जो साइंस में जो साइंस मैगजीन्स है, जैसे साइंस रिपोर्टर हो गया, या ऐसे बहुत सारे मैगजीन्स है, या द हिंदू में एक साइंस पेज है, डेक्कन हेरल्ड पब्लिश करते हैं, कुछ फॉर्मेट्स हैं. साइंस में पब्लिकेशन काफ़ी कम हो गया है अब, क्योंकि न्यूज़पेपर वगैरह में वो लोग बोलते हैं कि बिजनेस एंगल से उनको इतना फ़ायदा नहीं है उसमें, क्योंकि लोगों को पॉलिटिक्स, फिल्म, ये सब में ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट है. स्टिल देयर आर मैगजीन्स एंड न्यूज़पेपर्स दोज आर डूइंग साइंस. सो साइंस स्टोरी हो सकता है, साइंस न्यूज़ हो सकता है. तो वो लिखते कैसे हैं? तो फर्स्टली यू नीड एन आइडिया और ए पेपर. लाइक आप एक रिसर्च पेपर से एक स्टोरी लिख सकते हैं, या आप किसी आइडिया से एक स्टोरी लिख सकते हैं. जब आपने एक रिसर्च पेपर पिक किया या आपने एक आइडिया लिया, नाउ यू नीड टू डू योर बैकग्राउंड रिसर्च. The way you do review of literature for your PhD project, the same thing. It won't be that extensive because आपको एक story within 10-15 days में लिख के complete करना है. You need to know a little bit of your previous studies. Now the process starts. You will interview the author. जैसे साइंटिस्ट X, मैम ने कोई पेपर पब्लिश किया, मुझे उसमें एक आर्टिकल लिखना है, मुझे उस रिसर्च के डिटेल्स नहीं पता, तो आई विल आस्क सम क्वेश्चन, मैम विल आंसर, and those answers will guide me how to draft my story. So normally हम लोग 5 questions draft करते हैं, we send them through mail, and then the author responds. अगर कोई और डाउट होता है then we do one more round. So वो जो क्वेश्चन आंसर है, अगर वो क्वेश्चंस हम ऐसे डिज़ाइन करें तो उस 5 क्वेश्चन के आंसर से ही आपका आधा स्टोरी का कंटेंट आ जाता है. The scientist will give you some quotes, and then what they are going to do in future, how they have done it, and then all those things. I'll give some example, you'll get some more details. Get other scientist opinion. आप है कि एक साइंटिस्ट ने कुछ रिसर्च किया, उसको लगता है कि वर्ल्ड में सबसे अच्छा उन्हीं ने कर दिया और ही इज़ द पायनियर, बट हो सकता है ऐसा नहीं हो. हमें पता है साइंटिफिक कॉन्सेप्ट में बहुत बड़ी 2-3 स्कूल्स ऑफ थॉट होते हैं, सब लोग अलग अलग सोचते हैं. तो अगर हम एक ही साइंटिस्ट के ओपिनियन में कुछ लिख देते हैं, हो सकते वी माइट गो रॉन्ग. तो हमें जो अपोजिट स्कूल है उनका भी एक थॉट प्रोसेस लेना चाहिए अगर पॉसिबल हो और टाइम फ्रेम आपको अलाउ करते हैं. यू आस्क दैट साइंटिस्ट कि दे आर सेइंग दिस और दे आर अनाउंसिंग दिस, इज दिस करेक्ट और व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑन दिस. सपोज एक नया वैक्सीन किसी ने डेवलप किया, तो आप और वैक्सीन एक्सपर्ट से बात कर सकते हैं कि वो लोग क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में, एंड देन यू बैलेंस योर स्टोरी एज यू आर नॉट ए वैक्सीन एक्सपर्ट. रिमेंबर whom you are writing. So आपका जो ये पॉपुलर स्टोरी है, जैसे मैंने पहले बोला, ये कॉमन लोगों के लिए, स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ेंगे, स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स इवन, कॉमन पब्लिक जिन्होंने साइंस कभी पढ़ाई नहीं, आर्ट्स के लोग या एवरीबडी विल रीड इट. सो there should not be any scientific technical word, so you need to simplify it. So keep your readers in mind. बहुत क्विकली मैं अपना जो राइटिंग प्रोसेस है उसका 4-5 एग्जांपल देता हूँ कैसे हुआ था. तो आई गॉट ए स्टोरी टू राइट ऑन डायटम्स. सो आई वाज ए फेलो ऑफ नेचर. सो इन 2019 आई गॉट द इंडिया साइंस मीडिया फेलोशिप बाय नेचर ग्रुप. So they selected 5 communicators across India, and then they gave us some fellowship and they were training us. So I was writing some stories. So एक ये story नहीं, this was a news. So somebody discovered some species of diatoms. अब किसी ने डाइटम, आप सबको पता है डाइटम किया, उन्होंने एक रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश किया. मुझे जब वो पेपर आया उसमें डाइटम का मॉर्फोलॉजी, एनाटॉमी, जो भी स्ट्रक्चर है वो था. अब मैं उसमें स्टोरी कैसे लिखूंगा? अगर मैं लिख दिया वो सब कौन पढ़ेंगे, मतलब कॉमन लोगों के लिए कैसे होगा? तो वैसे मैंने बोला था कि ईमेल के थ्रू हम लोग क्वेश्चन आंसर करते हैं. तो मैंने जो साइंटिस्ट हैं उनको कॉल कर लिया कि इसके बारे में मुझे आप कुछ और बताएं क्योंकि मेरा स्टोरी नहीं बन रहा. तो ही टोल्ड मी कि ही वेंट टू सिक्किम for some funding body meeting, DBT or DST, and then while he was coming back he just stopped somewhere randomly. और उनको फिर एक मॉइस्ट एक रॉक दिखा और उन्होंने ऐसे ही फॉर क्यूरियोसिटी, जैसे साइंटिस्ट कहीं रुकते हैं, मैं भी जब PhD कर रहा था जहाँ पे भी मुझे डायोस्क्रिया दिखता मैं 2 लीफ ले ही लेता. तो उन्होंने ऐसे ही ले लिया उसको. एंड देन ही केम बैक टू अगरकर रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट पुणे, gave it to his students, and then when they studied those samples, उनको तो नए बहुत सारे नए स्पीसीज उस सैंपल से मिला. तो डेट गेव मी अ स्टार्ट पॉइंट कि कैसे आपका वो यूरेका मोमेंट और एक एक्सीडेंटल डिस्कवरी हो सकता है. तो आई फॉर्म दैट स्टार्टिंग पैराग्राफ, और उसकी वजह से फिर लोग डाइटम के बारे में जो सेकेंड पैरा है वो शायद पढ़ लेगा. तो ये एंगल मुझे इस स्टोरी में चाहिए था. कभी कभी जैसे हम कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड करते हैं, तो नेचर ग्रुप की ही एक मीटिंग में मुझे एक साइंटिस्ट मिली. तो शी वॉज डूइंग सम वर्क इन रिमोट विलेजेस इन झारखंड. सो जो ट्राइबल लोग हैं वो लोग सराउंडिंग से अपना न्यूट्रिशन लेते हैं. हम लोग जब न्यूट्रिशन के बारे में बात करते हैं हम कार्बोहाइड्रेट, प्रोटीन, फैट जो, लेकिन हम माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट को मिस कर जाते हैं. सो शी स्टडीड दोज न्यूट्रिएंट्स एंड देन शी फाउंड दैट जो उनके सराउंडिंग से जो लेते हैं उससे उनके सारे माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट रिक्वायरमेंट फुलफिल हो रहा है जो ट्रेडिशनल फूड है उससे. तो अगर आप साइंस कम्युनिकेटर है तो वही कॉन्फ्रेंस या वर्कशॉप में आप जब जाते हैं तो यू नीड टू टॉक टू पीपल. हो सकता है बहुत सारे साइंटिस्ट है, दे आर कैरिंग सम वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरीज विद देम. इफ़ यू टॉक टू देम एंड देन इफ दे आर इंटरेस्टेड यू कैन राइट ए वेरी गुड स्टोरी. सो ये स्टोरी पब्लिश हुआ था मेरे रिसर्च पेपर में. देन डेक्कन हेरल्ड टोल्ड मी कि डू यू वांट टू डू ए कंप्लीट 1 पेज फीचर स्टोरी ऑन दैट, एंड देन दे डिड इट. मैंने बोला था एक पेपर से एक स्टोरी बन सकता है, लेकिन हमें भी पता है कि एक रिसर्च पेपर एक कंप्लीट स्टोरी नहीं बनाता. हम स्टोरी बनाने के लिए तो पेपर नहीं पब्लिश करते, तो आपको पूरा नहीं मतलब स्टोरी का कंटेंट मिलता. तो आई वॉज एट वन टाइम वी हैड हैंडलिंग द डिसेमिनेशन ऑफ IIT बॉम्बे, वट एवर पेपर दे वर पब्लिशिंग वी आर डूइंग द पॉपुलर स्टोरीज ऑन दैट. सो एक पेपर मुझे आया था, देन आई सेंस हिम सम क्वेश्चंस. आफ्टर रीडिंग द क्वेश्चन ही रियलाइज दैट आई एम ए बायोलॉजी स्टूडेंट. उन्होंने बोला इनकी क्वेश्चन अच्छा है, इनको बायोलॉजी आता होगा, तो टेल हिम टू कॉल मी. तो आई कॉल्ड हिम. देन ही गेव मी हिज पब्लिकेशन ऑफ लास्ट 5-10 ईयर्स. एक सीरीज़ में उन्होंने जो पब्लिश किया. तो जैसे हम एक रिसर्च क्वेश्चन में काम करें बहुत सालों तक और हमने 5 पेपर पब्लिश किया, तो डेट विल काइंड ऑफ मेक ए कंप्लीट स्टोरी. आपका स्टोरी कंप्लीट हो जाता है. तो बहुत सारे ऐसे जर्नी कवर करके भी आप पॉपुलर स्टोरी बना सकते हैं. ये जब जो ये स्टोरीज़ होते थे मैं 15 डेज़ में 20 डेज़ में लिखता था. स्टोरीज़ हमारे वेटिंग होते थे, हम सिंप्लीफाई करते. और वेटिंग मतलब जैसे एक साइंटिस्ट थे उनसे मैंने इंटरव्यू किया, स्टोरीज़ लिखा, मैंने सिंप्लीफाई कर दिया. अब डर है कि हो सकता है सिंप्लीफिकेशन के प्रोसेस में कुछ साइंस गलत हो गया. तो we need to make it sure कि we are not adding any wrong scientific claim. So we send it for a final review कि sir please review this story, if this is correct then we will publish it. So they do it. So we have some time, but sometimes it's like you have to write something overnight. Otherwise every newspaper is going to publish that tomorrow and then nobody is going to read your story day after tomorrow. So CCMB made some discoveries. They call for a press meet. They shared their press release. We knew that everybody is going to publish it tomorrow. So that night only, I was given time कि tonight you have to write it and then publish it by tomorrow morning. So वैसे भी होता है कभी कभी आपका नॉर्मली आपके शेड्यूल में टाइम होता है पॉपुलर स्टोरीज के लिए, लेकिन इन दिस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन यू हैव टू बी वेरी क्विक. समटाइम्स जो आपके आर्टिकल है वो वायरल, मतलब यू इवन डोंट नो. सो 2 साइंटिस्ट है बेंगलोर के, दिस इज़ ए वेरी सिंपल थिंग, नथिंग लाइक दिस इज़ ए सिंपल न्यूज़. मेरे बहुत सारे ऐसे स्टोरीज़ है जिसको मैंने 2 महीने तक लिखा है, मतलब सबकी व्यू पॉइंट्स लेके बैलेंस करके, और उसकी रीडरशिप बहुत कम है. मतलब रीडरशिप जो है बहुत बारी वो हमारे हाथ में नहीं होता. और ये न्यूज़ था जिसको मैंने आई थिंक 35 मिनट्स में लिखा था, और ये उसी दिन आई थिंक 40,000 एंड और इवन मोर, सो इट बिकेम वायरल. बट दिस इज़ नॉट इन आवर कंट्रोल. व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज़ डोंट गेट डिसहर्टेंड. अगर आपने कुछ अच्छा किया और उसका रिस्पॉन्स अच्छा नहीं है तो डोंट गेट डिसहर्टेंड, कीप डूइंग इट. तो आपका कोई और स्टोरी इट विल बी बेटर. आफ्टर सेइंग ऑल दिस, क्या राइटिंग बहुत ही लाइक इज इट इंटरेस्टिंग और इट्स ईजी? राइटिंग इज़ नॉट ईजी. Like you are writing something and you are explaining to a second person, you are not in front to explain, or बहुत सारे, you need to make it interesting also, so it's not easy. So when you start writing so after today's lecture, all of you should go for science writing. So there is a program called AWSAR. Do you know AWSAR by DST? Are you people writing for it, the PhD student? Any AWSAR award from Botany department? No? So I'm leaving this responsibility today with DAB's president also. So in next 2 to 3 years, I want to see at least one AWSAR awardee from Botany department. This is a very prestigious department, but we cannot go on talking about Panchanan Maheshwari ji or H.Y. Mohanram. We have to keep repeating that output. So try hard, learn how to write your story, and then you should, at least one of you should get a story award in next 2 to 3 years. Many of the students who are working with me, they have won. It's not very difficult. To start with, so my journey as a science communicator started with the Botanica. So today I got that folder, I opened, and I was very happy. So in 2011, I started as a student editor in that. So that kind of opened the world for me of science communication. So all the editors who are working for Botanica, congratulations to you. You will get some advantage with this because people recognize Botanica across India. And then all those who are not working for it, write something for Botanica or other platforms. Other thing I'm doing now is I'm managing lots of social media handles. So as you know, government has various missions, so we need to communicate, disseminate popular stories से भी social media की जो reach है, that's more. But India, this is a paper in Current Science, I think, which shows that the coverage of Indian science in social media is very poor, and it is 18% less than global average. So हमारा साइंस सोशल मीडिया में बहुत कम जा रहा है. So we need to do more because in today's world, everybody is on social media. People make some kind of assumption on your work or something. So you need to share something, and then we have some responsibility kind of also that we don't explain our work only to the scientists, but we need to explain to common people also what we are doing. Or so this is a national mission. So this mission is on Indian traditional knowledge. So what happens on Indian traditional knowledge, everybody shares everything. Like फेसबुक में आपको हमेशा मिलेगा कि ये लीफ ले लो, इससे डिजीज ठीक हो जाएगा. तो ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज बहुत डाइल्यूट हो गया, लॉट्स ऑफ मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन. तो द प्राइम मिनिस्टर वांटेड दैट वी नीड टू वैलिडेट, लाइक अगर कोई ऐसा है ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज, साइंटिस्ट शुड वैलिडेट इन लैब, एंड देन इफ validated information is available, we should disseminate through social media. So this is a national mission which I am handling. So we do dissemination in Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and LinkedIn in various formats. So we do posts like infographic, and then we do reels, shorts. So maybe you know how popular Instagram and all are for science these days, those short reels, and then the young generation, they keep scrolling it the whole day. So if you do science in using this media, so it will be very effective, like the impact, the reach will be more. One more domain where I'm working is communication in Indian language. As you know, the English is the language of science. So मैं जब दिल्ली आया उससे पहले मुझे इतना हिंदी बोलना नहीं आता था. आई एम ए नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न. तो मैंने ऐसा डिसाइड किया कि अब मुझे हिंदी में ही बात करना है, बिकॉज एक तो मुझे कि मैं कहीं और से आया हूँ वो नहीं चाहिए, मतलब आई नीड टू बी ए पार्ट ऑफ दिस कल्चर एंड देन आई नीड टू मेक मोर इम्पैक्ट. तो मैंने देखा माई हिंदी इज़ बिट डिफरेंट देन अदर्स, बट मुझे पता है कि मैं जब हिंदी में बात करता हूँ उसका इम्पैक्ट ज़्यादा होता है, क्योंकि लोगों को वो बातें याद रह जाते हैं, लोगों को मैं भी याद रह जाता हूँ. तो आई एटलीस्ट मेक एन अटेम्प्ट टू स्पीक इन हिंदी. सो दैट्स पर्सनल, बट इन इंडियन लैंग्वेज जो हम कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं इंग्लिश में, बट ओनली अबाउट 12% ऑफ आवर पॉपुलेशन दे कैन स्पीक और रीड इंग्लिश. तो हम ऑलमोस्ट 90% लोगों तक साइंस को नहीं पहुंचा पाएंगे अगर हम इंग्लिश में ही करते रहें. आप लोगों को पता है इस वजह से जो नया एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आया है और सारे पॉलिसीज़ में साइंस कम्युनिकेशन इन इंडियन लैंग्वेज में काफ़ी फोकस दिया जा रहा है. तो आई थॉट आई studied SMEs in my school, so I should do something in SMEs. इसमें ये भी होता है कि being a science journalist or science communicator, I get the global, अभी global scenario में जो भी अच्छा discoveries हो रहा है सबकी press release मेरे mail में आता है. तो I get those news every day. But the people in Assam or the journalists Assam, they don't have that access. So if I translate it to SMEs or give it to them, so that I will be able to do more impact. So that way I have started working in Indian language and then associated with various missions to promote communication in Indian language also. You might remember during COVID time, that mask movement which was being done. So in that also, the translation process with PSC office and all, I participated in those things. So in addition to English, if you know Hindi or something, your language, try doing something in your language also. That will give you lots of recognition and satisfaction. Because मैंने देखा जो मेरा English stories है वो मैं publish करता हूँ, sometimes कुछ आता है, but when I do stories in Assamese, I get personalized feedback in Facebook and all those कि आपकी story पढ़ के मुझे ये फ़ायदा हुआ. तो that kind of feedback आपको बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी देगा. तो try doing in Indian language if you can do. This is an Assamese magazine which I did before joining NISPER. So this was my first initiative in Assamese, doing a popular magazine. Then this year from January I have launched, so CSIR, we have 38 labs across India. In Assam also we have one lab. So I've collaborated with that lab called CSIR NIST, and then I have started a magazine January this year in Assamese to disseminate the information. It's a bit challenging to work in Assamese from here because all my designers, my students, my projector, nobody can read it, so I need to do everything. This one is one aspect of science communication where I have started working now is on science communication through folk media. So science communication में एक question हमेशा होता है that we are doing lots of science communication, but what is the impact? Are we able to make some change? काफ़ी बारी लगता है कि हमने थोड़ा सा तो कुछ इम्पेक्ट किया. In many times we are not satisfied. We know that in India there are populations जिनको ना वो साइंस स्टोरी पढ़ेंगे ना उनको वो वीडियो देखेंगे, मतलब एनी मोड्स ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन और सोशल मीडिया विच आई हैव डिस्क्राइब, ये किसी भी फॉर्मेट उन तक नहीं पहुँचेगा. और अगर न्यूज़पेपर आ भी रहे हैं, दे आर नॉट रीडिंग योर साइंस इन दैट. So I talked to a lady, she is Purnima Burman from Assam. So she is doing lots of work for greater Etutan stock conservation in Assam and then received many global recognitions. So I told her how, so basically she convinced the village people to preserve this, conserve this bird. So they were killing it or breaking the nest because they didn't like the bird. So she included, this is our Assamese Gamosa. So in that she has introduced the bird motif. These are our Namgor. So in the mandirs we call Namgor for kirtans and all. In kirtans she has introduced the conservation messages. So like those kind of thing which impact. We know puppet shows, so many people use puppet shows for science communication. So in India there is a section perhaps where no other form of communication still are not being able to make an impact. So this folk media may help those people. This was tried even during COVID times and all. So I have started some research on documenting or like knowing feedback of all the stakeholders, how to strengthen that. So this is very briefly, because I kind of need a whole day to talk to you on science, or like how to write a story, or how you will go with social media, what will be the challenges. It's not easy with social media. If you do one mistake, then it will be trolled like anything, and this is not your personal page. You are doing it for CSIR or somebody, so you are on like that pressure all the time. So how to handle all those things, or how to go correct. You cannot, like, you have to be politically correct. You cannot all the time. So those skills. Here are some career options. Before going to this, okay. So about my journey. So if you want to know how I have become a science communicator, I started during my PhD with Botanica. So all those years I was associated with Botanica. In my mid-PhD, IISc Bangalore, they had a science media center. And then those, so some of the PhD students, after their PhD, they formed a startup kind of thing. And then they established this science media center. They were converting this research into popular story or press release kind of format. And from that, Hindu, Times of India, all the leading papers were picking up our press releases. So I joined that group with approval from my guide. So my guide, Professor Geeta, was very progressive. So she will never say no to anything. Ma'am, I want to learn this. Okay, go and learn. So that kind of. So she also helped me in shaping my career a lot, and then help with like improving my writing skills. So PhD में होता क्या, आप एक PCR लगाते हैं तो आपको मिल जाता है 2 घंटा, और फिर आप एक जेल रन कर रहे हैं, अगेन लॉट्स ऑफ टाइम. तो वो टाइम आप कैसे यूज़ करते हैं? आप बातें कर सकते हैं, आप चाय पी सकते हैं, आप कुछ क्रिएटिव, आप कुछ पढ़ भी सकते हैं, मतलब हाउ यू प्लान योर डे. तो अभी का जो आपका ही टाइम है, कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे होंगे वो आके एक PCR करेंगे, फिर एक जेल रन करेंगे और घर चले जाएंगे. दे विल डू इट फॉर 4 years. ड्यूरिंग इन ऑल दोज 4 years दे विल जस्ट नो हाउ टू डू ए PCR और रनिंग ए jail, but after their PhD they won't know what to do after this if they are not getting that same thing, and it's very difficult to get what you want. तो आपको ये 4 या 5 years में स्किल्ड कि अगर आपको एक लैब बेस्ड जॉब नहीं मिलता तो आप और क्या कर सकते हैं, या अगर आपको एक लैब बेस्ड जॉब मिल भी जाता है तो फिर आप एक लीडिंग साइंटिस्ट कैसे बन सकते हैं, आपकी उस रिसर्च के बारे में लोगों को कैसे बताएंगे, या हाउ यू विल मेक दैट इम्पैक्ट. सो इसके लिए आपको एडिशनल स्किल्स आप प्रेजेंट कैसे करेंगे, हाउ यू विल राइट इट, how to do it on social media, and all those things. So and I used to do, so I was writing as a writer for Science Media Center IISc. I was getting some money also, like 1 rupee per word, that kind of. So at that time the fellowships were very irregular. So हमें मतलब कभी कभी 1000 rupees भी हमारे लिए बहुत हो जाता था. तो that kind of relief was also there. After my PhD, I got a postdoc from the DBT postdoc, which IISc again selects. So I joined NBPGR, Dr. K.B. Bhatt's lab. So that was a very, Dr. K.B. Bhatt's lab is known across India, like a very rich setup. We had everything, genome, transcriptome sequencing, we're doing in lab. So again, machine में लगा दिया, मतलब जो 1 साल के काम है we could finish in 2 months or 3 months. So I had lots of time. So I now after working as a writer for 4 or 5 years, they promoted me as editor, the same Science Media Center. And after some time, they got a project at Ministry of Science and Technology for doing their disseminating. So at that time, like say 6-7 years back, there were not much science communication from ministry side also. So बायरेक वगैरह की बहुत सारे इनोवेशंस थे, या DST के मिशंस, CSIR के, इवन CSIR, नाउ आई बिलोंग टू CSIR, बट एट दैट टाइम CSIR की बहुत सारे इनोवेशंस के बारे में सोशल मीडिया में नहीं होता था. तो वी काइंड ऑफ क्रिएटेड ए ट्रेंड. सो वन डे आई विल गो टू CSIR, गेट देयर इनोवेशंस, design infographics, post it on social media, from DST, from DBT, Ministry of Art Sciences. So I worked with everybody, like all the science departments. I got lots of exposure and then some kind of personalized training. So I saw how this, so I worked with secretaries, I worked with PSA. So लोग ऐसे ही secretary या PSA नहीं बनते, मैंने वो देखा, how hardworking they were. Dr. Renu Swarup, she will give me something at 12 at night, and in morning 5 o'clock she will reply. Sometimes I'll send her something for review. I saw that she is coming to DBT from like 6th or 7th floor. I'll send in the escalator in 2-3 minutes. She will review that thing. So she was that quick, that hardworking. Professor Mohan Ram. So I had that. So many people mentioned Professor Mohan Ram today. So fortunately, during I was his second last kind of student. So I helped him for 6-7 months. So he called me to do some work, but then mostly it was personal conversation. So he will share all his life experiences with me and how hardworking he was during that time. So he was like कि कितना भी काम करना है करो, and that won't make you unhealthy, बीमार नहीं बनाएगा, and then that will make you strong, and then you. So आजकल I have lots of project staff working with me. तो एक नया ट्रेंड हो गया है, लोगों को 10-10:30 बजे तक पहुंचना है और 5 बजे ही घर जाना ही जाना है. If you somehow stop them till 6 o'clock, they will almost like start crying or something like. So when I was in botany department, we were here till 1 p.m. at night. Like we'll go for dinner, we'll come back all the time on Saturday. On Sundays I stood, so all my professors are sitting here, they know how much we worked, and then we established labs. Every kind of work, buying instruments, like that process, and then even placing them, working from the, so the domain was that working with those laborers at night to managing the lab, cleaning the things. So ये जो 10:30 से 5 वाला जो एक हो गया ना स्ट्रिक्ट रूटीन, या सैटरडे कुछ भी हो जाए आना ही नहीं है, तो इसमें फिर आप लोग बहुत शायद अलग कुछ नहीं कर पाओगे ऐसा. दिस इज़ माई थॉट. हो सकता है यू पीपल आर वेरी टैलेंटेड एंड देन यू कैन डू समथिंग विच इन 5-6 hours विच अदर्स कैन नॉट डू, ऐसा भी लोग होते हैं, some people, but the speed which I had, I need more hours. Or I saw these people, these secretaries, these PSA, Professor Mohan Ram, or all my role models. So we need to work some more, at least during our these formative years. अभी आपके MSc में, आपके PhD में, ये जो आपको बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट का सेटअप मिल रहा है, या आपका जो भी है, even जो professors. So I used to talk to almost all the professors. Even Yashwanti ma'am was outside, so I used to mail her with some queries. She used to respond. So creating that network, or working those extra hours, getting trained. So those things, ये सब करना पड़ेगा. Then you will be highly desirable. अब दो होता है, बहुत सारे PhD स्टूडेंट्स अनएम्प्लॉयड है, PhD के बाद भी बहुत कम लोगों को ही जॉब मिलता है. बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे हैं, some of my staff, they are so skilled कि retaining them has becoming trouble for me. Every day they are getting some jobs, and then like my group will break. So how to retain? So वो स्किल करना है कि आपको जॉब के लिए इतना स्ट्रगल नहीं करना पड़े, एंड पीपल विल अप्रोच यू. ट्रस्ट मी, आज के दिन में भी लोग आपको जॉब के लिए अप्रोच करते हैं इफ़ यू आर स्किल्ड, बिकॉज स्किल्ड लोग बहुत कम हैं, डिग्री वाले लोग बहुत हैं. तो बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट के सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रोफेसर सुमन मैम को थैंक यू बोलना चाहूँगा कि, या और डब्स को, कि ऐसे कॉन्सेप्ट से कि कैरियर को रिलेटेड डिस्कशंस और द अदर कैरियर्स अदर देन टीचिंग एंड रिसर्च. सो दिस इज़ अ वेरी प्रोग्रेसिव थॉट ऑफ मैम एंड botany department, but students should also take this very seriously. So get those skills, meet people, contact them, and then this will help you. I mean, okay. So job, I don't know, my thoughts are not very, मैं कुछ सोच के नहीं आया मुझे क्या बोलना है, मुझे बहुत कुछ बोलना है, तो it will be bit mixed kind of thing, but to keep it student centric. अगर कल को आप किसी इंटरव्यू में जाते हैं, तो suppose you have an MSc or something, or even PhD, 2 paper, and then उधर बहुत सारे candidates आएंगे जिसके he is a PhD, he has 2 papers, he has 20 popular stories, or he is running some social media kind of thing somewhere. So who will get the job? So you have to become that you have some additional, like ये जो race है उसमें आपको थोड़ा आगे रहना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो कैसे मतलब you will make. Secondly, बहुत कुछ होता है लाइफ में. So at one time when I was in ministry, after some time I was offered the position of a head of a media. So I was कुछ टाइम तक तो मुझे बिलीव ही नहीं रहता था, क्योंकि इतना एज, उस कम एज में वो हेड वाला पोजीशन नहीं करना. तो देन विथ ग्रेट ये 2-3 दिन प्रिपेयर करके आई सेड इज की ओके आई विल बी द हेड. ऑन दैट डे ओनली माई मदर हैड हर सेकेंड स्ट्रोक एंड शी बिकेम कम्प्लीटली पैरालाइज्ड. My father told me, you have to come back to Assam, I cannot handle. So I know if I don't go back, my father is also a heart patient. So then I went back home. I promised him that then I'll stay in Assam till the time she can, stand. So I had to leave that job. I could not join. Now I was doing science communication. I had that skill. So I started working from home as a writer. So during those 4 months when I was in Assam, so I was writing articles. It helped me in 2 ways. I was doing some job. एक वो भी होता है ना, आप जब घर में होते हो एक टैबू कि आप कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो, मतलब पीपल विल आस्क यू एवरी डे एंड देन यू विल गो टू ए डिप्रेशन. एंड देन सेकेंडली आई वाज ऑक्यूपाइड, लाइक कि एक तो खुद को भी जवाब देना होता है, एम आई डूइंग समथिंग. सो आई वाज डूइंग समथिंग, आई वाज वर्किंग एज ए राइटर. तो लाइफ हमेशा आपके फेवर में नहीं होता. लाइफ बहुत अनफेवरेबल हो जाता है, मतलब चीज़ें आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल हो जाते हैं. विद दिस एज एनीथिंग कैन हैपन, लाइक योर पेरेंट्स और अदर थिंग्स, योर पर्सनल लाइफ, रिलेशनशिप. तो बहुत टर्मोइल्स वाले एज है. अनफॉर्चुनेटली इसी एज में हमें सारे स्किल्स भी डेवलप करना है, खुद को प्रूव भी करना है. तो दैट जब आपकी स्पेक्ट्रम थोड़ा सा ब्रॉड होता है तो इट बिकम्स वेरी ईजी फॉर यू. So science communication that way helped me to sail through during that difficult period of my life. Yeah. So even I own that. At one time again, so my parents started doubting, तुम कर क्या रहे हो, मतलब ऐसे लोग पूछते हैं, कुछ लोग प्रोफेसर बन रहे हैं, कुछ लोग साइंटिस्ट बन रहे हैं, तो हम जैसे तुम राइटर हो, जर्नलिस्ट हो, what you are doing. So but I was doing some good stories. So I got this fellowship from Nature Group and it was in newspaper everywhere. My father got it from a newspaper. I didn't inform at home. So he was so happy and he was like, अच्छा अब तुम्हें जो करना है करो, अब हम क्वेश्चन नहीं करेंगे. तो साइंस कम्युनिकेशन इसमें प्रेशर ज़्यादा है, लेकिन इसमें आपको मिलता भी, मतलब ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम आई हैड द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू attend so many high profile meetings. Those kind of exposure you get when you work in science communication. You get the chance to work with the leaders, like the various science divisions, their heads or DCs, directors. So that kind of exposure. और learning खाली schools में ही नहीं होता. I was talking about Professor Mohan Ram. So I worked with him for 6 months. So one day I sneezed. तो एक टेबल होता था, उसके सामने मोहन राम सर बैठते थे एंड सामने आई वाज सिटिंग. सो वी आर मोस्टली डूइंग सम वर्क एंड देन ही यूज्ड टू शेयर ऑल द एक्सपीरियंसेस. सो आई स्नीज. देन ही वाज लाइक, परमानेंट स्नीजिंग ऐसे नहीं करते, ये रुमाल लो, इसको 2 फोल्ड करो ऐसे नाक में, मतलब दैट काइंड ऑफ टीचर हु टीचेस यू एवरीथिंग. ये खाना कैसे खाना है, इवन स्नीज भी. व्हेन आई वाज मेकिंग दैट कोविड गाइडलाइंस, जब मास्क मूवमेंट की 2 लेयर एंड देन आई टोल्ड पीपल कि मोहन राम सर मुझे सिखाए थे कि ये करना है हमें, डेली लाइफ में भी हमें कोविड का वेट नहीं करना है. तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट में आप लोग हैं, ये प्रोफेसर्स जो हमारे सामने, एवरीबडी विल टीच यू समथिंग. हो सकता है आप प्रोटियोमिक्स में, रेनू मैम आपको कुछ प्रोटियोमिक्स सिखा रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो प्रोफेसर्स से अगर आप इंटरेक्ट करेंगे, एवरीबडी विल. Even from Renu ma'am, I saw like she used to finish her lunch in 4-5 minutes. Like many times I went to her and then she just started. 3 minutes बाद आना. So nowadays I have so much work. I had to also finish my lunch in 3-4 minutes. I remember अच्छा मैम भी ऐसे ही करती थी. तो that kind of every small thing कि कितना busy हो सकता है लाइफ, आप कितने occupied हो सकते हैं, सबसे कुछ सीखने को होता है. I was doing a workshop in Goa. So how to do, so these days I don't have, I'm not working in plant molecular biology or bioinformatics, those which were more, now I'm a full-time science communicator, like popular stories or social media, reels, shorts, Instagram, science filmmaking. I even teach those courses, so completely different. So I was doing a science filmmaking workshop. So one 9-year kid came and then he says कि आपकी जो ये रील्स है इसमें वॉइस ओवर नहीं है, तो मुझे इतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. ऑनेस्ट ओपिनियन. हमारा जो रील्स होता था, हम वी यूज्ड टू प्ले सम म्यूजिक विद सम वर्ड्स, बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में आपको हर चीज़ का ध्यान रखना पड़ता है. जो नया AI वाला सॉफ्टवेयर आए हैं उसमें कॉपीराइट वाली इश्यूज वाज नॉट क्लियर, सो आई वाज नॉट टेकिंग एनी रिस्क, सो आई वाज जस्ट प्लेइंग ए म्यूजिक. देन ही सेज कि नहीं, बिना वॉइस ओवर के अच्छा नहीं है. तो दैट 9-year वाला किड कैन ऑल्सो टीच यू समथिंग. यू हैव टू लर्न दैट. From that remote village of Assam and what I am doing now, nobody will believe if I show from where I have made this journey or how I have traveled. But you have to do that. You can do anything. आप कुछ भी कर लो, आपसे अच्छा हर फील्ड में कोई ना कोई होता ही है, तो आपको उनको देखना है और एवरी टाइम स्किल डेवलप करना है. मेंशन सो नाउअडेज आई कैन अफोर्ड, लाइक मैं अब 5:30 को ऑफिस छोड़ सकता हूँ. मतलब मुझे कौन, लाइक आई एम द हेड, सो नोबडी विल आस्क मी. बट even now I stay till 9:30 or 10. Even now I am doing some courses. So now my subject has changed. It's a bit like social science. Science communication is related. So the research area. So पहले हम ऐसे ही सैम्पलिंग करते थे, अब प्रिज्मा करो या that kind of so social science वाले aspect. So I'm doing a master's in that, doing online courses every day. So that lifelong learning also goes on. So you have a choice कि आपको क्या एक relax करके. But then because of doing that, maybe people know my work and then I'm getting that exposure, I'm getting all that many projects. So you have to keep doing it. And then so I have 2 sets of students. One set is highly, like they keep learning something. They are highly desirable for jobs, getting job offer almost every week. So, and then I have another set of students or project staff, they are like 10 to 5, do whatever assigned work and then nothing from their side. So it will be difficult for them to get jobs because they are not going to stay with me forever or their whole life. So the choice is yours. Get those skills. ये भी होता है, अगर आपको एक ऑसर, मैं एक ऐसे स्टूडेंट को जानता हूँ उसको ऑसर अवार्ड मिला. आई एम नॉट टेकिंग द नेम, but she had to make a career transition. She was not interested in academics and she wanted to become a science communicator. अब साइंस कम्युनिकेशन में उसको जॉब कैसे मिलेगा, उसको कोई एक्सपीरियंस नहीं, बट उसको ये ऑसर वाला अवार्ड मिला था. उसको दिखा के शी गॉट ए साइंस कम्युनिकेटर जॉब इन ए लीडिंग इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया. शी लर्न द स्किल इन 6 months. बट जो डोर ओपन करना होता है ना कि आपकी CV अलग कैसे है, क्योंकि आपको वो अवार्ड मिला था. तो एड समथिंग टू योर CV कि आपको सिलेक्ट करे लोग. नहीं तो आपको कैसे 100 लोगों में से आपको सिलेक्ट करना है, उसके लिए आपको वो ऑफर करना हो कि आई नो दिस थिंग्स. सो एंड एंड गेटिंग सम मोर स्किल्स, इसमें कोई हार्म नहीं है. मतलब पता नहीं लाइफ में कब आपकी वो स्किल्स काम आ जाए. For writing popular stories, you read the popular science magazines. Like our institute, we publish a magazine called Science Reporter, which is very famous. I think even ma'am and all, even the professors, teachers, when they were students, that time also people used to read Science Reporter. Everybody mentions about that. Unfortunately, the reading habit has gone. Like people don't read that much nowadays. So उसके साथ हमारा बहुत. So last week I was in Pune University doing one workshop. अब AI इतना आ गया है कि AI को बोलते हैं AI लिख देते हैं, AI को बोलते हैं AI एडिट कर देते हैं, AI प्लेजरिज्म भी रिमूव कर देते हैं. तो एवरीबडी इज़ डूइंग AI. इफ़ यू डू AI यू वोंट लर्न एनीथिंग. तो अगर आपको अच्छा कम्युनिकेटर बनना है तो AI करिए. मतलब जैसे आपको एक कुछ इमेज रिकॉन्स्ट्रक्शन करना है फन के लिए, बट फॉर राइटिंग एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स एट दिस स्टेज डोंट फिनिश योर क्रिएटिविटी. स्टे एज ए, लाइक आपको मशीन नहीं बनना है, आपको ह्यूमन रहना है. अगर आपको एक साइंस कम्युनिकेशन में करियर बनाना है तो डोंट यूज AI दैट मच. दैट हैज़ बिकम ए चैलेंज फॉर अस बिकॉज लाइक running journals and magazines, we don't know how to deal with those articles. Everybody. I'm just cross-checking whether I have. Okay. जैसे सर ने शायद बताया कि आपको कितना पैसा मिलता है करियर उस हिसाब से डिसाइड नहीं करना चाहिए. दैट्स ट्रूथ. मनी अप टू सम एक्सटेंट कैन लाइक गिव यू सेटिस्फेक्शन, बट अगर आपका करियर अच्छा नहीं है, द वर्क यू आर डूइंग यू आर नॉट लाइकिंग इट एंड यू आर गेटिंग लॉट्स ऑफ मनी, यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू बी हैप्पी. सो दैट साइड में आपको मनी और आपको क्या चाहिए. आई मीन इन साइंस कम्युनिकेशन इट विल एवरेज आपको ठीक ठाक पैसा देगा, लेकिन इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा नहीं है. तो आपको क्या चाहिए वो पैसे की बेसिस में कितना, अगर आपको इतना पैसा चाहिए तो आपको फिर IIM से MBA करना चाहिए, दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग. तो यहाँ पे आपको बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन मैंने जो पर्क्स के बारे में, आपको रिकॉग्निशन मिलेगा, आपको एक्सपोजर मिलेगा, आपको फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी मिलेगा, ऑल दोज थिंग्स. अब इफ़ यू थिंक अबाउट मनी ऑल्सो, तो साइंस राइटिंग में आपको पैसा नहीं मिलेगा. अगर आप साइंस फिल्म बनाते हैं और बहुत अच्छा, फिल्म में थोड़ा ज़्यादा पैसा होगा. आपको ट्रैवल करना अच्छा लगता है तो साइंस फिल्म मेकिंग आपको वो हैप्पीनेस देगा. तो दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग. सो लर्न अबाउट एवरीथिंग. और मैं ये तो किसी को नहीं बोल रहा है कि आप लोग साइंस कम्युनिकेटर बन जाओ, बट ये ज़रूर मतलब साइंस कम्युनिकेटर फुल टाइम बन जाओ, ये मैं किसी को नहीं बोल सकता. बट ये ज़रूर बोलूँगा कि बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट के सारे स्टूडेंट्स को साइंस कम्युनिकेटर बनना है पैरेलली. अगर आप एक कॉलेज टीचर है तो भी आप साइंस स्टोरीज लिख सकते हैं. दैट विल गिव यू मोर रिकॉग्निशन, पीपल विल नो यू. और आप रिसर्च के बारे में सोशल मीडिया में दे सकते हैं. और आपकी लैंग्वेज में, अगर आप किसी स्टेट में बिलोंग करते हैं, हमारे जो 22 शेड्यूल लैंग्वेज है उसमें देयर आर सम लैंग्वेजेस जिसमें साइंस के कंटेंट है ही नहीं. अगर उन स्टेट्स के लोग कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं करेंगे तो कैसे होगा. तो दैट काइंड ऑफ जो सोसाइटी को हमें रिटर्न करना है, तो दैट काइंड ऑफ कंट्रीब्यूशन यू कैन मेक. सो ऑल ऑफ यू हैव टू बी ए साइंस कम्युनिकेटर दैट वे टू सर्व द सोसाइटी as well as for your personal gains also. So you are a scientist, you can still be a science communicator. You are a lecturer, you can still be a science communicator, or you can be a full-time science communicator. So I'll just quickly go through the career. Science writer, journalist, which I have explained the journey. मैंने कैसे लिखा था. After working as a science writer for some time, you can be an editor. साइंस इलस्ट्रेटर, एनिमेटर, इलस्ट्रेशंस होते हैं आजकल पेपर्स में, ग्राफिकल एब्स्ट्रैक्ट होते हैं, लोग आउटसोर्स करते हैं, आपसे बनवाते हैं पैसे देके. जितने हमारे ब्रोचर्स, बुक के इलस्ट्रेशंस होते हैं सब के लिए, तो ग्राफिक डिज़ाइनिंग एक बहुत अच्छा टूल हो सकता है. आप सब कैनवा करके जो टूल है, ऑल ऑफ यू आर यूजिंग कैनवा आई थिंक दिस डेज. सो ट्राई मेकिंग अट्रैक्टिव इन्फोग्राफिक और रील्स यूजिंग कैनवा. स्टार्ट विद दैट, देन स्टार्ट एडोबी लाइक. और ये सब की अच्छा है कि आजकल किसी भी सीखने के लिए इंटरनेट में आपको कोर्सेज मिल जाते हैं, शॉर्ट कोर्सेज. तो वो अब ज़्यादा, इवन मैंने जब स्टार्ट किया था तब इतना कोर्सेज नहीं मिलता था, अब हर चीज़ के मिलता है. तो जो भी आपकी PCR के बीच के गैप है, या जिस दिन आप एक जेल रन करके 2 घंटा अगर आप ऐसे ही बैठे हैं, तो डोंट स्पॉइल दोज टाइम्स, डू दीज थिंग्स. एक बार आप जॉब ज्वाइन कर लेंगे, उसके बाद आपको कोई टाइम नहीं मिलने वाला. और अगर उस टाइम आप स्किल्ड नहीं हो तो आपको एवरीडे एम्बेरसमेंट हो सकता है. साइंस फिल्म मेकिंग इज़ ए गुड करियर. कुछ लोगों को ट्रैवल बहुत पसंद है, और ट्रैवल के बेसिस में लोग करियर ऑप्शन भी बनाते हैं, जो ब्लॉगर्स वगैरह जिनको ट्रैवल अच्छा लगता है, एंड दे आर ट्रैवलिंग. सो यू कैन बी ए वेरी गुड साइंस फिल्म मेकर. मैंने खुद, सो व्हेन आई वाज बीइंग ट्रेन्ड इन नेचर, सो नेचर एडिटर शुभ्रा प्रियदर्शनी, शी इज़ वन ऑफ माई मेंटर्स. शी टोल्ड मी कि परमानेंट, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शायद 5-10 साल बाद कोई कुछ पढ़ेगा ही नहीं, तुम थोड़ा साइंस फिल्म मेकिंग भी सीख लो. आई वेंट टू आईसर पुणे एंड देन learn science filmmaking from them. That is helping me these days, because as you know, when you join a department, जैसे सर ने बोला, तो ये मेरे साथ भी होता है कि अच्छा अब तुम फिल्म डिवीजन को संभाल लो, तो कैसे करोगे अगर आपको आता नहीं, और संभाल लेने के बाद सीखना इज़ वेरी डिफिकल्ट. इट्स गुड इफ़ यू लर्न इट बिफोर. Outreach officer, this is a common job. So many leading institutions, they're creating a position of science communication and outreach officers. They contact the media person. So like today's event is happening, the outreach officer will make a press release, they will send it to PIB, and then it will be on all the newspapers. So that kind of publicity. So you can, with some writing skills and some skills in social media, you can be a science communication and outreach officer. Even the government institutions like CCMB and all, now they have science communication officers. You can be a blogger or social media influencer. Social media influencer तो हर डोमेन में है, तो साइंस में भी है. Some of them are making very good videos and earning well from YouTube. You can be a science educator. तो हमें पता है एक साइंस एजुकेशन का एक बहुत बड़ा बिजनेस भी है. तो they are making like those practical aspects के videos and all those देखे आप अपना enterprise बना सकते हैं साइंस स्कूल्स के जो कंटेंट है उसको लेके हाउ यू विल मेक साइंस इंटरेस्टिंग सो दिस कैन बी ऑल्सो ए प्रोफेशन साइंस पॉडकास्टर सो पॉडकास्ट रील्स वीडियोस अभी उसी के ट्रेंड चल रहा है पॉडकास्ट में ही फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी कि यू आर ट्रैवलिंग यू कैन लिसन टू ए पॉडकास्ट इफ़ यू वांट टू स्टार्ट ए पॉडकास्ट आपको क्या चाहिए कोई सेटअप नहीं यू कैन डू इट विद योर मोबाइल जस्ट record it, edit it with some tools, little bit of music at start and end. So very limited resource, say, even zero resource. All of you have a mobile, so you can do podcast from tomorrow. So that kind of thing. एक इंटरप्रेटर के जॉब होते हैं जो म्यूजियम्स वगैरह में होते हैं एक्सप्लेन वन ऑफ माई स्टाफ मेंबर्स ऑल्सो सो देयर वाज अ ट्रेन व्हिच इज ट्रेवल across India that was from DST so he was working in that so gained lots of exposure so there were many but I was given only 10 minutes so I have taken lots of time but मुझे और भी ज़्यादा बोलना था so sorry अगर ये बोरिंग हुआ but मुझे चाहिए कि जैसे आई विल रिपीट दिस कि नेक्स्ट 2 to 3 years में मुझे ऑसर अवार्डी चाहिए बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट से क्योंकि हमारा बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग लेगेसी है और उस लेगेसी के नाम बोल बोल के हम नहीं मतलब कंटिन्यू कर सकते हमें नए चीज़ें क्रिएट करना है तो आई एम लिविंग दैट रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑन द स्टूडेंट्स सो गेट कॉम्पिटिटिव देयर आर कॉम्पिटिशन्स विन सम प्राइजेस फ्रॉम अदर प्लेसेस सो हमसे जैसे व्हेन आई गेट ए अपॉर्चुनिटी कि PSA office, they were making a book, there was a Nobel Prize series, so the Nobel laureates were invited across the globe and there were some, so they made a book with the leading scientists of India. So I wrote something with writer on Panchanan Maheshwari. We did that poster also, so then I very happily, I belong to his division. So whenever it's with us, so that's another gain. So the reputation of a department comes from its alumni. They don't inform the department ki we are working for the department, but they happily do it because that is helping. Like if botany department is becoming famous, so I am also becoming famous with that. So everybody does that. So if you do something remarkable, you would be able to contribute to that direction. Ki someday probably you will be able to add that name. Ki acha you are making a list of 10 scientists, add Panchanan Maheshwari also, or that should not be, that must be there, you can ensure that. So we can do that. I'm doing like whenever I getting that chance. So you have to return back to the society, you have to return back to your department, your teachers. So, and it will give you lots of happiness. Money is not everything. So जैसे मैंने बोला कि शुरू किया था कि करियर किस में होना चाहिए हैप्पीनेस आपको एक जॉब मिल जाएगा मैं 12th क्लास में था और उस टाइम में बहुत रेगिंग होता था जब हम लोग हॉस्टल में थे पढ़ने का बिल्कुल चांस नहीं मिल रहा था वन डे वन ऑफ माई क्लासमेट शी स्टार्टेड क्राइंग इन क्लास कि कैसे होगा मतलब 11th क्लास और इज़ वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव हमें करियर करना है सो आवर प्रोफेसर ही काइंड ऑफ हमें एश्योर किया कि मैं ये गारंटी देता हूँ कि तुम सब लोग लाइफ में अच्छा करोगे मतलब अभी बस वो हिम्मत बना के रखो मैंने बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट के सारे स्टूडेंट्स को देखे जो मेरे कॉन्टेम्पररीज हैं सब ने अच्छा करियर बनाया है तो मैं भी तुम लोगों की गारंटी दे सकता हूँ काइंड ऑफ कि तुम लोग लाइफ में अच्छा करोगे क्योंकि सब ने अच्छा किया कभी कभी हम वो सेल्फ डाउट आ जाता है एक टाइम में मेरा भी आया मैं कर क्या रहा हूँ क्या कुछ होगा क्या इम्पेक्ट होगा क्या लोग मुझे जानेंगे क्या मुझे जॉब मिलेगा दोज थिंग्स विल कम टू योर माइंड बट यू विल गेट जॉब इट्स काइंड ऑफ गारंटी बट उसके लिए तुम्हें भी कुछ करना पड़ेगा तुम्हें स्किल्ड होना पड़ेगा तुम्हारा CV बाकी स्टूडेंट से अच्छा होना होगा तो फ्रॉम टुडे ऑनवर्ड्स स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन दैट एंड रिच योर CV गेट स्किल्ड एंड देन जो रेस में है सबसे आगे रहना है खुद के लिए भी और डिपार्टमेंट के लिए भी थैंक यू
Thank you, sir, for illuminating young minds regarding scientific writing and apprising us of different aspects of science communication. Well, I recognize our audience want to now engage with our panelists and address their inquiries. We are now welcoming questions from the audience. Can we have the first question from the audience, please? Yes, for sure.
Not in a government sector, people can work with the private architects and landscape architects. Okay. Hello?
So, under the NEPS has been mentioned many times that there are many skill enhancement courses which have been designed, and I offhand remember at least 2-3 courses, may not be the exact title, but one of them is landscape design, and maybe Ratul or anybody, I don't know who is there. Shruti is also left.
So
do you remember? Yeah, Monica. No, Monica might be knowing. Yeah.
One of them which have relevance to landscape architecture. We have urban ecology. We have one on urban landscape design.
That is an environmental.
No, that we have included as a part of skill development course in
That's
the botany
great.
undergrad curriculum.
That's great.
So then we have a course on floriculture, and there's another course on horticulture. So these courses have relevance to landscape architecture, and they there we have courses on how different kinds of parks, different kinds of gardens, gardening setups, how to do a lawn, how to do a park.
I mean, basic they would understand.
Yeah, species selections for various kinds
and
of.
with the practical experience they can.
Yeah, that kind of things. Yeah, urban
That is
urban
urban
science
only, because in smart city only lot of people are going. They're
Actually,
getting the jobs.
there's an element of botany which is necessary for the landscape architects. The design and all they can learn as an additional course, but basic ecology and basic pathology related to urban trees and all those aspects have been covered in that course. The curriculum has been designed very meticulously by the department. Inputs from all over the colleges, various college teachers were involved in designing the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. So we have Monica with us since morning. She's again a very, very popular and very good teacher of botany, again from botany department, and not botany department, the A.K. Bhatnagar student. And on her own, she has volunteered to attend the whole event, and we are very happy for that, Monica.
Can we have a huge round of applause for ma'am? Thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Any other question?
My question is to Vamanand sir. So I wanted to ask, what are the qualifications that a person applying for the post of scientific writer or any editorial job for that matter need to have? Like, what should their portfolio look like?
So, if you're talking about private sector, you don't need any kind of that kind of qualification. So MSc is okay for a research student. So you can join some group as intern. So like the My Magazine has some intern provision. So we just check their 2-3 write-ups. If they have done well in those 2-3 write-ups, then we get them inducted as full-time writers. So that way. So my suggestion will be write some articles in different magazines that will grow your CV, and then with that CV, I have written these 3-4 articles. So many times you need documented kind of output also. So get those things documented. So write for some magazines or newspapers. At least you can start with the MSc students. You can start with Botanica, or you can send it to Science Reporter, the leading magazines. So write some articles, and then you will get a chance. You have to grow it. So basically, that time my aim in life was I need to complete my 100 stories. So whenever I was going with 150 publications. So they were taking me seriously, because then I started these magazines. So like that, you have to make it strong. Start publishing it. And then government job has their own, for scientists and all, they have their own criteria, but these are always add-ons. Yes.
So I received the Rama Session Fellowship, and it all started with Botanica.
Yeah.
I was also on the editorial board of Botanica, and I had submitted my thesis. My fellowship was over. I didn't have anything in between. So Professor Bhatnagar had that current science on his table, and on the back of that cover, on the cover page, there was an invite for Rama Session Fellowship for Current Science Academy.
Yes.
And I applied for that with the Botanica background. I got that fellowship. And it was a reasonably good fellowship.
Yes.
I think it was 16,000 at that point of time. I was not working, and I had a viva to come in.
Yes,
so
yes.
it serves you very nicely, and it's a very prestigious fellowship. You can all apply for that fellowship.
I know you kind of, ma'am. So about ma'am, so like I told you, you can be a lecturer and a science communicator. So she is a teacher and a science communicator. And then people know her because many of those high level meetings. So फिर शाम को पूछते डीयू से कौन, मैंने बोला मैंने मोनिका मैम को देखा था. I mean people invite her because she has that broad spectrum. तो आप क्या घर मतलब ऑफिस आएंगे, घर जाएंगे, या आप बहुत जगह पे इनवाइटेड होंगे, मतलब दो चॉइस आर योर्स. अगर आपको वो करना है तो आपको कुछ एक्स्ट्रा करना होगा. फिर आपको ये 9 to 5 वाला वेरी सीरियसली नहीं लेना है. तो शी इज़ एन एग्जाम्पल, अनदर एग्जाम्पल फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू. And very known name. I know you, ma'am. I have seen you very high level meetings, including that nature meeting also.
I would like to mention one more thing about Monica, that during this fellowship, she got an opportunity to work with Professor P. Balram. Yeah, so I mean, that was another, you can say, a feather in her cap that, yeah. So when you get such a thing, you get an opportunity to work with best of the people in the country. And I really envy her for that.
When I started my PhD around 72, I was a regular contributor to Science Reporter. In fact, at that time, must have published several articles, and I was a regular book reviewer for them. They must have sent me at least 15-20 books for review, and I benefited a great deal. When I started here, Botanica used to be called a mimeographed journal. You know, those old crank thing, and we could not do anything other than line drawings in them. And then when I was still here, the first issue of Botanica in print came out, and I can see, I saw the current issue, and it's absolutely impressive. And those kind of write-ups, and I used to write also for Botanica, that has stood me in good stead, and now I keep writing for various things, including The Wire, Economic Times, wherever. I mean, it's, I sent an article for Wire, and in 15 minutes the editor sent me back a mail saying that we have accepted this and we'll put it tomorrow morning. So, starting young, when you're still here, helps you. I mean, it doesn't require too much training. You will learn on the job anyway. And as he rightly said, start writing, start somewhere, and it will be fine.
Again, I can't resist this. When I started my career in this department, I was very, very fortunate to get a project from DBT on LAC. So that was under the National Bioresource Development Board, which was being headed by Dr. S. Natesh at that time, and it's a long story. But I'm very, very happy to inform you that today, in the undergraduate course, we have 2 courses on skill enhancement courses on LAC production and its processing. And it all started because Professor Natesh had given us a project. So my 3 students, 3 of my students did PhD on LAC formation, and that has led to the development of 2 skill enhancement courses under NEP today. So that's the kind of
Part of our job.
My question is to Parmanand. Parmanand, very nice, inspiring talk. अगर मान लो मैं उन बच्चों में से हूँ जो पीसीआर के बीच में चाय पीने जाते हैं, ठीक है, और सारा टाइम वेस्ट किया, पीएचडी भी पूरी हो गई. Is there some kind, and I want to become science communicator now, but I don't have any award. So are there some basic courses which anybody could do to become science communicator? Are there some formal kind of training which are imparted in any way, or I have to learn like along with my writing, like to the botanic and all those things only? There must be some basic courses, right?
Yes,
So
yes, ma'am. Coursera mein hai, or
can you tell it for the
yes,
students'
yes, ma'am.
benefit?
So there are lots of courses, even courses from American Association of Advancement of Sciences. I can send some link to Karuna or all those. They can share with you. So there are multiple courses of global scale. So that will give you the exposure. But for becoming a good writer, you will have to write, because these are skills which nobody can teach you 100%. So what will happen is you will write and it will go to editor and they will edit your article. During that editing process, you will know what are the shortcomings you are having or how you can make it interesting. So your first story won't be that good, second little bit better. So if you keep writing, then after writing a few stories, you will get that confidence and then it will. So do both. You do some courses. There are many online courses. There are workshops, and then keep writing parallelly. So this will help. Yes.
Every year has a short time, 2-month course on science communication.
Yes.
I think you also do.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
we do.
15-day workshop on
Yes,
science
yes.
writing.
NCBS does a very good course, annual course on science journalism kind of so.
Vigyan Prasad used to do.
Bigyan Prasad, they used to also do. Ma'am, at that time I was publishing everywhere, but when you become a part of government agency, there are conflicts. So with that, wherever you can publish, you can. But now with those experiences, I have started my own magazine or reviving the old publications. Those flexibility I have, how to network, how to do a good books. So today I brought one book for Suman ma'am. So this book is entirely designed by my team. Like we have not outsourced anything, the graphic design, writing, editing, everything. So that kind of like within institution, I have made one small institution where I have people for designing, video making, social media, reels, shorts, Indian languages, everything, that kind of setup I have. And then we can do a whole book or something without help of anybody. It just goes for printing. That way.
Just a comment on going to coffee house. Now, it's only in India, I mean, that we frown upon students going to coffee house and spending time in the coffee house or wherever. Now you travel the world over, go to the best countries which do science. The central place in any institute today is a coffee house or a beer bar or whatever. Now, you go to Montreal Neurological Institute, right? There is a hospital which is below. The institute is somewhere above and behind. And in between the two, there is a big coffee house. Now, how does innovation happen? I mean, if I keep talking to botanists all the time, I will be a very dull person, right? And the purpose of going to a coffee house or a beer bar or wherever, whatever that is to meet with other kinds of people. When today, your mantra has to be collaborate or collapse. You can't do everything by yourself. Now this guy who goes to the hospital, this scientist has to reach his lab in the Neurological Institute. He passes through this hospital and he looks at this guy who is sitting in his wheelchair and he's struggling to, with the gear or something, and he says, oh my God, this gear is not good, not friendly enough for him, user friendly. So he goes back to his lab, does something, comes back to this doctor and says, look, I have done something, can I test this out? I mean, you go to any institute of any repute that is doing globally good science, including Max Planck labs, you go to any place. I mean, I have traveled tremendously to so many countries abroad. Any country which does good science, they encourage people to spend time in the coffee house and tea house. And therefore, do keep that habit. Don't give it up because you want to write. You're right. In the department. You do write. But also go to the coffee house.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, it's the problem is, we frown upon students spending all सारा time the coffee house में बिताता है. And that's, give a little margin to them and see whether anything comes out of it.
Is talking about, I'm a writer, मैं घर से काम करता हूँ, घर वालों का भी pressure है.
Yes.
And today the culture is now the entrepreneurs is कि जाके third wave में बैठेंगे, barista में बैठेंगे, laptop पे लगे हुए होते हैं. And I have been to Bangalore, so many of these restaurants, beer bar and everything. You just try to overhear what is being talked on the adjoining table. I tell you, the quality of discussion is a different level, very high level.
Yes.
And I don't know how much is that in the
A stand-up comedian was saying the other day, in Delhi, there is so much of road rage. And the moment you hit somebody, the first thing is to go and slap the guy and then ask you, why did you do this? He says, in Bangalore, if you go and have this kind of road rage, very rare, but happens all the time, and they go to talk to each other, and it results in a startup idea. And there is one author who writes in Kannada, and very popular fellow these days. He writes in one of his introduction, in preface to his book, I'm very grateful to Bangalore traffic, because all this novel I wrote while getting stranded at red lights in Bangalore.
Well, I have got a lot of interaction, while sharing an Uber in Bangalore with these entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
You're very right, because our entrepreneurship also started the same way. We had a very, very bad fight in the office. And
Yeah.
that resulted in the startup.
It would happen if you had that fight in Delhi. Have it in Bangalore.
We started.
To add on to sirs, my message was not like don't go for tea or something. You have to. No, I know. मतलब आप लोग ये ना समझे कि मैंने बोला है कि just use your time like cleverly or planned way. You must go to, because most of the good discussions in university happens in coffee houses. जो आइडियाज़ आते हैं इवन फॉर नाउ, जैसे मेरी कोई प्रोजेक्ट है सोशल मीडिया में क्या चेंज करूँगा, आई नीड टू डिस्कस विद समबडी. दैट इंटरेक्शन इज़ ऑलवेज रियर. एट द सेम टाइम कि पूरे दिन कॉफ़ी पीते रहे और कुछ नहीं किया तो वो भी नहीं. दैट बैलेंसिंग यू हैव टू डू. बट सो इवन फॉर नाउ, सो एक टाइम हुआ था आई वॉज राइटिंग एवरी डे, even on Saturday, Sundays. So when I was doing it for 1.5 years, so अब मैं क्या लिखूँ मतलब, I mean for writing something you need to gain from everywhere, and I went into kind of a depression. मतलब मुझे फिर पैनिक होने लगता था कि कोई राइट अप आया, मैं इसको कैसे कंप्लीट करूँ, और डेडलाइन से 4 बजे ख़त्म होगा, 5 बजे पब्लिश होगा, फिर सोशल मीडिया में चला जाएगा. If there is some mistake then I'll be trolled and all those things. So then some of my friends told me, you just stop working completely on a Saturday. I started doing that. So since last 2-3 years, I'm not doing anything. Like I'm taking a complete day break in a week. And then that has enhanced my productivity. That's also needed. Like you have to balance. Like मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि आपको काम, मतलब आपको अगर आपको क्रिएटिव रहना है तो आपको ये करना ही है. मतलब दोस्तों से मिलना, फीडबैक लेना, बातें करना, रेस्ट करना. So all those things. So मेरा जो problem हुआ, that I stop kind of that way. Like these days on a Saturday or something, I take a complete break. So that helped me. Yes.
Moving forward, it is with immense pleasure and a profound sense of gratitude that I stand before you today to express my heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished guests. I request Professor Suman Lakhanpal to felicitate our honorable guests with a memento and a token of appreciation.
before that, I'd like to felicitate ma'am from my side and
Yes,
the
please.
department.
Thank you, sir. We cannot wait to read the swastik stories. To Dr. Natesh. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? To Miss Poonam. To Mr. Bhagwan Das. To Dr. Burman. I'd like to thank each and every individual who has played an important role in the success of this event. And now I'd request the dignitaries, the faculty members and the students to please go ahead with the refreshments.